Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Was Just a Missing Boy on a Milk Carton? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The first time Katsuki was genuinely perplexed by something was when he came across a grainy, black and white image of Izuku Midoriya on the side of a milk carton. It was April, around the time he was meant to start at UA in just a few weeks. His mother, aka the old hag, had demanded he go out and get groceries, and after some half-hearted protest, he begrudgingly agreed. Deku, as he always called him, was a nobody plain and simple. It would have been strange to see his face on anything, let alone something as mundane as a carton of milk. But the moment Katsuki picked it up, the context clicked into place. A missing person report. And just like that, everything inside him stilled. He didn't feel much, he told himself. But that was a lie, one he was quick to shove down and lock away. In truth, his heart felt heavier in his chest, and his eyes widened just the tiniest bit. Barely noticeable to anyone walking past. It wasn't the reaction that mattered, though it was the internal dilemma that screamed beneath the surface. That split-second tug-of-war between should I panic? And should I pretend this never happened? His mind settled on a quiet compromise, both. He'd deal with it alone, behind the well-rehearsed mask he'd worn for years. The walk home was like any other, aside from the sudden weight pressing down on his shoulders. He blamed it on the grocery bags, refusing to acknowledge what it really was, the beginning of something horrible. Deku wasn't someone who crossed Katsuki's mind often, at least, not during middle school. Back then, he had made a habit of pretending the nerd didn't exist, brushing off the annoying way he always hovered, always tried too hard. It was easier that way. Cleaner. But ever since that stupid milk carton, ever since he saw that washed-out, grainy photo staring back at him from the dairy aisle, Deku had started to seep into the cracks. He'd find himself frowning at nothing during class, staring at walls that looked far too blank, or feeling like the air in his lungs wasn't enough. A strange emptiness, like holding a breath for too long and not knowing why. He hadn't brought it up to his parents. Not once. If it were serious, they would have mentioned something. Right? Nothing. For 3 months, he didn't hear Deku's name, not from a classmate, not from a stranger, not even whispered in passing. It was like Izuku Midoriya had been neatly plucked out of existence, erased from the pages of the world. And Katsuki was doing fine. Perfectly fine, in fact. He was faring well at UA, with no complaints other than the dumbass who kept following him around like lost puppies, calling themselves his friends. He hadn't asked for them. He didn't need them. But apparently, that didn't stop those extras from attaching themselves. Especially after all the chaos with the League of Villains, the dorm system had been installed. Heights Alliance, as it was called. Great. Just what he needed: less privacy, more noise. Jesus Christ. Katsuki looked up, teeth already grinding. When out. Kaminari's voice pierced through the background like a fly buzzing around his ear. He was always loud, always annoying, and unfortunately, still breathing. Guys, check the TV, Kaminari said, his tone weirdly off, lower, tense. Katsuki, halfway through deciding whether to punch the remote or Kaminari, paused. He caught sight of something unusual, the expression on the electric moron's face. For someone so annoyingly chipper all the time, the frown didn't fit. Something was wrong. Around the common room, heads turned. Ida straightened his glasses. Uraraka leaned forward, eyes wide. Even Todoroki looked up from his book, a subtle furrow in his brow. Katsuki's gaze followed theirs. The news was on. A bland reporter stood in front of yellow police tape, the footage shaky and pixelated. His face didn't move much at first, just the usual boredom creeping in, the same who the hell cares attitude. That was until 2 words made his heart stop. Aldera Middle School. His expression tightened, brows drawing into a sharp glare. His jaw clenched. That place. His school. Now he was listening. The reporter's voice played on, monotone and clinical. Rumors had begun to circulate in the area that a foul smell had been coming from a dumpster near the school. Due to the ongoing bin collector strike, Residents initially assumed it was a hygiene issue. However, one neighbor, tired of the stench, decided to investigate. Upon opening the dumpster, they discovered what authorities later confirmed were the remains of a male student enrolled at Aldera Middle. Katsuki's stomach twisted. He wasn't the queasy type. Blood didn't bother him. Death didn't rattle him. He'd been on the battlefield, watched villains crumble under his blasts, heard the sickening crunch of bone. But this was different. The kind of different that made something heavy settle in his gut. The kind that came with a chill that didn't leave. He tuned out the rest. The reporter was still talking. Something about the victim's parents, about trauma counselors at the school. It all turned to static in his ears. He didn't need to hear more. He already knew something was off. And worse than that, he had a bad feeling it wasn't over. Sitting in his room, the alarm clock on his bedside table occasionally beeping, Katsuki sits in the almost silence, attempting to sleep. On the bed, he usually found comfort in a memory. Katsuki suddenly remembers a moment one he hadn't thought about in months. It was during their third year of middle school, sometime in late winter, when the skies were always gray and the wind carried that bitter edge. He'd taken a shortcut through the back of the school building, a narrow alley lined with dented vending machines and broken fences. He hadn't expected to see anyone there. But then he caught sight of a familiar hunched figure, small, nervous, and unmistakably Deku. Katsuki slowed his pace, ready to scoff and walk the other way. But before he could fully turn, a sharp, foul stench wormed its way up his nose. Not the usual rot of wet cardboard or the sour stink of leftover cat food, though those were there too. This was different. Acrid. Chemical. Smoke? He paused. His nose wrinkled in disgust. Cigarette smoke. Not entirely unfamiliar, his aunt was a chain smoker who practically marinated her apartment in nicotine. But here, in this filthy alley, curling from Deku's mouth? That was enough to make him freeze. He turned fully now, eyes narrowing. The boy stood half-shrouded in shadow, pressed against the cold bricks. With one hand stuffed in his pocket and the other holding a stubby, half-finished cigarette between trembling fingers. Gray smoke twisted upward, dancing in lazy spirals before vanishing into the air. A gust of wind scattered glowing embers, carrying ash like dying fireflies across the damp pavement. Katsuki watched, expression unreadable. He didn't say anything. Didn't yell. Didn't throw an insult. He just stared. At the way Deku's eyes were half-lidded. At the dark rings blooming beneath them. At the way his posture was slouched, like something heavy was pulling him inward. The cigarette didn't look cool in his hands. It looked wrong. Too big. Too shaky. As if it belonged to someone older. Someone already fading. Back then, Katsuki had chalked it up to a phase, a dumb, rebellious stunt. Maybe Deku was trying to seem edgy. Or maybe he was trying to PSS someone off. Katsuki didn't care. He had turned away, grumbling under his breath, and let it slip from memory. But now, after seeing that DMN milk carton, after that news report, after the silence that followed like a blanket thrown over a fire, he wasn't so sure anymore. There was something about that memory that felt different now. Katsuki grumbled under his breath, his words a mix of curses and unintelligible growls. He'd gotten chewed out again this time for almost blasting one of the extras into next week. Probably that perverted grape idiot. The moron had said something that made his blood boil. Not that it took much, and Katsuki's hand had twitched toward his gauntlet before he was yanked away by someone, maybe Kirishima, maybe Ida, who even cared anymore. Now here he was, sent off like a demon kid to go talk it out with Aizawa. Like I need a babysitter. He made his way to the teacher's lounge, his footsteps heavy and loud in the empty hallway. When he reached the sliding door, he knocked once, sharp and impatient. No answer. Katsuki rolled his eyes. He didn't have all day. Without waiting for permission, he tried the handle. The door slid open with a soft clack, revealing a room bathed in late afternoon sunlight, filtered thinly through dusty blinds. A faint breeze from an open window stirred the papers on a desk. The air smelled faintly of something warm and bitter, coffee, probably. The kind with too much almond creamer. For a moment, Katsuki paused, slightly thrown off by how peaceful it felt. But that passed quickly. Because Aizawa wasn't there. Of course, he wasn't. He sighed sharply through his nose and stepped inside, letting the door fall shut behind him with a dull thunk. The leather couch in the corner groaned under his weight as he flopped down. It was old and stuck to the backs of his thighs through his uniform pants, hot, uncomfortable, creaky. The clock on the wall ticked in annoying little bursts. His fingers tapped a rhythm on his knee. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then 20. By minute 22, he was practically melting into the couch, the humidity of the day clinging to him like a second skin. He could feel his temper bubbling just beneath the surface, not because of anything in particular, but because he hated waiting. He SCKED at waiting. The least I could do is burn off some goddamn steam while I wait. He stood, pacing slowly across the room like a caged animal. Every few laps, he'd glance toward the door, scowl, and keep moving. FING Aizawa. Why tell him to come in if he wasn't going to be here? What kind of pro-hero leaves students stewing in empty rooms like this? 30 minutes passed. Then 35. By the time the clock hit 40, Katsuki had had it. He grabbed the handle of the door with every intention of storming out, already halfway through composing the angry monologue he'd deliver later when something caught the corner of his eye. A folder. Lying there. On Aizawa's desk. Unattended. His brow furrowed. He turned back, eyeing the file like it had personally insulted him. It wasn't hidden, wasn't locked away. Just sitting there. Slightly askew. Like someone had left in a hurry and forgotten to clean up. Logic told him to leave it alone. Curiosity, stupid, festering curiosity, told him otherwise. It's just the cover, he reasoned, slowly stepping closer. No harm in looking at the cover. He leaned over the desk, scanning the bold black print typed across the front of the file. Aldra Middle School, Murder Report File. The moment his eyes landed on the words, something dropped in his chest. His stomach clenched, and the room suddenly felt 10 degrees warmer. That same queasiness from before crawled its way back up his throat. He swallowed it down. Knew it. Knew it wasn't just some random murder. He hesitated for a second. Then flipped the file open. The pages were a mess of black and white photocopies, crime scene documentation, testimony notes. Everything was neat, methodical. Boring. Katsuki's eyes skimmed across the first few pages, only half absorbing the contents. His brain registered terms like blunt force trauma, inconsistent timelines, and suspected male student, but the words blurred together. God, he thought bitterly, I'm gonna have to deal with this boring crap when I'm a pro? These DMN reports'll kill me before any villain does. He turned another page. And then he saw it. Suspect, Izuku Midoriya. Everything stopped. His breath hitched, sharp and involuntary, like someone had sucker punched him in the gut. He stared at the name. Sir, what? No, that had to be wrong. He reread it. Fin. And again. But the name didn't change. It was printed clearly, right there on the page. Bold. Official. His frown deepened, sharp enough to split his face in half. For a split second, his brain, unhelpful as ever, jumped to the worst possible conclusion. Deku's dead. But the word wasn't victim. It was suspect. Suspect? Deku? A murderer? The idea alone made his stomach churn. Sure, the nerd had always been weird. Quiet. Too observant. But a killer? Deku couldn't even squash a bug without panicking. It didn't add up. None of it did. Before he could read further, a sound echoed from the hallway, distant, but growing closer. Footsteps. Katsuki slammed the file shut and backed away like it had bitten him. He glanced once at the door, then at the folder, then at the door again. He didn't know what the hell was going on. But something was wrong. Very wrong. And somehow, he was now in the middle of it. The door creaked open just as Katsuki stepped back from the desk, arms folded tightly over his chest to make himself look casual, normal. As if he hadn't just been snooping through confidential files that could probably get him expelled. Aizawa stepped in, eyes heavy-lidded and half lost in thought, a file of his own tucked under one arm and a half-empty bottle of cold coffee in the other. He paused, only for a second, when he noticed Katsuki standing awkwardly in the center of the room. "You're still here?" he asked flatly. Katsuki scoffed and turned his head away. Yeah. What? You forget about me. Aizawa didn't answer. He crossed the room with slow, deliberate steps and dropped his papers onto the desk, narrowly missing the one Katsuki had just closed. Katsuki watched the stack land with a soft thud, and for a moment, neither of them said anything. Aizawa finally sank into his chair with a tired sigh and rubbed his temple. You wanted to talk about the Mineta incident? It wasn't my fault he's annoying, Katsuki muttered. I'm not here to debate fault. I'm here to make sure you don't level the building the next time someone breathes in your direction. Katsuki rolled his eyes, arms crossed tighter now. He should have been annoyed, maybe even ready to argue. But something about that file, the name, printed so clearly, so wrong, had made everything else feel like background noise. He hesitated. Then, trying to sound offhand, he said, You hear anything about Aldra lately? Aizawa's eyes flicked up immediately, sharp and unreadable. Why? Katsuki shrugged, feigning indifference. Just saw something on TV earlier. Said a kid from my old school got murdered. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, expression unreadable. That case is confidential. If you heard anything, it was speculation. You're not involved. Katsuki held his tongue barely. Not involved. Even though his hands were sweating. Even though his heart had jumped when he saw the name. Even though his brain had started sprinting miles ahead before he could catch it. He nodded, jaw clenched. Whatever. Before Aizawa could respond, there was a knock at the door. Both of them turned. Come in, Aizawa called. The door slid open again, and a slim woman in a DLVOI uniform stepped in, holding a small brown box wrapped in clear tape. It didn't have a name on it, just a single black sticker with a red stamp on the seal. Katsuki stared at it. Something about the package made his skin crawl. "Do I for Eraserhead," she said, glancing between them. No return address. Aizawa stood and accepted the box without a word. Thanks. She nodded and left, the door clicking shut behind her. Katsuki watched as Aizawa set the box on the desk. He didn't open it immediately, just looked at it for a long, still moment. Then, with a slow motion, he reached for his utility knife and sliced through the tape. Inside was a cassette tape. But unlabeled. No note. No case. Just the tape. The room fell completely silent. Aizawa picked it up carefully, turning it over in his hand. His brow furrowed. This is outdated tech. Who the hell still uses these? Katsuki's mouth felt dry. Is that for the case? I don't know yet, Aizawa muttered. But it just became my top priority. He opened the drawer and pulled out a small, dusty cassette player, old, its buttons slightly faded from age. The machine clicked into place with a mechanical hum. He pressed play. At first, only static. A breath. So, like someone was sitting far too close to the mic. A few seconds passed before a voice finally emerged, muffled and quiet, like it had been recorded in secret. I don't know who will hear this, the voice said, nervous. Maybe no one. Maybe it gets thrown out. Katsuki's heart skipped a beat. The voice was familiar. Distorted slightly, but only just. I didn't mean to become this, it continued. None of this was planned. I didn't want to disappear. The pause. I know you're investigating the case. I know you're trying to make sense of it, but the truth won't come from the files. It won't come from the autopsy or the crime scene. Another breath. Shakier this time. It'll come from Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki's hands clenched. If he wants the truth, the voice said, quieter now, he has to look for it himself. Because I'm tired of hiding. I think he might be the only one who'll understand. The tape ended with a soft click. Silence swallowed the room. Katsuki didn't move for a long moment. Neither did Aizawa. But something had changed. Whoever left the tape, whoever the voice belonged to, wasn't just asking to be caught. They were asking to be found. Aizawa sat slouched in a creaky metal chair, the faint groan of metal echoing through the stale air of the police interview room. A lone fluorescent bulb buzzed above them, flickering occasionally like it was debating whether to give out altogether. The walls were a bleak off-white, cracked in the corners, The kind of color that soaked into your skin if you sat with it too long. A stale mixture of old paper, bitter coffee, and something vaguely metallic lingered in the air. Katsuki sat across from him, arms crossed, legs spread wide in that typical stance of his ready to fight, even if he didn't know who the opponent was yet. It was the first time he'd ever been in a police station as someone helping with a crime. Usually, he was the victim technically considering how often Class 1A had been attacked. But this felt different. Colder. Not about heroes or training or villains crashing in through the wall. This was real. This isn't official yet, Aizawa began, his voice low and steady, almost too calm for what they were discussing. But I've informed your parents that, under my supervision, you'll be involved in this investigation. Katsuki gave a slight nod, jaw tight. He wasn't exactly thrilled his parents knew. They'd probably freak. Or worse, act proud. Many details were kept hidden, Aizawa continued, since the case is still confidential. It may involve a serious villain or someone with access to sensitive information. You need to be extremely cautious. If anyone asks about it, you deflect. Got it? I'm not a dumbass, Katsuki said, voice flat. I didn't say you were, Aizawa replied, without missing a beat. But you tend to act on impulse. That won't help here. This isn't a battlefield. You can't blow this one up to solve it. Katsuki held back a glare. His anger had a sharp little edge to it, thin, not loud. He was too focused to explode. Too tired maybe? Or too disturbed. He tapped his fingers restlessly against the cool surface of the table. What about the tick? What information was found on that? Aizawa's expression darkened slightly. He furrowed his brows and leaned back in the chair, the creak echoing again in the near-empty room. The cassette is frustrating, he said slowly. Outdated tech like that, it's hard to trace. There's no digital signature, no network data. No return address. Whoever sent it knew exactly what they were doing. He paused. We tried fingerprints. The results came back negative. Either they wore gloves or wiped it down with surgical precision. Even the box it came in was handled with care. Not a single usable print. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. He leaned forward slightly, muscles tense under his uniform. So we've got nothing. For now, Aizawa replied. Whoever we're dealing with, they're not new to this. It's either someone with professional experience, or someone who's been planning this for a long time. Patient. Strategic. The words settled in Katsuki's chest like a weight. He didn't like the sound of that. Someone who took their time. Someone who made murder an art. His mind drifted. The bold black letters. That name one he'd mocked, taunted, shouted for years, now written under suspect. The image of that alleyway flashed in his mind again, green eyes dull, smoke trailing from parted lips, ash scattering at his feet. What the f have you gotten yourself into? He swallowed hard. It felt like there was gravel in his throat. Aizawa shifted slightly, tone softening just a hair. I'd like to take you to the location where the victim was found. It's still sealed off. I've cleared it with the local authorities. Katsuki nodded slowly, trying to shove the mess in his head into some kind of order. Why? Because you're local, Aizawa said. People in that neighborhood might be more comfortable talking to someone who doesn't wear a uniform. Might remember something small. Something they wouldn't say to a cop. Katsuki hesitated, fingers twitching in his lap. Yeah, he muttered, voice low. Okay. The lights in Heights Alliance were dim and warm, buzzing faintly like they always did at night. The common area smelled faintly of microwaved curry and the orange-scented cleaner Ida used religiously on the counters. Someone had left the TV on, muted, flickering with late-night talk shows no one was watching. The front door clicked shut behind Katsuki. He stood still for a moment, his hands still on the doorknob, his shoulders stiff under the weight of a long, quiet ride back from the station. His legs ached from sitting too long. His mind ached from everything else. Voices floated over from the couches. There he is. Kaminari called out, stretching an arm over the back of the sofa. We thought you bailed. Dinner's already over, but I think there's still rice if you want. I'm not hungry, Katsuki muttered, already brushing past him. The heads that had turned toward him slowly returned to their conversations, except one. Kirishima leaned forward from where he sat on the floor near the coffee table, a game controller in his lap, his expression softening. "You okay, man? You look kinda wiped." "I'm fine," Katsuki snapped too quickly. His voice wasn't harsh, but it had that clipped edge that warned people to drop it. Kirishima didn't. He stood up slowly. "You were gone all day. I thought you were just meeting with Aizawa." Katsuki didn't respond. He kept walking toward the stairs, his jaw tight. Kirishima frowned. "Did something happen?" Katsuki stopped, halfway up the staircase. There was a long pause. He didn't turn around when he said, "It's not your business." The words hung there for a second longer than necessary, a little heavier than he intended. He climbed the rest of the stairs without looking back. The car ride was silent. Katsuki sat in the back seat, arms crossed, eyes fixed out the window. The sky outside was slate gray, thick clouds pressed low against the skyline like the entire world was holding its breath. The car's tires murmured quietly against the asphalt. Every now and then, Aizawa would glance at his phone, but he didn't say anything. Neither did the driver. Katsuki didn't mind. He wasn't in the mood for small talk. When they finally arrived, the driver pulled up beside a narrow alley just 2 blocks from Aldra Middle. The building was still visible in the distance, grim and uninviting, exactly how Katsuki remembered it. The alley had been cordoned off, the yellow tape long since removed, but a few plastic markers still clung to the fencing. The driver gave a brief nod to Aizawa. "I'll circle back in an hour." Aizawa nodded and stepped out. Katsuki followed, landing on the uneven pavement with a soft thud. The moment the car pulled away, they were surrounded by a heavy, damp silence. The dumpster stood ahead of them, dented, scratched, and rusted along the bottom. A pile of broken-down boxes and trash bags leaned against its side. It didn't smell like a crime scene anymore. It just smelled like rain and rot. They didn't speak as they walked toward it. Aizawa slipped on gloves and leaned in, lifting the dumpster's lid. A swarm of flies buzzed up and scattered. Katsuki stepped back, covering his nose with his sleeve. "Fing disgusting." Aizawa didn't flinch. He sifted through the garbage with a pair of tongs, brows slightly furrowed. "There's nothing fresh. Just decomposition and leftover trash." "Doesn't feel like we'll find anything," Katsuki muttered. "We still look," Aizawa said. "Even when we're not expecting to." Katsuki paced slowly around the area, scanning the alley walls. Faded graffiti. Old beer cans. Cigarette butts. Nothing that screamed evidence. Aizawa stepped away after a few minutes, pulling his phone from his coat pocket. "I need to take this." "Stay close." Katsuki nodded absently, crouching to kick a crushed can aside. Yeah. Aizawa stepped toward the far end of the alley, phone pressed to his ear, voice low. That's when a voice behind Katsuki made him flinch. "Hey there. You went to Aldra, didn't you?" Katsuki turned sharply. A man stood just a few feet away, mid-50s maybe, with wiry gray hair tucked under a cap. He wore a windbreaker and held a grocery bag in one hand, half filled with gardening gloves and seed packets. His eyes were tired but kind. "I think I've seen you before," the man said. "You were one of the loud ones, if I remember right." Katsuki stared. "Yeah." The man gave a sad sort of smile. "Terrible thing that happened. Poor kid." Katsuki narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're the one who found him?" The man nodded, slowly. "Wasn't something I'd ever thought I'd have to deal with, that's for sure. Thought the smell was just garbage, you know? Guess it was worse." Katsuki didn't reply. The man looked down at his shoes, scratching the back of his neck. "I don't know what happened. None of us do. Cops don't say much," he said. "But something about it didn't feel random. Not like a villain attack or something. Felt like it was personal." Katsuki's jaw tightened. "What do you mean?" The man shrugged. "Can't explain it. Just had that feeling. The way the body was left, it wasn't hidden. It was placed. Like someone wanted it to be found." Katsuki's stomach twisted. The man sighed and adjusted his bag. "Anyway, sorry. I've got to get back. Got tomatoes that need pruning." He gave Katsuki a small nod before walking off down the alley, his steps slow and uneven. Katsuki watched him disappear around the corner. Then, he turned to head back toward Aizawa when his foot caught on something soft. He looked down. A piece of cardboard. Worn, damp, stained on one corner, probably nothing. Just trash. He was about to kick it aside when his eyes caught the scrawl of ink. An address. Familiar. Too familiar. Katsuki crouched down and picked it up slowly, his eyes scanning the numbers. Midoriya residence. His mouth went dry. Aizawa returned just as Katsuki stood up, still holding the cardboard. "What is it?" Aizawa asked, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Katsuki hesitated for half a second, then held it up. This was under the dumpster. Aizawa took it, frowning. He flipped it over in his hand. "It's probably nothing," he said. "Could have been a calling card. Prostitutes use this kind of stuff sometimes." Katsuki's eyes flared. "That's bullshit." Aizawa blinked. "I saw the file." Katsuki snapped, stepping forward. "The one on your desk. Don't look at me like I'm imagining it, I read it." Aizawa didn't move, but his expression changed slightly, a shift in his eyes. Like something subtle had cracked through the professional veneer. He said nothing. Katsuki's chest rose and fell with tight, angry breaths. "One of the suspects. One of the names in that file. I knew him. Not just from school. From when we were kids." The pause. Aizawa's voice was calm when he spoke. "Midoriya." Katsuki didn't answer. He didn't need to. He looked down at the cardboard in his hand. Then, almost unwillingly, he pointed to the address again, this time slower, more deliberate. "This is his house." The silence between them stretched. Aizawa exhaled through his nose, voice low. "Then it's time we stop treating this like a theory." He turned and pulled out his phone again. "I'm calling the investigation team. We're going to Midoriya's place." The common room was filled with low chatter, warm lights, and the soft crackle of popcorn in the microwave. Someone had found an old board game, and now a semicircle of Class 1A students had formed around the table, sprawled across beanbags, the couch, and floor cushions. Katsuki sat off to the side, not far enough to be alone, not close enough to really be in it. His legs were stretched out in front of him, arms folded, expression unreadable. He wasn't sure why he didn't leave. Maybe it was the way Kirishima had patted the space beside him earlier and said, "Just hang out for a bit, yeah?" So he stayed. They were playing some dumb memory game, something Jairu found in a dusty corner of the common room labeled Hero School Icebreakers for Dorks. It had them asking each other weird personal questions, mostly meant to be funny. "Toru," Kaminari grinned, drawing a card. "What's the most embarrassing thing you did when your quirk first showed up?" Toru groaned. "Ugh, when I was in kindergarten, I forgot I was invisible and started talking to a group of parents during pickup totally naked. My teacher had to throw a towel over me even though no one could actually see anything." The room burst into laughter. Even Katsuki let out a small, dry exhale that could almost pass for a chuckle. Jairu snorted. "That's why I never trusted invisible people. You never know what they might overhear." "Racist," Toru shot back playfully. Kirishima leaned back against the couch, chuckling. "Okay. Who's next?" Ashido smirked and jabbed a finger in his direction. "Red Riot. Let's hear yours." Kirishima scratched his neck, grinning sheepishly. "Mine's kinda bad. I was like, 7? Playing with my dog outside. And my arm hardened out of nowhere, just bam. Knocked the poor little guy in the face." "Ah." Uraraka winced, laughing. "Did you cry?" "He did," Ciro grinned. "He told me this story like 2 months ago. Cried harder than the dog did." Everyone laughed again. The room felt light. Katsuki stared at the floor for a moment. His chest felt tight, but not in the usual ragey way. More like something pressing inward. Like he'd swallowed a stone. He hadn't even realized he was thinking it until Kirishima turned to him and asked, "What about you, Bakugo?" The room quieted slightly. Katsuki glanced up, eyes flicking to each of them. Their faces were open. Curious. Not mocking. Not pushing. He thought of saying, "Mind your own business," or throwing a pillow. But he didn't. "That I was 4, he said, his voice low. "It happened during a tantrum. I was mad, 'cause my mom wouldn't give me another snack." Ashido grinned. "And you exploded?" Katsuki gave a dry smirk. "Blew a hole in the coffee table." "DMN, Kaminari said. "That tracks." Katsuki shrugged and looked down again. "After that she made me wear mittens. Said I couldn't take them off unless I asked nicely." Another round of laughter. "And then, softly Uraraka added, that's kind of adorable." Katsuki rolled his eyes, but the warmth in the room didn't bother him the way it sometimes did. He leaned back against the wall and let the voices fade into background noise. Until his mind drifted uninvited to someone who would have had a story too. He could almost hear it, that nervous laugh, the way he'd have gone off on a tangent about quirkless development patterns, or how he accidentally scratched a kid trying to break up a playground fight. Except he never did get a quirk. Bakugo's fingers curled slightly around the edge of his cushion. The memory came unannounced. Deku smiling even after being pushed down. Dirt on his knees. Stupid notebook in hand. A lump rose in his throat before he could name it. Kirishima's voice broke through gently. "Hey, Bakugo. You all right?" Katsuki blinked. He looked up. Kirishima wasn't pushing, just watching. He nodded once, slow. "Yeah." Then quieter, "Just remembered something." Kirishima gave him a small nod. No questions. But understanding. The game moved on. Someone made a joke. The laughter swelled again. But Katsuki stayed quiet, his thoughts somewhere else entirely. The street was unusually quiet as Katsuki and Aizawa approached the Midoriya household. Not just suburban quiet, but hollow. The kind of quiet that pressed against your ears and made the air feel heavier. The clouds above sagged low and colorless, matching the dull concrete sidewalk beneath their feet. The house stood still at the end of the street, tucked between two other homes that looked well kept in comparison. This one had shutters half closed, a gutter hanging crooked off the side. The lawn was overgrown and brittle, dotted with dead patches like the earth had given up. Aizawa knocked twice. Sharp, efficient. No answer. He knocked again, this time louder. Still nothing. Katsuki exhaled, arms crossed. Auntie Inko must not be home. Aizawa glanced sideways at him, a subtle tilt to his head. "Auntie." Katsuki paused, stiffening slightly. I used to be over here a lot. When we were kids." Aizawa gave him a long look but said nothing. Katsuki looked away, growing impatient. He stepped off the porch and walked toward the window to the left of the door, peering in between the blinds. The house was dim, even with what little daylight filtered through the clouds. But what he saw inside made his gut twist. It wasn't just unkempt. It was abandoned. Furniture was out of place, some toppled, some covered in blankets or dust. A cracked picture frame lay face down on the floor. The air inside, even through the glass, looked stale. Like no one had breathed it in months. Katsuki's brows drew together. This place. It's empty. Like really empty. Not cleaned out empty either. More like. He trailed off. Aizawa stepped forward and, without hesitation, tried the front door. It clicked open. That alone made Katsuki's chest tighten. "No one leaves their door unlocked in this part of town," he muttered. "Not unless they're right behind it." "Or not coming back," Aizawa replied, already stepping through. The smell hit them instantly, musty and dry, like mildew, paper rot, and stale memories. Dust floated visibly in the air, disturbed only by the slow creak of their footsteps on the warped floorboards. "If Inko moved," Katsuki said under his breath, "she wouldn't leave the house like this." Aizawa's voice came next, quiet and clinical, but heavy with implication. "Midoriya's been missing for a few months now. It's likely his mother didn't handle it well. We don't have confirmation, but..." He stopped. His flashlight flicked up, and Katsuki followed his gaze into the living room. What they saw didn't match anything Katsuki expected. Not grief. Not abandonment. Not even madness. It was obsession. Dozens of school desks, old, dented, clearly stolen or salvaged, were stacked in uneven towers along the far wall. Some were upright, others turned on their sides, the rusted metal legs poking out like spider legs. The wood was scratched, splintered, discolored in places. "What the hell?" Katsuki whispered. They stepped closer, cautious. Aizawa's flashlight caught something carved into the surface of one of the desks. He leaned in. Words. Roughly scrawled. Over and over. Loser. Nerd. Quirkless. Deku. Each letter was jagged, like it had been etched in, not written. A pen or nail or knife dragged so hard across the wood that splinters curled up from the grooves. Katsuki's throat tightened. He reached out. "Let me see the flashlight." Aizawa handed it over wordlessly. Katsuki didn't even need to move. The light hit the next desk to the right, and suddenly the air felt colder. "Kill yourself." "Where?" Katsuki stood frozen. "The first one, yeah." He could believe it. He couldn't remember who said it, but he remembered hearing it. Maybe whispered in a locker room, maybe yelled in a hallway. But where? No one had ever called Deku that. Not that he remembered. "This is strange," Aizawa said aloud, echoing Katsuki's thoughts exactly. Katsuki slowly stepped around the stacked desks, his boots crunching down on crumpled paper and bits of broken plastic. Aizawa crouched and began rifling through the mess on the floor. Then Katsuki's eyes caught something. Another desk, half hidden under a toppled chair. Something had been written on this one too, but different. An address. Katsuki blinked, then bent down. Another address? He called over his shoulder. "Oi, eraser. Look at this." Aizawa walked over and squatted down beside him. The moment his eyes met the carving, his expression twitched just slightly. Barely there. But Katsuki caught it. "These are clues," Aizawa said. Katsuki stared. "What the hell do you mean?" Aizawa stood, slowly scanning the entire room with his flashlight. The desks. The messages. The addresses. It's all part of a pattern. They were left here on purpose. He turned back to Katsuki. "If Midoriya is the killer, he's setting himself up to be caught." Katsuki's blood ran cold. "What? Why the F would he do that?" Aizawa shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe guilt. Maybe it's something else. There's also the chance someone's setting him up. But as it stands, these installations, they're deliberate." Katsuki's gaze returned to the words carved into the wood. The cruel nicknames. The slurs. "Let me get this straight," he said. "He's giving us clues on how to solve the case?" Aizawa nodded once. Katsuki dragged a hand through his hair. "F's sake. It's like a DMN mystery game." Aizawa exhaled hard through his nose and stood straight. "I'm going to notify the authorities. This place needs to be preserved and processed. Fingerprints, fibers, anything." In the meantime, he looked down at Katsuki. "Try to breathe. Stay here. Just for a minute." He turned and stepped away, pulling his phone out of his pocket again. Katsuki stood alone in the center of the room, surrounded by towers of rusted desks and 100 echoing insults carved into wood. His fingers curled tightly around the flashlight. He didn't want to believe it. But the evidence. And yet. "It's too perfect," his mind whispered. "Too theatrical. If Deku was really the killer, why leave a trail? Unless he wanted to be found. Or someone wanted him to be." Katsuki stared at the desk in front of him, the word "Deku" scratched in so deep it bled black ink through the grain. His thoughts spun in ugly, dizzying circles. If it's not him? If it is him? And worst of all, what if I'm the reason? "Watch your demon mouth." Mitsuki Bakugo's voice thundered across the dinner table like a grenade, shaking the chopsticks in her hand and sending a piece of fish flying off her plate. Katsuki rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, expression sour. You swear all the fucking time and no one says anything." "That's different," she snapped, slapping her palm down on the wooden table hard enough to make the plates rattle. "I'm an adult. You're still under my roof." "I'm barely home," he muttered, voice low but laced with heat. "Not like you'd notice." "What was that?" "I said I don't live here anymore, old hag." The insult landed like a slap. Mitsuki's nostrils flared. "Keep calling me that and I'll knock the teeth out of your demon's skull." "Mitsuki," Masaru's soft voice interrupted gently from the other end of the table, setting his glass down with a calm clink. Maybe let's not have a war zone over dinner. Mitsuki glared at both of them for a long second, then sat back in her chair with a dramatic sigh, arms folded. He never visits, then shows up with that mouth of his and thinks I'm not gonna say something. I should have let him explode our front porch when he was 5. Masaru chuckled lightly. You almost did. Katsuki grumbled something under his breath and stabbed a piece of steamed vegetable with his chopsticks, not eating it, just rolling it around the plate like it had personally offended him. The silence settled again, heavier now, the tension cooling into awkwardness. It was Masaru who broke it, as always. So, how's the internship going? Still working with Aizawa? Katsuki didn't look up. Yeah. That must be something, Masaru said, trying to keep his tone light. He's a serious one, huh? Real professional. He's fine. Learning a lot? Katsuki shrugged. I guess. It wasn't much, but it was enough to satisfy his dad's curiosity. Masaru nodded and took a bite of rice, not pressing further. Mitsuki, however, was watching him more closely now. Her sharp eyes narrowed not in anger this time, but with something quieter. Like she was trying to read between his shrugs and one-word answers. Katsuki noticed. He caught her gaze and held it for a split second too long. Then, awkwardly, he shoved a large mouthful of rice into his mouth and started chewing with exaggerated disinterest. Mitsuki didn't say anything. Just kept chewing. Masaru smiled into the lull, grateful for the absence of shouting. You know, back when I was your age, I interned at an accounting office. That was considered the tough route. Couldn't even wear shoes inside, had to bow at every doorway. One time I bowed into a glass door so hard I gave myself a nosebleed. Katsuki scoffed through his nose. Sounds lame. It was lame, Masaru said with a grin. But at least I didn't have to chase villains or sort through crime scenes. Katsuki flinched just a little. Barely enough to notice. Mitsuki noticed. Masaru kept going, oblivious. So, what do you guys actually do? Just tail Eraserhead while he broods in alleyways? Katsuki shrugged again. Mostly watch. Listen. Sometimes take notes. It's not that big a deal. That sounds productive, Masaru said diplomatically. It's boring. You look tired. That was Mitsuki. Her voice wasn't loud this time. It came suddenly, cutting clean through the room. She wasn't yelling anymore. She wasn't scolding. She was observing. Katsuki blinked. I'm fine. Dark circles under your eyes, she continued. You're skinnier. And your fuse is shorter than usual, which I didn't think was possible. Katsuki rolled his eyes and went back to his food. I said I'm fine. You sure you're not in some real trouble? She asked. Chopsticks paused midair. This ain't just hero work. I can tell. Mitsuki, Masaru warned again, this time softer. But she didn't back down. Her tone wasn't harsh anymore. Just blunt. I'm your mom. I know when something's eating at you. Katsuki chewed slower. Didn't answer. The table was quiet again. This time, the silence stayed. Masaru picked up the reins again with a gentle pivot. Hey, your old classmate came up on the news, didn't they? That murder case from Aldra. Katsuki's chopsticks stopped mid-motion. Mitsuki gave her husband a sharp look. Masaru looked sheepish. What? It was on last week. Katsuki dropped his chopsticks to his plate. Don't. Masaru held up his hands. Alright. Sorry. Katsuki stood up, grabbing his plate. I'm done. You didn't finish, Mitsuki pointed out. Wasn't hungry. He carried the dish into the kitchen, dropped it in the sink with a louder clink than necessary, and stood there for a moment, hands gripping the edge of the counter, breathing slowly. From the table, he heard Masaru murmur, He's definitely not fine. Of course he's not, Mitsuki replied, her voice surprisingly soft now. He's just too damn proud to say it. The lunch bell rang out, echoing through the halls of UA like the signal of liberation it always was. Students filtered from their classrooms like a stream of restless energy, laughter and chatter filling the corridors. Katsuki walked behind the usual crowd. He begrudgingly found himself associated with extras, as he still liked to call them in his head. Though lately he'd stopped saying it out loud as often. He didn't know if that was growth or exhaustion. Mina, Shiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Jairu made up what Mina had so annoyingly dubbed the Baku Squad. A name that made his left eye twitch every time he heard it. Why the hell is half my DMN name in that? I didn't ask for a goddamn squad. But as always, he followed them. Silently. Stewing. The cafeteria was buzzing as usual, trays clattering, voices echoing off the walls. Katsuki slumped into a seat at their usual table near the window, dropping his tray down without a word. The others were mid-conversation already, voices bouncing over one another like a never-ending ping-pong match. You know, Kaminari said between mouthfuls of curry, dark-haired girls just hit different. But honestly, I don't even mind guys either. Just give me someone with nice hair and we're good. Mina groaned. Ugh, typical. What about personality, Denki? Kaminari shrugged with a grin. Look, I like someone fun. And hot. I'm not picky. Well, Mina chimed, dramatically flipping her pink hair, I want someone who practically worships the ground I walk on. Not like in a creepy way. But, you know, enthusiastic. Devoted. Preferably. Dramatic. Shiro raised a brow. So you want a simp? I want a romantic simp. Katsuki rolled his eyes and sighed heavily, stabbing at the rice on his tray. Shiro turned toward him. You good, man? Fine, Katsuki muttered. Okay, Kaminari said, then turned back to the topic with zero tact. Shiro, you got a type? Shiro shrugged. I don't know. Someone chill? Like, if they're into the same stuff as me, movies, skating, maybe pranks, that's cool. Haven't really thought about it. Jairu, sitting next to him, nodded. Yeah, I get that. I don't really know either. But she didn't elaborate. Her eyes dropped to her tray, and she picked at her food instead. There was a small flush on her cheeks. Kirishima grinned, lifting his milk carton. Someone manly. Though I don't think that necessarily means it has to be a guy. Manly is a state of mind, Mina teased. Exactly. Kirishima laughed. Just someone with guts. Someone who puts others first. Katsuki scoffed loudly and rolled his eyes again. Kaminari whipped his head toward him with a grin. Bro, you can't just sit there grunting like an angry cryptid and not expect us to guess your type. Huh? Katsuki snapped, eyes already narrowing. I bet it's Tsundra's or some sheet, Kaminari smirked. The hell does that even? Shiro waved a hand. Nah, he probably doesn't have a type. You really think this guy would go for anyone who's not, like, himself? Kirishima chuckled. You guys seen Bakugo's mom? Looks exactly like him. Oh, don't even, Katsuki started, but it was too late. She's so hot, Kaminari whined dramatically, flopping over the table like he'd been shot. What the F did you just say about Maya? Katsuki nearly leapt across the table, arm half extended toward Kaminari's collar before Jairu, of all people, cut in. Oh, like the Oedipus complex. Everyone turned to her. Kaminari blinked. What the hell is even that? Jairu looked vaguely uncomfortable. It's a psychology thing. Never mind. Guys, Mina stood up suddenly, hands on her hips, like a teacher trying to gather her kindergartners. Have you never read a shoujo manga? A round of blank stares met her. She groaned, exasperated. Oh my god, okay. Listen. If Bakugo had a type, and I'm not saying he does, it would obviously be someone completely different from him. What? Shiro asked flatly. Mina nodded like she was teaching a masterclass. Because opposites attract. Yin and yang. Starfire and Raven. Chaos and calm. It's like a whole thing. Kaminari snapped his fingers. Oh, like Squidward and SpongeBob. Mina stared at him. Wait, yeah, sure. Whatever. Katsuki was halfway to putting his earbuds in when Mina sat down and continued, as if the floor was still hers. Anyways, no offense, but how could you possibly think Bakugo would go for someone like himself? He'd date a version of himself and end up in a physical altercation within the first week. And not in a KNKY way. Kirishima nodded slowly, mid-chew. That actually makes sense. Yes. Thank you. Mina clapped. So, Jiru said, tone dry but amused, who would he go for? Mina smirked like she had been waiting for that exact question. Someone who can handle his outbursts but isn't anything like him. Someone. Maybe even a little nerdy. Katsuki froze. Not visibly. Not in any way the others would notice. But inside, his thoughts jerked to a halt. Nerdy. Someone who could take his outbursts. Not easily, but who wouldn't run away from them either. Unbidden, his brain conjured green eyes behind messy curls, freckled cheeks, a scratchy voice full of unnecessary analysis. A stuttering kid with too much heart and not enough self-preservation. He didn't even realize the conversation had continued around him. Yeah, Kirishima was saying. I can totally see that. Some nerd who balances him out. Keeps him grounded. Right. Mina said triumphantly. He'd deny it all the way to the wedding too. Katsuki's grip tightened slightly on his tray. From the outside, he looked like he was just zoning out. Disinterested. Maybe a little bored. But inside, something had shifted. He wasn't sure what the hell that thought meant, but he hated that it had even shown up. He shoved it into a mental dumpster and tried to slam the lid shut. But that only made his brain unhelpfully flash back the dumpster. The real one. The body. The smell. The desks. The handwriting. The laughter around him faded like white noise. Everyone else was still talking, still eating, still teasing each other. But Katsuki? He stared at his half-finished tray, no longer tasting anything. The cafeteria blurred at the edges. I might never see him again. He'd told himself that wouldn't matter. He thought it wouldn't. But it did. It did. Because even if Deku showed up tomorrow, even if he walked through those cafeteria doors right now, alive and breathing, he wouldn't be the same. He'd be broken. Twisted. Warped by whatever hell he'd been through. That nerdy, kind idiot who followed him around like a shadow would be gone. Tainted. Stained by things Katsuki might never know and some he knew all too well. His stomach twisted. He didn't believe Deku could do it. He didn't want to believe it. Not for a second. But evidence didn't care what he wanted. Still, in the very back of his mind, beneath all the guilt, the fear, the disgust, and the anger was a single, fragile hope. Please don't let him be the killer. Please don't let that be how this ends. Katsuki woke up with a sharp inhale and the taste of metal on his tongue. His eyes snapped open, heart beating faster than it should have, fingers curled into the sheets like they were bracing for impact. He sat up slowly, blinking into the gray wash of morning light that seeped through the blinds. He didn't remember the dream if it was a dream. But something about the way he'd woken up, tense and rattled, made it clear that whatever had filled the gaps in his unconscious mind wasn't anything good. There was a weight in his chest, a static hum just beneath his skin. He sat still for a moment, waiting for it to fade. It didn't. He pushed off the blanket and forced himself into motion. His morning routine was automatic. Mechanical. Shower. Brush teeth. Wash face. Skincare. Clothes. The shower helped. At least a little. He kept it scalding hot at first, enough to steam up the mirror and sting his skin, then flipped the handle to cold at the very end, shocking himself back into his body. It was how he liked it. How he needed it. Lately. He was grateful it was Saturday. No school. No classes. No forced interactions with half the idiots in his year. He stared at himself in the mirror for a long moment, face wet and glistening from the cold splash. His eyes looked tired. Hollow. Like someone had turned the brightness down on his soul. Without thinking, he slapped both cheeks lightly. Then again harder. Trying to shake it off. Trying to stay here. He got dressed, loose black joggers and a dark tank top, and dragged his fingers through his hair carelessly. He didn't have the energy for more. He hadn't had the energy for much lately. His body still felt heavy. Not sore. Drained. It was his day off from working out, and for once, he was grateful. The idea of pushing his muscles past their limit made his head ache. Katsuki made his way down the stairs, taking them two at a time. Elevators are for losers. The kitchen was empty when he entered. For once, thank God. The quiet was a luxury. He moved like he was on autopilot, opened the fridge, pulled out leftover miso soup from 2 nights ago. He set it on the stove to warm, then started on the rice. Simple. Efficient. He was hungry, really hungry in a way he hadn't felt in over a week. His appetite had been slipping. Meals skipped. Snacks ignored. But now his body was catching up, gnawing at him like it was scolding him for the neglect. By the time everything was ready, the scent of broth and steam was thick in the air. He sat at the table in the corner of the common room, bowl in hand, and ate slowly but thoroughly. It was still early. The room was quiet, save for the occasional clink of his chopsticks against ceramic. Halfway through his meal, his phone pinged. Then again. He ignored it at first. Didn't want to be pulled out of the rare piece he'd carved out for himself. But after a minute, the screen lit up again, the preview catching his eye. Sender, Aizawa. He picked up the phone and opened the email. The message was brief and to the point. We're investigating the address from the Midoriya household today. Be ready by 1 p.m. Aizawa. No greeting. No fluff. Just facts. Exactly how Aizawa always was. Katsuki didn't bother replying. He figured reading it was answer enough. If Aizawa had a problem with that, he'd say so. 10 minutes passed. No follow-up. He set the phone back down and kept eating, chewing more slowly now. His stomach was beginning to feel full, but his head still felt foggy. Then the screen lit up again. This time, no email. No name. No profile picture. Just a direct message from a blank contact. He frowned and picked up the phone, thumb hovering over the screen. Something about it, the timing, the sender, the silence made his spine crawl. He tapped it open. And froze. What are you waiting for? The killer. His blood ran cold. He stared at the message, unmoving. It wasn't long. It wasn't even dramatic. But something about the casual phrasing like this was some sort of inside joke made it worse. He didn't know how long he sat there, bowl forgotten on the table, phone heavy in his hand. He read the message again. And again. What are you waiting for? The killer. His first instinct was to scoff. Maybe it was some sick prank. Someone at school messing with him. But no one else knew. No one else could know. Unless it wasn't a prank. Unless the person sending it really was the killer. Unless. His jaw clenched. Unless it's Deku. The thought came uninvited, like all the worst ones did. He hated it. Rejected it. Everything about Deku Izuku screamed the opposite of this. Screamed harmless. Too soft for the world, let alone capable of carving someone apart and stuffing them in a dumpster. But still. That night in the alley. The cigarette smoke. The way he didn't flinch. That wasn't harmless. That was someone on the edge of something Katsuki didn't see until it was too late. Maybe I didn't know him as well as I thought. That was the worst part. The part that itched in the back of his mind like a blister he couldn't pop. The not knowing. He'd treated Midoriya like an open book all his life. Like he knew him, his patterns, his weaknesses, his face when he was about to cry. But what if there were chapters he never read? Pages the nerd never showed anyone? This message. It had to be reported. He unlocked the phone again, stared at the screen, and took a screenshot. Then he attached it in a reply to Aizawa's email. Got a message this morning. From the killer, apparently. Check your inbox. He hit send and locked the phone. Then he sat there, staring at his reflection in the black screen. For a moment he thought he saw himself. And behind him just for a second the shadow of someone else. The car ride was quiet as usual. Katsuki sat in the passenger seat, elbow pressed against the door, his chin resting on his fist. The city passed in dull motion through the window. The color palette shifted slightly warmer than the last time they'd done this. July was closing in, creeping at the edges of everything, and the weather showed it. When the car slowed and stopped, he stepped out first, the heavy thunk of the door closing behind him grounding him in place. It was warmer than he liked. A bead of sweat clung to his temple before the wind brushed it away. The air smelled faintly of dried grass and something sweet cherries. The blossom trees nearby had traded their soft pink petals for ripe, maroon-colored fruit, glinting in the sunlight like blood drops in the branches. Above, the relentless trill of cicadas echoed in layers. Alive, sharp, almost too loud for the stillness around them. He stepped forward, glancing down the sidewalk as Aizawa joined him with his usual sleep-deprived posture. "Where the hell is this even going?" Katsuki asked, squinting at the dusty stretch of road ahead. "An unused warehouse," Aizawa answered. "It's part of an old DLVI route. Belonged to a shipping company that shut down 2 years ago. It's been empty since." Katsuki let out a small breath. "Creepy." As they walked, something off to the left caught his eye faint, like a ghost at the edge of his vision. He turned his head and narrowed his eyes. There was his old school, Aldra. It sat squat and gray in the distance, almost swallowed by the midday haze. From this far away, it looked harmless, smaller than he remembered. But the moment he saw it, something in his chest tightened. The TV broadcast from a few weeks ago flickered through his mind like static. The yellow tape, the blurred-out image of a body near the dumpster. He had forgotten that place once. Forgotten it easily. But now it had claws in his memory, digging deeper every day. A part of him wondered if it would ever let go. They approached the warehouse. It was larger than he expected, the kind of place made to move heavy things, built for trucks and crates and people with places to be. But now it stood still, abandoned. The front doors were rusted metal, heavy, and half-hinged. They loomed like an open jaw. Aizawa pushed one open with a low groan of metal on metal. The sound scraped at Katsuki's spine. "Here." Aizawa handed him a flashlight. "Finally," Katsuki muttered. "Tired of using yours." The interior was dark, much darker than it should have been. The tall, narrow windows near the ceiling let in only slivers of light, which fell like disconnected spotlights onto the dusty concrete floor. The air inside was immediately cooler, carrying a faint dampness to it. The door creaked again behind them, and this time it closed. On its own. Katsuki flinched and turned around. He caught sight of the bolt lock. On the inside. A shiver trailed up his back from the cold or the implications, he didn't know. Either way, he didn't like it. He kept his flashlight steady, scanning the room. Crisp shelves. Empty hooks hanging from beams. The dust was thick here, barely disturbed. Aizawa stopped so suddenly that Katsuki nearly bumped into him. "Look," Aizawa said. Katsuki lowered his light from Aizawa's back to the floor ahead of them and froze. A small notebook sat alone in the open. Not dusty enough to have been there long. Thin but worn, its edges frayed. A few bookmarks stuck out at uneven angles. Katsuki crouched down and picked it up. Not a notebook. A diary. His heart thudded in his chest once. Then again. He opened the first page just to check. Hero analysis. Quirk theories. Class rankings. Nerd sheet. Katsuki blinked. For half a second, something like a smile twitched at the edge of his mouth. He wiped it away and frowned harder, sneaking a glance at Aizawa, who was already watching him with an unreadable expression. Of course he knows who this belongs to. Katsuki flipped to the first bookmark, adjusting his grip on the flashlight to shine it better. His eyes scanned the handwriting. Entry number 105. Kaken wasn't as mean today for some reason. He walked by me in front of my locker instead of shoving me against it. But one of the other classmates in my class, I don't remember his name, was throwing me around quite a bit during the lunch break. I sometimes see him with Kaken, but I don't think they're friends. Katsuki's brows pulled together. I have bruises forming on my upper arms now. I can feel it. My arms are pretty weak, I know, so they tend to bruise easily when those guys pick on me. It hurts to be treated this way more than just physically. I can't stand the fact that I can't fight against it, despite how much I'm determined not to back down. I can't stand them. I hate them. And even though Kaken is pretty much the same, I can't help but admiring him. His quirk is so cool and he's so disciplined. He's everything I want to be. And in a way, he's everything I want. Katsuki froze. His eyes locked on that last line, like it was glowing on the page. Everything I want. His throat tightened. But the entry didn't end there. But, still, it's not a thought I want to entertain. No point in even hoping one day we can get back to getting along, let alone. Anyways, Mum is calling me for dinner, so I should get going. Nice chatting with you. Katsuki stared at the page. Longer than he should have. He could feel Izuku watching him, but he couldn't bring himself to look up yet. Izuku's diary. This was real. This was him. And somehow, Katsuki felt like he was only just beginning to understand that he never really knew him at all. Not the way he thought. Not the way he told himself he did. Izuku finally broke the silence. Go to the next bookmark. Katsuki blinked, turning slowly. Izuku's face was impassive, but there was something behind his eyes. A knowing. A quiet recognition of what Katsuki had just read. Katsuki swallowed. He took a breath and flipped to the next bookmark. There was something about silence that Katsuki had grown to hate. Not the kind that came before an explosion, not the heavy quiet before battle. No, this kind of silence crept. It folded itself into the space between thoughts and slowly spread, like mold on untouched fruit. That silence is what filled his ears now as he stood in the warehouse with the diary still in hand, staring at nothing. He didn't know what to think anymore. He wanted to understand. No, he needed to. Some part of him burned with the urge to peel back every layer of this twisted story and finally know what had happened to Deku. What led him here? What broke him? The diary, weathered and bookmarked like a road map of Izuku's pain, felt heavier now. He tightened his grip on it. Bakugo. His name cut through the silence like a blade. Izuku. Katsuki blinked. He turned, gaze dazed but obedient. Right. He flipped to the next bookmark. Entry number 126. Something weird happened to me today. Kaken was mean as always, but that guy, the guy whose name I don't know, was acting strange. His relentless torment on me started to get worse these past few weeks, and today was no different. But that he gave me this weird look after he kicked me to the ground. Like an up and down look. I don't understand what that means. Kaken has been toning it down a bit, but with this guy, it's been getting worse and worse. And that look? It just confused me. I don't get it. It just frustrates me so bad. I'm angry all the time nowadays. But I never show it because I don't know. I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep now. Katsuki felt something churn in his stomach. He swallowed down the nausea. Someone else had been doing this to him? Not just me and my dumbass followers? The thought made his skin crawl. This was too personal. Too raw. It was like peering into a memory that wasn't his, a memory too ugly to hold. Izuku's voice was quiet, almost clinical. It's starting to look bad for Midoriya. But this doesn't confirm anything yet. Katsuki didn't respond. He just flipped to the next marked page. Entry number 130. I'm not sure what to say. Something happened. Something pretty bad. I was on my way home from school when that guy approached me. I'm crying now. Katsuki felt a prickle of cold at the back of his neck. It was like he came out of nowhere. He told me to follow him, and before I could refuse, he grabbed my arm and started pulling me. I didn't have the energy to pull him off. I tried, I really did. But when I kept pulling away, he would threaten to use his quirk on me. He took me to this random warehouse. I really thought in that moment that I was going to die. I really wish I had died that day. Katsuki's face went pale. His hands began to tremble slightly. He pushed me to the floor and he grabbed my shirt and I don't want to talk about this. But I feel like if I don't at least tell this, even if it's to my diary, it's going to ruin me. Not that it already hasn't. I'll get to the point. He raped me. Katsuki froze. The words seared into his vision. His breath hitched in his throat. His world blurred around the edges. I don't know if it counts though. I'm not sure what can be considered RPE or not, you know? When he was done, he kicked me a few times and left. I was lucky that my clothes were still intact, otherwise my mum would have freaked out. I don't want her to know. At least not for a while. I don't know. I just want to kill him. Katsuki let the diary fall slightly in his hands, unable to read the words for a moment. His knees nearly buckled. His ears rang. His throat tightened with the threat of tears. He wasn't even sure what emotion was rising now. Rage? Guilt? Grief? All of it? He had never cared for Deku. Not really. At least, that's what he told himself. But now he wanted to go back in time. Grab him. Protect him. Shake the younger version of himself and scream, "Why didn't you notice?" He wanted to tell Izuku it wasn't his fault. That it mattered. That he mattered. That someone should have protected him, and maybe that someone should have been him. Aizawa, voice soft, spoke again. "There are more bookmarks." "I need a minute," Katsuki muttered, barely above a whisper. Aizawa nodded quietly and backed off. Katsuki turned away and walked a few steps into the dark. His face contorted, nostrils flaring, jaw clenched as he wiped away the few tears that broke free. He inhaled sharply through his nose. "I'm fine," he said. He wasn't. But he had to be. Let's keep going. Entry number 135. I smoked a cigarette today. Just felt like it. I found a packet lying on the floor on my way to school a few days ago and thought I'd give it a try. At first it burned. A lot. I coughed for a while, but since it became a bit of a routine, I've gotten used to it. Just kinda takes the edge off. I guess I needed it. That guy has left me alone recently. Kaken has been the same, thankfully. I just need a bit of certainty in my life right now, and it seems that Kaken's bullying is what's helping me with that. Katsuki winced. He didn't know what hurt more, Izuku's broken coping mechanisms, or the fact that he had somehow become a source of stability. Like, consistency in suffering was better than the chaos of being preyed on. He couldn't bear it. Entry number 140. I killed him. Katsuki's eyes widened. His breath stopped short. He tried to RPE me again. I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to go through that again. I put his body in the dumpster near school. I'm freaking out. I don't know what the F to do. A part of me knows, though. I need to run away. Hide. Maybe forever. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. Or even in this hellish place. My mum will miss me, I know. But eventually she'll forget, I'm sure. I was never that interesting enough to be in the forefront of anyone's mind anyway. Goodbye. That confirms it, Aizawa said, voice low. But Katsuki barely heard him. He was flipping through the rest of the pages, desperate for more explanation, more clarity, more Izuku. He still didn't understand him. Even now, with these pieces of his heart in writing, he still felt like he didn't know him. Didn't know how to save him. Or if he ever could have. Then he found it. The final bookmark. Katsuki opened it slowly. One number. 301. What the hell? He whispered. The page before it read entry hashtag, so this wasn't an entry. Just a number. What did it mean? He felt the panic rise again, fingers tightening around the book. Aizawa must have seen the panic rising because he stepped forward. Katsuki. It's all right. Me. Aizawa gently reached for the diary. Katsuki stepped back, shaking his head. In his stumble, the flashlight dropped from his hand and hit the floor with a clatter. The shadows jumped across the walls. He clutched the diary against his chest like it was something sacred. Like it was the last piece of Izuku that hadn't disappeared. Aizawa was calm. I have to take it. We need to bring it in for evidence. Katsuki stared at the floor for a long time, breathing hard. Then slowly, reluctantly, he handed it over. His fingers lingered. Then he turned and walked away. Aizawa called out, but Katsuki didn't stop. He climbed into the waiting car. Closed the door. Let the silence wrap around him like a blanket soaked in ice water. He sat there, staring at nothing. His mind was quiet now. But his thoughts weren't. All he could think as the car started and the road blurred again was, I wish I could see him again. Just to talk. Just once. The soft whir of the tape recorder was the only sound in the dimly lit evidence room, tucked deep in the lower level of the police station. The light above the long table buzzed faintly, casting a sterile glow over the pages spread before Aizawa. He sat with a slight hunch, elbows resting on the cold metal surface, fingers slowly flipping through the now infamous green notebook Izuku Midoriya's diary. He had read and reread each bookmarked entry, his sharp eyes scanning not just the handwriting, but the pen pressure, the cadence, the emotional signatures embedded into each sentence. His voice, low and steady, filled the silence when he spoke into the tape recorder. Entry 140 confirms self-defense in the death of the unnamed assailant. Entry 135 confirms emotional instability and coping via cigarettes. Subject exhibits symptoms of trauma, dissociation, and he trailed off. Something felt unfinished, incomplete. Aizawa leaned back slightly and rubbed his eyes beneath the dark rings that lived permanently under them. He didn't expect Katsuki to catch every detail. He had been too emotional. But there was something about the last few pages that kept gnawing at him. He turned back to the final pages. The diary had a strange gap. The last entry Katsuki had read was hashtag, but the final page, oddly, had nothing but the number 301. He flipped it again. Then something caught his eye. The top edge of the last page had a rough cut, almost invisible unless viewed from an angle. A torn line. Something had been removed. Without hesitation, Aizawa slipped on a pair of gloves and began carefully examining the inside of the back cover. After a few seconds of prodding, he felt resistance. His pulse quickened. Gently, he peeled back the inner lining of the diary's cover. A folded paper had been taped behind it. The tape was brittle with age, likely several months old but intact. He unfolded it. A map. A crudely drawn map of Mizurufu. Red ink formed tangled lines connecting a few key locations. A small X sat beside a worn-down warehouse. Another marked the alleyway near Aldra Middle School. The Midoriya residence was circled once. And then UA High School, outlined in thick, black ink and circled 3 times. Aizawa's face tightened. He didn't move at first. Just stared. The kind of stare that doesn't really see, but processes. Why would UA be circled? He turned to the evidence wall behind him. Polaroid shots, old surveillance captures, printed copies of each address they'd found, timeline estimates, a pinned list of potential suspects. He stood, slowly, and walked over. Something about the addresses. The locations. The red string. His fingers reached for the map again. He held it up next to the wall and aligned the dots mentally. One line crossed through the police department itself. Was someone watching us? Watching UA? His jaw clenched. He was about to reach for the intercom when the lights flickered. Buzz. Dark again. And then stillness. He stopped breathing for a moment. The tension in the room thickened like fog. The tape recorder clicked to a stop. The hair on the back of Aizawa's neck rose, not out of fear but awareness. The same instinct that kept him alive during battle. He slowly turned his head, scanning the corners of the room. There was no one there. He slipped the map into an evidence bag, sealed it, and tucked it into his coat pocket. He turned the tape recorder back on. This was not here when Bakugo reviewed the diary. Hidden page found behind the final cover. Will report back with secure copies. Addendum, lights flickered. Possible surveillance or interference. Must investigate further. As he moved toward the exit, his boots echoed faintly in the sterile room. Just before leaving, he glanced back at the open diary still lying on the table, pages still fluttering slightly from when he pulled the map out. He turned the lights off, but just as the switch clicked, he thought, for a split second, he saw movement in the reflection of the glass door. But when he looked back, nothing. The days had begun to blur together. Summer had descended hard on the city, thick heat curling off the asphalt and making every streetlight shimmer with exhaustion. Even the cicadas, usually shrieking their seasonal fanfare, seemed too tired to cry. Katsuki didn't mind the heat. He preferred the discomfort of it. It gave his nerves something to focus on. Best Jeanist Agency was pristine, professional, and quieter than he expected. There were no explosions, no screaming villains, no crumbling buildings, just clean conference rooms, strategy meetings, and minor patrols. It was mundane. Predictable. In a way, that should have comforted him. But Katsuki didn't feel comfort these days. He mostly felt static. Like he was waiting for something though he didn't know what. Each morning began with the same routine. Wake up. Ignore the silence in the dorm room Best Jeanist had lent him. Shower, eat something lukewarm, pull on his hero gear, and head out. Patrols were light. His mentor kept things professional. There were occasional one-on-one sessions, mostly about branding and public perception, 2 things Katsuki didn't give a DMN about right now. Your presence is sharp, Best Jeanist once said. But your edges are dulling lately. Katsuki didn't respond. The murder investigation had reached a dead end. That's what Aizawa told him in the last update, nearly a week ago. They had evidence, diary entries, one confirmed body, but there were no new leads, no sightings, nothing else from the killer. The silence was what got to him the most. He didn't tell his friends much what was there to say. That the boy he used to call Deku might have killed someone? That he had been raped? That Katsuki himself might have played some role in what made Izuku Midoriya disappear? So he stayed quiet, focused on patrols, ate dinner in silence, fell asleep too late and woke up too early. Today was no different. He just returned from his afternoon patrol, the sun starting to dip low, casting long shadows across the floor of the agency. He peeled off his gloves, dropped them into the locker, and let out a sigh that sounded louder than it should have in the empty hallway. Then he saw it. A box. Plain. Cardboard. No return address. Sitting right in front of his dorm door. He stared at it for a long second, before slowly kneeling to pick it up. It wasn't heavy, maybe the weight of a thick book, maybe two. His hands were already sweating. Once he was behind closed doors, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed a box cutter from his desk drawer and sliced the tape open with a clean slide. There was another diary. This one was darker than the last. Plain, black leather-bound notebook, the corners slightly worn like someone had been thumbing at it nervously for weeks. There was a folded piece of paper tucked under the front cover. Katsuki pulled it out with steady hands. It wasn't written in Izuku's handwriting. It was printed, like someone had typed it on an old typewriter and scanned the paper. One sentence in blood-red ink. "Are you still waiting, Kakin?" His heart clenched. It was the nickname. Nobody else called him that. Nobody else knew how much weight that name carried, how much he hated it, and missed it, and needed it. The message didn't ask him to do anything. It wasn't threatening. It was worse. It was quiet, personal, like someone whispering to him through a wall he couldn't tear down. He opened the diary and found the entries were newer. The last one was dated only 5 days ago. Aizawa needed to see this. He knew that, but he didn't reach for his phone. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed, the setting sun painting gold lines across his floor, and stared at the page. Entry number 255. I dreamt about the ocean again. I think it's supposed to mean something, but I never get close enough to understand it. Maybe I'm not meant to. Maybe that's the point. He shut the diary after that. He didn't have it in him to keep reading tonight. He sat there in stillness, not sure what was worse, the guilt crawling up his spine, or the quiet ache in his chest that whispered something far more terrifying. That he missed him. Not the nerd. Not Deku. Izuku. And he wasn't sure if he was more afraid of finding him or never finding him again. It was 3 days before Katsuki found the courage to open the diary again. He hadn't told Aizawa. Not yet. He knew he should, but a selfish part of him, a part he didn't know how to confront, wanted to keep it just for a little while longer. The silence in his room had become a companion, and the diary sat on his nightstand like a ghost that hadn't decided if it wanted to be seen or not. The sun had set already. The moonlight cut through the blinds, painting pale lines on the floor. Katsuki sat cross-legged on his bed, his hands resting on the closed cover of the diary, unmoving. The room was too still, like the air itself was waiting for him. Finally he opened it. He flipped past the first few pages he had already glanced at. His heart beat louder than the quiet rustle of paper. His eyes found the next entry. Entry number 256. I don't know how to start this one. I haven't written in a few days because I've been sleeping in a stairwell behind a convenience store. It's not as bad as it sounds. It's dry and quiet. No one bothers me there. Sometimes I think about going back. Not to school. But home. But I can't. Not after what I did. Not after what I've become. The weirdest part is, I don't feel guilty every day. I feel that numb. And then, when the guilt does hit, it nearly tears my lungs out. I can't breathe when I think about him. His face. The way he looked at me like I was some broken toy he didn't know what to do with. I see his face sometimes. In reflections. In the puddles on the ground after it rains. I hope that's not weird. I hope that's not that bad. Kakin used to call me weird. Maybe he was right. Katsuki let out a slow exhale through his nose. The mention of his name again, like a whisper from the past. Like a hand reaching out in the dark. He flipped to the next page. Entry number 256. I had a dream about Mom last night. She was humming in the kitchen. I couldn't see her face, just her back. But she was wearing that yellow cardigan she always wore when it rained. I woke up crying. I haven't cried like that in weeks. I miss her so much it aches. Not the kind of ache you can explain, it's like a song stuck in your chest. No words. Just feelings. She probably thinks I'm dead. I want to send her something. A message. Anything. But I don't know how. I don't even know what I'd say. I killed someone. But I think I was justified. She wouldn't understand. Or maybe she would. But either way, it would break her. So I stay quiet. And alone. Katsuki felt his throat tighten, and he looked away from the page, blinking up at the ceiling. He couldn't picture Inko crying. She was always so cheerful, always kind. The idea of her sobbing in an empty apartment clawed at something inside him. He turned to the next entry. Entry number 257. Sometimes I wonder what you'd say if you found me now, Kaken. Would you scream? Call me a freak? Or would you look at me like I'm a stranger? Sometimes I pretend I'm brave enough to face you. That you'd punch me in the face, yell at me for disappearing, and somehow that would be okay. It would mean you cared. That someone still cared. I used to hate the way you looked at me. Like I was a burden. Like I was nothing. But I think I would give anything to see that look again. I'm such a loser. Katsuki stopped. He pressed his hand to his forehead, eyes squeezed shut. He whispered to no one. His fingers trembled slightly as he turned the page again. Entry number 258. I'm not surviving anymore. I'm just existing. I don't think people understand how different those two things are. Surviving has hope. Has fight in it. Existing is breathing because you have to. There's this guy. He sleeps under the same bridge I do sometimes. Doesn't talk much, but gave me half a sandwich once. I wanted to thank him, but I couldn't get the words out. I just cried. He didn't say anything. Just nodded. I think that's the closest thing to human connection I've had in weeks. Katsuki felt the weight of each word like a stone pressing into his chest. He remembered Izuku as someone full of light. Always smiling awkwardly, even when bruised. Always scribbling in that DMN notebook. And now he was writing about bridges and crying over sandwiches. The world had failed him. And Katsuki knew, deep down, that he was part of that failure. Entry number 259. I almost jumped today. Not in a dramatic way. Just quiet. I stood on the edge of the overpass for a long time. Cars passed under me. People walked by. No one noticed me. That's when I stepped back. Not because I was scared, but because it made me realize no one's going to stop me. No one's coming to save me. If I want to live, it has to be for me. So I guess I'm still here. Barely. Katsuki stared at the page for a long time. That one word barely hung in his brain like an echo in an empty room. The silence in his own room felt deafening now. He closed the diary. His hands were shaking. He felt like he was drowning in someone else's pain, but it wasn't just anyone, it was Izuku. The same Izuku who followed him around as a kid, always smiling. Always trying. Always getting up again. And now? Now he was someone else entirely. But the writing in the diary was still him. Still Deku. Still Izuku Midoriya. Broken, yes. But still fighting, even if only in tiny ways. Katsuki sat still, breathing heavily. He didn't cry this time. He didn't yell. He just sat there. And finally whispered, "Where are you, Izuku?" He wanted to find him. Not to turn him in. Not even for the investigation. But because someone had to tell him he mattered. That he wasn't alone. That someone noticed he hadn't jumped. That someone was still waiting. Even if it took everything in him. It was past midnight when Katsuki found himself staring at the ceiling again, the same lines of moonlight cutting across the floorboards like scars that wouldn't heal. Sleep wasn't happening. It hadn't, really, since the day the second diary arrived. The untouched notebook sat on his desk for a while. But eventually, like a whisper pulling him forward, Katsuki had crossed the room, opened it, and settled back on his bed. Now, pages rustled in his hands like tired sighs. His fingers found the next section. Entry number 260. I live in a shitty part of town now. Not too far from UA, actually. Funny how I ended up circling back toward the one place I should avoid. I found this family, or they found me, I guess. It's an older couple. No kids. They let me rent out their attic for next to nothing. The roof leaks when it rains, and the toilet flushes like it's coughing up a lung, but it's better than sleeping under a bridge. I told them I was running away from home. That my family was abusive. It's not completely a lie, but it's not the truth either. If only they knew how much I want to see her again. I wonder if she'd recognize me now. My hair's brown. I had to dye it. My roots keep growing back, though keeps reminding me I'm pretending to be someone else. They help me pay for the dye. They're not nice, genuinely nice. I don't get it. I want to believe people like that exist, but it feels wrong to let them believe I'm someone I'm not. Katsuki blinked slowly, the words pulling him deeper than he expected. The idea of Izuku being so close to Yue, living in some attic, dyeing his hair, lying just to survive it hit him in a strange way. He couldn't name the emotion. It felt like a knot in his chest that wouldn't come undone. He kept reading. Entry number 261. Sometimes I still dream about Kaken. But it's not like how it used to be. It's not about his quirk or his strength or that sense of certainty I used to cling to. Now it's not different. I think I miss him. Not just the certainty. Not just the idea of him. I think about the shape of his eyes. The way his voice always cracked when he was furious. His stupid, spiky hair, and the way it somehow never looked out of place, even when he just woke up. His smirk, God, that smirk. I hated it. I hated it. But I think I hated it because it always made me feel something. I don't know what this means. I don't want to know. Katsuki stiffened, his thumb hovering over the edge of the page. His heart thudded in his ears. He didn't know what to make of this, any of it. Izuku was saying things Katsuki never expected to read. Feelings that made something in his stomach twist, hot and cold all at once. He flipped the page. Entry number 262. I met this girl. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. She hangs around the convenience store I work at. Not sure what her deal is. She gives me the creeps, honestly. Katsuki relaxed and then frowned at himself. What the f was that? He thought, brushing the thought away like a bug. She said she was some kind of engineer. Or inventor. I didn't really get it. She talks fast and smokes like a chimney. Eventually, after I saw her loitering outside the store a few too many times, I sat down with her on my break. On the steps behind the building. We shared a cigarette. I don't even know why I did that. I barely know her. But she felt safe? Or maybe I just needed someone to talk to. We got on the topic of revenge. Not murder. Not what I did. Just revenge in general. She said she was good at that sort of thing. Creepy, right? I didn't know what to say. I told her I didn't want revenge. Not anymore. Already killed the guy. God, it feels disgusting to even write that. Like saying it confirms it all over again. I think she picked up on something. But she didn't pry. She just said, let me know if you change your mind. I don't think I will. But part of me doesn't know what the hell I want anymore. Katsuki exhaled, long and shaky. He leaned his head back against the wall behind his bed. What the hell are you doing, Deku? He flipped to the next entry, almost too afraid to keep going, but he couldn't stop now. Entry number 263. Kaken, I wish you could see me. Not because I want to be seen as strong, or because I want your approval, or any of the dumb things I used to think I needed. I just want to be seen. All of me. The things I've been through. The way I've changed. The parts of me I had to leave behind just to survive. I want you to understand me. Even if this girl Aikiko, I think she said her name was, even if she listens, it doesn't feel the same. Like she sees a version of me. A projection. Not the real me. But you always saw more of me than I wanted you to. I used to hate that. Now I miss it. Katsuki gripped the book tighter. His palms were sweating. He hated the way his throat felt like it was closing in on itself. Like it didn't want to let him breathe. He turned the page. Entry number 264. I think I'm starting to realize something. All that admiration for Kaken. I don't think it was ever about his quirk. or even his strength. I think it was him. His fire. His chaos. The way he made me feel. I wanted to be like him because I couldn't stop wanting him near me. Even when he hurt me. Even when he hated me. God, this is stupid. What does that make me? I don't want to know. But I want to see him again. More than anything. Even just once. Just long enough to prove I'm still here. Maybe there's another way. Maybe I can talk to him without seeing him. Would that be enough? Katsuki's hands trembled. He closed the book slowly, like it might shatter in his grip. He looked over at the clock. 3:04 a.m. His eyes burned, but he wasn't crying. He couldn't cry. He just sat there, staring at nothing. His breath coming in shallow waves. Izuku Midoriya, the nerd he thought he knew, was now someone tangled in pain, guilt, and loneliness. And yet still somehow the same boy he remembered. The question burned in Katsuki's chest now. Did I ever know him at all? And more importantly, do I want to know him now if this is who he's become? The answer hit him, heavy and terrifying in its honesty. He wanted to understand. Needed to. Because it wasn't just about the murder anymore. Or the diary. Or the guilt. It was about Izuku. The boy who still called him Kakin in his most broken moments. And who, even now, somehow made Katsuki feel like his heart was too small to contain the storm inside it. It had been 5 weeks. 5 weeks since Katsuki last touched the diary. 5 weeks since he let himself read Izuku Midoriya's handwriting, feel his thoughts curl off the page like cigarette smoke that clung to the lungs. The DMN thing was still hidden away, shoved in the deepest part of his top drawer, half buried under his internship briefs and a clean uniform he'd never bothered to wear. He hadn't forgotten it couldn't. But with the weight of Best Jeanist internship and the suffocating possibility that reading more would tip him over the edge, Katsuki told himself space was necessary. That space was smart. The truth? He was terrified. Every time he'd considered opening it, something inside him twisted. Because he knew. He knew the moment he picked it back up, there'd be no return to pretending he was unaffected. So he trained. He patrolled. He did paperwork. He came home every night exhausted enough to avoid the tight ache in his chest. It worked. Until it didn't. Summer was bleeding into fall now. The early September air in Tokyo had cooled just enough to remind him of the start of the school year. The cicadas were still screeching in the trees, but something had shifted, not quite cold, but brittle. Breakable. Katsuki returned to UA 2 days ago, and the dorms were already full of noise. Kaminari yelling about food deliveries, Mina shrieking about the return of mandatory uniform pants. Life was loud again. But in Katsuki's head, there was a silence that had never left. He walked up the dorm steps that Friday evening, his duffel bag slung over one shoulder, half listening to the buzz of his classmates eating takeout in the common room through the glass. He was about to slip in through the doors, eyes glued to the floor, when Shiro called out. "Yo, Bakugo. Something's in the mailbox for you." Katsuki blinked. "What?" Mina, from over the couch, added, "Yeah, like an actual letter? Super vintage of you." Katsuki turned slowly. The small, wall-mounted student mail slots near the entrance were usually empty. No one sent letters anymore. But sure enough, tucked in the slot marked Bakugo Katsuki, was a plain white envelope. No name. No stamp. No return address. His stomach dropped. He didn't respond to anyone. Just walked over, took the envelope without a word, and headed straight upstairs. The dorm room door shut behind him with a click. He didn't turn on the light. Katsuki stared at the envelope in his hand like it was alive. The paper felt heavier than it should. His thumb hovered near the corner, not yet tearing it. He hadn't read the diary in 5 weeks. He hadn't wanted to. But his dreams had made it clear Izuku was still clawing at the inside of his mind, still curled up in the dark spaces Katsuki refused to acknowledge. The same dark spaces that remembered how green Izuku's eyes used to be. How loud his laugh was when he was younger. How damn annoying and persistent and weird he was. Katsuki tore the envelope open. Inside, a single folded piece of lined paper. No extras. No photos. No ink smudges. Just plain, raw handwriting. He unfolded it. "I know you're busy. I know you probably hate me too. But I needed to try. You don't have to read the rest of the diary. Maybe it's better if you don't. But in case you do, I wanted to tell you this first. There are things I've never been able to say out loud. Not to you. Not even to myself. But writing makes it easier. Writing makes it feel like I'm still here. Still real. I'm not asking for forgiveness. Or answers. To be seen. Even if it's just you, Kaken. Especially if it's you. I hope you're okay. Izuku. Katsuki stared at the letter. The loops of Izuku's handwriting were familiar, unchanging even after all this time. Even now. He read it once. Then again. Then a third time, his fingers curling around the edge of the paper tighter with each pass. The air in his dorm room felt thinner. He stood still for a long time, until he couldn't anymore, pacing in small, tight circles as if movement could shake the weight of what he was feeling. He'd spent weeks pretending he could forget. Pretending the words in the diary didn't matter. That what happened didn't matter. But that letter? It made everything real again. It wasn't a report. It wasn't a crime scene. It was Izuku. His words. His handwriting. The way he never could express himself in person but had always been good at bearing his soul on the page. Eventually, Katsuki sat on the floor. The paper still in his hand. His other hand reaching forward to pull open the drawer. The diary was still there. He didn't open it that night. Not yet. But he stared at it for a long, long time. Stared until the room faded to black and only one thought remained. I never hated you. That's the worst part of all this, isn't it? Okay, Kaminari started dramatically, standing on the couch like some righteous film critic. You have to admit that was the most heartwarming movie we've seen all semester. It was trash, Katsuki muttered, arms crossed and legs sprawled out on the floor where he sat. Predictable, loud, and so cheesy I think I got a cavity. It's a rom-com, Bakugo, Mina sighed as she flicked a popcorn kernel at him. You're not exactly the target audience. It was called Kiss Me After the Apocalypse, Ciro added, trying to suppress a laugh. You were expecting subtlety? It was sheet. Katsuki barked again, though not as explosively as usual. The guy literally confessed his love while being chased by radioactive bears. That's not romantic. That's stupid. You just don't get it, Mina said dramatically. It's not about logic, it's about feeling. It's about turning your brain off, Kaminari said, putting a hand to his heart. And turning your heart on. Katsuki made a gagging noise. You've probably never been in love, Kaminari added with a sly grin. Before Katsuki could respond with a middle finger, Todoroki, who had been silently sipping his lukewarm tea from the armchair, said, I've never been in love. Everyone froze. Mina blinked. I what? I've never experienced the symptoms, Todoroki said plainly. Increased heart rate. Obsessive thought patterns. That sort of thing. You're describing it like a medical diagnosis. Jairu snorted. Well, it is an emotional dysregulation, Todoroki replied, deadpan. Technically speaking. Mina flailed her arms. No. You can't just say that and move on. Being in love is like being hit by lightning but in a good way. Hagakure chimed in excitedly. Her sleeves flailed with her gestures. Like suddenly your favorite song is playing all the time in your head, and food tastes better, and everything feels extra sparkly. Todoroki stared at where he assumed her face was. So, auditory hallucinations, altered taste, and visual distortions. That doesn't sound pleasant. Everyone burst out laughing. Mina collapsed sideways on the couch, wheezing. You're hopeless, Todoroki. That's what my therapist said too, he replied, completely serious. Katsuki rolled his eyes. This is the dumbest conversation I've heard all week. Mina narrowed her eyes at him. What about you then, Bakugo? You ever been in love? Not even once? Like someone who's always on your mind? Someone you want to know everything about? Katsuki opened his mouth to say no, but nothing came out. His throat caught. He glanced at the half-empty popcorn bowl. The hum of the air conditioner. The slight fuzz on the TV screen. The first image that popped into his head wasn't from the movie. It was green hair. A determined voice. A tired smile. He blinked. Too slow. Oh, God, Uraraka gasped, pointing dramatically. You have. What? No. Katsuki snapped, eyes wide as if someone had just pulled the fire alarm. His face flushed bright red. Zero burst out laughing. Come on, man, there's no shame in it. I said no, damn it. So who is it? Todoroki asked calmly, setting his tea down. Is it someone in this class? It doesn't matter. Katsuki shouted back, too loud, too quick. Mina leaned forward, curiosity practically dripping off her. Why doesn't it matter? I'm dying to know. Katsuki went quiet. The whole room hushed, like the air shifted. He stared at the floor for a second. His jaw clenched. His breath faltered just slightly but enough for those who were watching to notice. Because, he said, voice quieter now, like it had to claw its way out of his chest, that he's not around anymore. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was heavy. Mina's face softened immediately. Jiraiya looked down. Kaminari opened his mouth but then shut it again. Even Todoroki looked slightly thrown off. Kirishima, who had been quietly sipping soda until then, stood up. Bakubro. Wait. But Katsuki had already stood. Without another word, he walked toward the stairs. Oi, Bakugo, come on. Zero called, a little guilt in his voice. But Katsuki didn't look back. He climbed the stairs, hands shoved into his pockets, his jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He shut the door to his dorm room gently. And sat on his bed. Alone. Outside, the others slowly began to talk again, the moment melting back into half-laughter and uneasy glances. But upstairs, Katsuki sat in the stillness, the ghost of green eyes and unspoken words weighing on his shoulders. The dorm was silent, dipped in shadows and the occasional soft buzz of electricity. Katsuki lay in bed, eyes wide open, the faint light from his phone screen illuminating the creases of frustration on his face. Sleep had eluded him for hours. The words from earlier still echoed in his mind like a lingering headache. Because he's not around anymore. He hated the way he'd said it. The way it landed like a stone in the middle of a calm lake. The silence that followed. The sympathy in their eyes. The pity. He hated pity. Katsuki turned over and stared at the ceiling. It felt like his skin was too tight for his body, his thoughts pressing against the inside of his skull like fists on a locked door. He reached out slowly and pulled the diary from where it lay under his pillow. His fingers brushed its worn cover, the edges curled, the weight of it familiar now like carrying a ghost that refused to let go. He opened to the bookmarked page, holding his breath. Entry number 265. I wonder if the cassette tape reached you okay. And the house. The warehouse. You've probably seen it all by now. If it's you. I really hope it's you. Because anyone else wouldn't understand. Anyone else would just think I'm insane. But you. Kaken. You always saw through people. Maybe never in the way they wanted you to, but still. I know how bad this looks. I know what it means. But everything I did because I thought I had no other choice. Katsuki stared at the page for a moment, his jaw tight. He felt like his heart had clenched itself into a fist. Izuku's voice echoed in his head, softer than he remembered it being, older somehow. He flipped to the next page with a hand that trembled slightly. Entry number 266. Love is weird. It's the only word I can use to describe what I'm trying to feel. What I want to feel. Because there's this aching hollow feeling in my chest that makes me want to list all the things I do love. Packet ramen. The kind with the spicy miso flavor that always burns the roof of my mouth. The ones from the store. Hiko. She's weird. A bit creepy. But she always shares her cigarettes with me. We sit behind the store together sometimes and I pretend she's not dissecting me with her eyes. I love the way it fills my lungs. I hate it. I love it. I need it. I think it helps keep me together. Like glue, but for the parts of me that feel like they've melted. I love my mom. I really, really miss her. I see her in my dreams sometimes, in old sweaters and her apron, yelling at me to take my vitamins. I wake up crying. I love those cheap red tulips. The ones at the flower stand across the street from the station. No one buys them, but I think they're beautiful. Kind of like your eyes. Kaken. Katsuki sat up straight, hands stiff around the edge of the paper. He could feel something unspoken shift inside him. A pressure he couldn't name but felt deeply, like the pressure in your chest before a sob escapes. Kind of like your eyes. The next sentence made his fingers freeze. I think maybe I love you too. But in more ways than I should. And definitely in ways I was never meant to. I hate that. But I also don't. I think that's what scares me most. He couldn't read anymore. Not yet. But his hand turned the page anyway. Entry number 267. Aikiko told me today that her day job is exhausting. But she likes making stuff on the side. Says it keeps her brain active. She wouldn't say what it was exactly, but it got me thinking. What if there's a way I can live like this forever? No more running. Just existing. Hidden in plain sight. I don't know. It's probably just a dumb idea. But the way she talks about it, the way she says she could help. Kaken, I wish you could understand me. I don't want to be saved anymore. I just want to be seen. Katsuki's breath was shallow. He closed the diary and stood abruptly, the silence of the dorm room suddenly too loud. He felt like he couldn't breathe. His hands scrambled for his phone on the desk. He opened his map app and searched frantically. Convenience stores near UA High School. He scanned the list, each one a potential thread. The potential door. A chance. He pulled on his hoodie, shoved his shoes on. He didn't care about curfew or the potential suspension or who might see him leave. The air outside hit his face like a slap, biting and cold. The wind tunneled through the buildings and between alleys. He moved from store to store, heart in his throat. The fifth store he arrived at was buried in a bad part of town, tucked beneath flickering neon and iron-wrought balconies. It felt wrong, which meant it had to be the right place. He stepped in, the chime of the bell sharp against the static quiet of the street. He glanced toward the counter. Not him. Just a tired-looking old man with paper-thin eyelids and a crooked nose. Katsuki's heart sank like a stone. But the man's eyes lifted when he saw him. Took you long enough, the man said, reaching below the counter and pulling out a folded note. Kid said you'd show up. Said I shouldn't ask questions. Katsuki approached slowly, snatching the note from the man's wrinkled hands. He unfolded it quickly, the ink scrawled in the handwriting he now recognized by heart. I knew you'd try to find me. But it's not the right time yet. His throat closed. But there was one word that anchored him. It meant Izuku wasn't giving up. He wasn't running forever. He wanted to be found. And Katsuki would wait. Or chase. Whatever it took. He nodded at the cashier, unsure of what to say. The man gave him a pitying look and turned back to his newspaper. As Katsuki stepped back out into the night, he stood beneath the dim orange streetlight, the soft hum of the night filling the distance. He clutched the note in his fist. The ache in his chest was quiet now. But it was still there. Hope, he realized, had weight too. The school bell rang, a familiar shrill sound that marked the end of the last class of the day. Students began to shuffle out of their seats, their conversations overlapping into a gentle hum that filled the room. Katsuki stayed still, arms crossed as he leaned back in his chair, already knowing what was coming. Bakugo, Aizawa called, his voice as dry and low as ever but sharp with intent. Katsuki sighed. Of course. He got up, dragging his bag behind him with a lazy swing over his shoulder. Kirishima gave him a look half curious, half concerned, but Katsuki waved him off with a subtle tilt of his head. No big deal. Nothing he couldn't handle. The rest of the class slowly funneled out, their chatter growing distant as the hallway swallowed them up. Once the room was empty, Katsuki stood at the front, in front of the teacher's podium, eyes on Aizawa, who hadn't even looked up yet. The Eraserhead hero was scribbling something in a manila folder. His pen scratched against the paper with annoying precision. The silence stretched. I shouldn't even need to say it, Aizawa finally said, not bothering to lift his eyes. You snuck out past curfew. Left the dorms. Left campus. No permission slip. No patrol. No supervision. Do you understand the level of trouble you're in? Katsuki kept his expression flat, but his fingers curled slightly where they rested on his biceps. He started, voice low, already prepping the half-lie he'd rehearsed. I was just thinking. Needed air. I wasn't. No. Aizawa cut him off, gaze rising like a blade. Don't waste both our time, Bakugo. You don't do things without purpose. I've known you long enough to recognize that. Katsuki opened his mouth again, but nothing came out. He looked away. Do you want to be expelled? Aizawa asked, not angrily, but in a tone that implied he wasn't afraid to do it. I was following a lead, Katsuki said tightly. It had to do with Mid. The door slammed open with an abrupt bang that made Katsuki flinch. Present Mix's loud voice followed. Shota. Sorry to interrupt, but you're needed. Aizawa turned his head slowly, annoyed. I'm in the middle of something. It's about the case, Mike said. He paused when he noticed Katsuki. Is it all right if? Aizawa waved him off. Bakugo knows. He's been involved from the beginning. All right, Mike said, glancing at Katsuki with something unreadable in his eyes. They've got new evidence, something urgent. The department needs your input. Now. Aizawa let out a sigh that felt deeper than exhaustion. His tired eyes flicked to Katsuki, pinning him to the floor. We're not finished, he said, stepping away from the podium and grabbing his capture weapon from the back of his chair. We'll talk later. Don't think this conversation's over just because I'm being pulled away. Katsuki gave a small nod, silent. As Aizawa followed Present Mike out the door, it clicked shut behind them with a soft thud. Katsuki stood there, alone, the weight of Aizawa's almost expulsion still pressing against his spine. He exhaled through his nose, a slow stream of heat leaving his lungs. That was way too close. His palms were sweating. He wiped them on the sides of his pants. The classroom was still warm from all the body heat earlier, but now it felt weirdly empty. Dust motes floated lazily through the amber light coming through the windows. It was quiet, eerily so. Katsuki looked around, his eyes scanning the desks, the chairs, the blackboard, the space where he used to see green curls bowed over notebooks filled with illegible scribbles about quirks and hero stats. That ghost still lingered in his mind sometimes, especially in moments like this. He blew air between his teeth and cursed under his breath. Stupid nerd, he muttered to the empty room. Then he shouldered his bag again, shoved his hands in his pockets, and left mind already drifting toward what new evidence the police might have found. And more importantly, how it might change everything. The hum of the overhead lights in the police evidence room had a way of getting under Aizawa's skin. Constant, faintly buzzing, like a thought you couldn't quite name. He stared at the jacket draped across the table, sealed in a transparent evidence bag. Yellow with white accents, tattered and dirt-streaked but unmistakably Midoriya's. The left sleeve had been torn at the cuff. A dark, nearly black stain bloomed across the side like a flower left too long in the sun. Blood, dried and old. The fibers around it were stiff. The detective beside him tapped a folder, waiting for Aizawa to react. This was found in a drainage tunnel 5 blocks from the warehouse. It was wedged behind a collapsed beam. Weatherproof fabric kept the worst of the damage off. Aizawa didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Because just as they'd retrieved the jacket, another officer, young, visibly shaken, brought in a new recording. A voicemail. One sent to Inko Midoriya's old, disconnected home phone. It had never been deleted, just buried in the call log. Forgotten. Like her. The recording began. If you ever hear this, I don't know if you ever will, but I just wanted to say. The pause. I'm not a monster. Another pause. A shift in his breathing. A soft scrape, maybe he was sitting outside, maybe leaning against a wall. You could hear the hush of distant traffic. I didn't mean for it to happen. I swear. I couldn't let him do it again. He was going to. His voice broke. Not dramatically. Not in sobs. Fractured like a porcelain plate dropped in the quiet of midnight. I didn't want to kill him. But I didn't want to die either. Does that make me awful? I know what people think. That I'm dangerous. That I've lost it. But I still remember everything you taught me. I still try to be good. Aizawa's fingers twitched. I hope you still remember me. As I was. Before. The tape clicked off. The detective cleared his throat. There's more, he said. The forensics team found a hair green on the jacket. No DNA match in the system, but the assumption is. It's his, Aizawa said quietly. Of course it is. He sat back in the chair, eyes still fixed on the jacket. His thoughts pressed against his skull like a dull ache. He could see Izuku, crouched over his notebooks in the corner of the classroom, bright-eyed and over-explaining things that didn't need to be explained. He could hear his voice shaking as he asked to stay after class to finish a sentence he hadn't meant to leave unfinished. He could see him before everything broke. Before the silence. Before the blood. He'd read the diary. He'd seen the anger building, the confusion, the grief, the exhaustion. The craving to be understood. And now, through this voicemail, another echo reached him. Softer. Not loud enough to scream innocence, but aching enough to speak of pain. I didn't want to die either. That sentence kept circling back. And the truth was, Aizawa didn't know what to believe. Not fully. He didn't believe in monsters, not really. Just people scared, twisted by trauma, by circumstance. People who ran when they should have reached out. People who fought back because no one else did. He picked up the evidence bag, staring at the jacket inside. It was heavier than it looked. Like it remembered the body it once held. Midoriya Izuku had always been too kind for the world he was born into. And now that world had spat him out. He's not a killer, Aizawa murmured. Not the way they all kept saying. He was just trying to survive. He stood up, stuffing the file beneath his arm. The detective gave him a look curious, almost wary. What now? Aizawa walked toward the door, his answer low and steady. Now, we stop looking for a criminal. He paused. And start looking for a boy. The dorm was quiet now. Dinner had long passed. The noise of clinking cutlery and stupid jokes finally faded into the silence of the night. Katsuki slumped onto his bed with a groan, landing with his arm over his eyes. His head was spinning not with exhaustion, but with something heavier. Something foggy and unfamiliar. Aizawa hadn't returned after he left the classroom earlier, and Katsuki could tell that something big had come up. He could feel it in the silence Aizawa left behind, in the way the evening seemed stretched thinner than usual. There was a pull in the air, taut like a string threatening to snap. Katsuki reached over to his nightstand and lazily picked up his phone. He didn't expect anything, maybe a dumb meme from Kaminari or a group chat notification he'd ignore. But then he saw it, a bold, unread email from Aizawa. The timestamp placed it during dinner. He must have missed the notification. He opened it. Subject: Update on the investigation, read when you're ready. Bakugo, I wanted to give you a personal update since I know how involved you've become. We found new evidence. Nothing concrete yet, but enough to open another path of understanding. A voicemail. A jacket. I'll spare the full details here, but when we talk in person, I'll walk you through it. I'll be honest, Midoriya's situation isn't as simple as a case file. I know you know that. And I think we're only just beginning to understand him. Take care of yourself. We'll talk soon. Aizawa. The tone was gentler than Aizawa had any right to be, considering they were talking about a murder. Katsuki noticed. He noticed everything these days. And more, it felt like Aizawa was starting to understand Izuku. The way he was starting to understand him too. Katsuki let out a slow sigh through his nose and locked his phone, tossing it aside. The glow of the desk lamp cast a golden hue across the room, painting soft shadows that flickered with the shape of his thoughts. He couldn't stop thinking about that DMN conversation they had yesterday in the common room. The most disgusting, cliché topic of them all. And yet, even when Izuku wasn't around, when he hadn't seen him in months, Katsuki found himself seeing him everywhere. Through the inked pages of a diary. In the curve of letters etched with heartbreak and fury and something tender Katsuki hadn't been able to name until now. And the dumbest part? The part he hated the most? He wanted more. He wanted to know what Izuku's favorite food was now. Whether he still talked too fast when excited. Whether he still clicked his pen 3 times before writing. He wanted to know everything. Things Izuku wouldn't even write down. Mundane, stupid things. Sacred things. The realization came to him so softly that it didn't even feel like a realization. It had been brewing under the surface, a quiet pressure he'd ignored, and now it was washing over him like a tide. No crash. No chaos. Just the soft surrender of sand meeting sea. He was in love with Izuku. Not the childhood memory. Not the classmate. Not the suspect in a murder case. But the boy behind the words. The one who bled onto those pages. Who wanted to be seen. Who needed to be seen. And God, Katsuki wanted to see him. Wanted to touch him. Talk to him. Wrap his arms around him and never let go. But all he had was this diary. And if it wasn't the most important thing in his life right now. It didn't feel like fireworks or falling or any of those romantic cliches. It felt like Izuku had whispered it into his ear, gently, for years. Each entry, each sentence, a little louder than the last. Until finally, Katsuki could understand the words. I love you. He sat up quickly, breath uneven, and pulled the diary from under his pillow. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened to the next bookmarked page. Entry number 268. I've decided something. I'm going to give this diary to Kaken. Even if he doesn't read it all, maybe he'll see. Just a little of what I've been carrying. Maybe he'll know I wasn't just being dramatic. That I was struggling. I need someone to see me. And more than anyone else, I need him to see me. I miss him. Every day. I wonder if he's changed since entering UA. Has he calmed down? Has he mellowed? Has he grown out of that stupid angry scowl he always wore? I wonder if he ever thinks about me. I mean, he probably does now. After the cassette. But not like that. Does he ever think about our childhood? About the good moments? Does he ever feel regret? Katsuki swallowed hard, his fingers clenching around the page. I thought I saw you. You were near UA. Think. You look tired. You were never tired, Kaken. But that day, the exhaustion in your face made me feel something I don't even have a name for. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's longing. Or maybe it's hopelessness. Maybe the case is getting to you. Either way, there's not much I can do about it. That was where the entry ended. Katsuki stared at the date. 2 weeks ago. His chest caved in slightly, the weight of that number sinking in. 2 weeks ago. There weren't many entries left. He could feel it. Could see the end of the paper stack thinning out. Could see the finality of it approaching. And that realization? It ruined him. It made him want to ration it. To savor it. Like the last bits of something sacred. He couldn't afford to lose it all in one night. Not now. Not when it was the only tether he had to Izuku, the real Izuku. Not evidence. Not crime scene photographs. Not a voicemail. This was him. Katsuki slowly closed the diary and tucked it back under his pillow. He lay down, the back of his head sinking into the mattress as the soft light of the lamp flickered against the ceiling. He closed his eyes, but Izuku didn't leave his thoughts. He never did. And maybe he never would. Katsuki wasn't sure how he got roped into this. One moment he was passing by Mina's door with the intention of heading straight for his room, and the next he was shoved inside with all the subtlety of a grenade. Mina's room was, as always, a sensory overload, string lights draped from the ceiling like spider silk, pink pillows piled high on a fuzzy bean bag, and the faint smell of berry gum and cheap perfume wafting in the air. She had a disco ball lamp on, for God's sake. It turned lazily, casting dappled glints of rainbow across the walls. I don't want to be here, Katsuki muttered, already scowling. Oh hush, you're the only one who didn't hang out during movie night yesterday, Mina chimed, grabbing his wrist and pulling him toward the circle on the floor. Kaminari, Jairu, Kirishima, and Siro were all lounged in a chaotic nest of blankets and snacks. She's right, man, Kirishima added, grinning. You've been kinda meh lately. Katsuki grunted, plopping down between Kirishima and Jairu, legs crossed and arms folded like a sulking gargoyle. Maybe I don't like dumbass movies. Kaminari smirked. You don't like any movies? I bet you hate joy. I like explosions, Katsuki said. That's not a genre, Jairu deadpanned. Should be. The room broke into laughter. Okay, but seriously, Mina leaned forward, we're all gonna do this game. Everyone go around and say the most unhinged thing they've done this week. Oh my God, Siro groaned. This again? You first, Mina pointed at him like a judge. Zero sighed. I microwaved a banana. The room collectively gasped. No. That's illegal. Kaminari howled. I just wanted to see what would happen. Kirishima was practically crying. Dude, it smells like sweaty gym socks when you do that. Laughter filled the room again, and even Katsuki cracked a reluctant smirk. He let himself settle a little, leaning back on his elbows as the conversation spiraled further into ridiculous territory. Someone started an impromptu beatbox. Jairu ended it with an eye roll and a swift jab to Kaminari's ribs. It was stupid. Comforting. But then of course it shifted. Hey, Mina said suddenly, casually, almost too casually. You okay, Bakugo? He blinked. What? I'm serious, she pressed, her voice softer now. You've been weird lately. Yeah, like, quieter, Jairu added. And tired, Zero chimed in. More than usual. Katsuki's jaw tensed. Look, we're not trying to gang up on you, Kirishima said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. But you're not exactly subtle. Katsuki tried to laugh it off, a low, almost strained scoff. I'm just tired. You said it yourself. You're lying, Mina said, eyes narrowing in a way that made him feel way too seen. Bakugo. Kirishima's voice held weight now. Here. Just talk to us. There was a long pause. Katsuki's throat tightened. He looked away toward the window. The sky was ink-dark, streetlights flickering like dying fireflies. He finally exhaled, shaky and slow. I'm involved in something, he muttered. Everyone went still. What do you mean? Kaminari asked. I've been helping Aizawa, Katsuki continued, his voice lower now. He trusted me with something. An investigation. It's been months. Everyone fell still, their earlier laughter drying up like a puddle under the sun. Mina tilted her head. Wait, what kind of investigation? Katsuki's jaw tightened. He looked down, picking at a thread in the blanket beneath him. A murder case. The air shifted. Even the glow from the string lights felt colder somehow. No way, Zero whispered. A case no one really talks about, Katsuki went on, words slow, hesitant. It happened before we started here. A student from a different school. Around our age. His name was Izuku. Izuku? Kirishima echoed, eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Doesn't ring a bell. You wouldn't know him, Katsuki said quickly. He never made it into UA. But I knew him. From before. We grew up in the same neighborhood. Jairu leaned in a little. And he's the? Yeah, Katsuki nodded once. He's the suspect. There was a stretch of silence where no one dared to speak. Katsuki's fists clenched in his lap. But it's complicated, he added. He didn't just do it. He was assaulted. For months. And one day, he killed the guy and ran. A sharp breath cut through the quiet. Kaminari looked at him like he wasn't sure what to say. Mina's face was unreadable. He left behind a diary, Katsuki continued, staring at his hands. Pages and pages of it. His thoughts, what happened, what he felt. How scared he was. He sent it to me. Like he wanted me to read it. Jairu's expression softened. Why you? Katsuki's mouth quirked bitterly. Because I was part of what made his life hell. When we were kids. I bullied him. I hurt him. And still he wrote about me like I was someone he missed. Exhaled, his voice growing hoarse. Said he thought about me. That he admired me. Even after everything. The room was suffocating now. Nobody interrupted. Nobody dared. Mina swallowed hard. And you? Katsuki finally looked up. His eyes were red at the corners, raw but defiant. I think I'm in love with him. The sentence landed like a stone dropped in still water. No dramatic gasps. No mockery. Just a heavy silence. I didn't mean for it to happen, Katsuki muttered, almost to himself. Didn't even realize it was happening until it was too late. But the more I read, the more I remember him, not the suspect. Not the name in the file. But him. He paused. I don't know if I deserve to feel this way. Or if I'm supposed to. But I do. You can't tell anyone, he said suddenly, more forceful. Not a word. You don't joke about it, you don't gossip. Got it? We promise, Mina said immediately, her voice soft but firm. Jairu nodded. Absolutely. Kirishima gave him a supportive pat on the back. You're safe with us. Siro, unusually serious, added, it's clear this means a lot to you. We won't say anything. They sat together in the hush that followed, heavy but honest, like a moment of truth shared at the bottom of a well. Mina looked over at Katsuki, her voice barely above a whisper now. Can you tell us about him? Not the case. Izuku. Katsuki hesitated. He stared down at his knees, like the words might be scrawled there for him to read. Well, The walls of the interrogation room buzzed faintly with the hum of cheap overhead lights. Katsuki sat slouched in a cold metal chair, the fingers of one hand drumming lightly on the table while the other curled in a tight fist against his thigh. Aizawa stood leaning against the wall across from him, arms crossed, eyes narrowed not in suspicion, but in fatigue. Two police officers occupied the other seats, one flipping through a thin folder, the other nursing a coffee that smelled like burnt tar. So, the officer with the folder began, tapping the contents with a gloved finger. We reviewed the map from the first diary again. The one found in the warehouse. That circled area right near Yue. We think he's planning something. He's not, Katsuki muttered, eyes narrowing. We don't know that, the other officer said bluntly. You saw what he did to that man. Self-defense or not, the kid's unstable. He's dangerous. Aizawa cut in, calm and clear. He's a traumatized teenager who's been failed by nearly everyone who should have protected him. That doesn't make him dangerous. It makes him human. Katsuki flinched at that, not from disagreement, but from the guilt those words triggered deep inside his chest. He looked away, jaw clenched so tightly it ached. He hadn't told them. Not about the diary he got over the summer. Not about the truth of what he'd read. The pieces of Izuku's soul spilled in messy handwriting across every page, like a trail of breadcrumbs Katsuki had been following into something vast and unknown and devastating. The coffee cop scoffed. Trauma or not, he killed someone. Should be in a cell for the rest of his life, rotting. Kid like that doesn't belong out there. That was the final crack in the dam. Katsuki shot up from his seat, chair scraping loudly against the tile. What the F did you just say? Bakugo, Aizawa warned, pushing off the wall. He's not just some kid. Katsuki yelled, eyes blazing. He was even raped. He tried to survive, and he was alone, and he was, his voice caught, raw and trembling. He's not a monster. The officer stood quickly, hand resting on the holster at his hip. Back off, kid. Put it down, Aizawa snapped, stepping between them. You draw that gun, and you're out of this investigation. Permanently. The officer hesitated but slowly stepped back, muttering under his breath. Aizawa turned back to Katsuki, voice lower now, almost too gentle. Sit down, Bakugo. He obeyed, but barely. He collapsed back into the chair like a puppet with its strings cut. Your reaction, Aizawa said, was understandable. But don't give them what they want. Don't let them twist the story. I'm trying, Katsuki muttered, fingers pressed hard into his eyes. A beat of silence passed. Then Aizawa exhaled and turned to the officers. Leave. What? I said leave. I need to speak to Bakugo alone. The two officers exchanged glances, clearly unhappy about being dismissed. I'll update you when there's something worth updating, Aizawa added, more firmly. Now get out. With visible reluctance, the officers gathered their things and left, the door hissing softly shut behind them. Aizawa looked at Katsuki again, this time more directly. Tell me about the night you left campus. Katsuki looked up, red-eyed and exhausted. You're not gonna expel me? No. Aizawa shook his head. Not if I think you had a reason. Katsuki's hands dropped to the table. He stared at the scratched-up metal for a moment before he nodded slowly. I have something to tell you. Aizawa stayed quiet, just listening. I got a diary, Katsuki said, voice hoarse. A second one. It showed up during my internship in the middle of the summer. No name, no sender, but I knew who it was from. It was him. Izuku. Aizawa's expression didn't change. He waited. It was different from the one in the warehouse, Katsuki continued. The entries were newer, personal, not just about quirks or school or analysis sheet. About him. Where he's living. How he works in a convenience store. Dyed his hair to hide. Lives with some random family who doesn't know anything. Aizawa's brow furrowed, but still he said nothing, letting Katsuki speak. He wrote about everything. His guilt. How he misses his mom. How he thinks about me. How he used to look up to me but now Katsuki shook his head, voice catching again. He says he misses me like I was something he could have held on to. He paused, then said softly, he calls me Kaken. At that, Aizawa's expression faltered. It was small but Katsuki saw it. Saw how he softened just a bit. I think I know what part of the city he's in, Katsuki admitted. It's not exact, but I went looking for him once. I was close. I could feel it. Aizawa tilted his head slightly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Katsuki's face crumpled slightly. Because I was scared. Because I didn't want you to take it from me. Because reading it made me feel closer to him than I've ever felt to anyone and I don't know. He pressed his palms to his eyes, tears welling up again. And I don't know what to do anymore. Aizawa took a step closer, his tone gentler than Katsuki had ever heard it. Do you want to be alone? Katsuki nodded, not looking up. I'll be outside if you need me, Aizawa said and walked to the door, opening it with a soft click. Katsuki sat there, his face buried in his hands, breathing in shaky, uneven bursts. He could hear Aizawa's voice in the hall, low and firm, but the words didn't reach him. All he could hear was the echo of Izuku's diary entries in his mind, fragments of pain, yearning, and confession. The weight of all that unspoken love and grief. And he felt numb. Just numb. But beneath that numbness, a quiet promise was forming. He'd find him. Not to arrest him. Not to confront him. Just to see him. And maybe to finally let him know he was never really alone. It was late. The amber light from the street lamps painted his shadow long and crooked as he made his way home, the soles of his shoes scraping softly against the uneven concrete. Izuku had walked this road so many times in the last 3 months, he could almost navigate it with his eyes closed. The same cracked pavement, the same flickering sign on the abandoned laundromat, the same little cat that darted between bins whenever he passed. He never strayed from this path, partly out of habit, partly out of caution. Routine was safety. He'd learned that. The air was warm tonight, the humidity of early autumn still clinging to the city like sweat. A mosquito buzzed near his ear, and he waved it away absently. His plastic convenience store uniform clung to his skin, the back of his neck damp from the shift. He'd gotten used to the job, if not bored of it. It wasn't exciting. Stocking shelves, greeting customers, handling cash, restocking more shelves. It was mechanical, mind-numbing but safe. Reliable. And the pay was enough. Enough to keep the electricity on. Enough to afford groceries. Enough to keep him in hair dye. He absently scratched at his scalp, feeling the prickle of new green roots growing in. He needed to re-dye it again soon. Brown was less conspicuous, easier to blend in with. Easier to forget. He hadn't written anything down since he handed the last diary off to Katsuki. Just thinking about that still made his stomach twist into uncomfortable knots. He didn't know if it was anxiety or hope. Maybe both. Either way, he didn't dare pick up a pen again. That diary had taken everything out of him. There was something so final about giving it away. Like pressing a piece of his soul into someone else's hands and praying they didn't crush it. Now, the only time he put anything down on paper was when he scrawled grocery lists on receipt backs or filled out inventory logs at the store. It was a different kind of numbness. He glanced up from the sidewalk and stopped walking. In the distance, past the haze of city lights and telephone wires, the silhouette of UA stood tall, silent, still, and indifferent. It looked smaller from here. Distant. Almost like it wasn't real. Like it belonged to another life. Another him. Izuku's throat tightened. He shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and continued walking, this time slower. Yue was supposed to be his everything. The dream, the purpose. He used to imagine what his life would be like in those halls, sitting in a classroom, training with pro heroes, walking side by side with Kaken. The name sat heavy on his tongue, even in thought. It lingered like a memory he couldn't unsee. A part of him still hoped Katsuki would understand what the diary meant. That he would read it fully. That he would see Izuku not the killer, not the victim, not the runaway but him. The one that wanted to be understood. The one that still sometimes missed the sound of Katsuki's voice, even if it was yelling. Especially if it was yelling. And yet, even after everything, Izuku knew there was no going back. That life, that path. It had diverged so far from this one that he couldn't even see it anymore. Still, there was something to move toward. He didn't know if it was hope or desperation. But it kept him from collapsing. He had Aikiko at least. Strange girl, that one. She'd appeared behind the convenience store a couple months ago, fiddling with wires and muttering to herself about conductivity and casing durability. Something about her felt off at first, too confident, too calculating, but she hadn't tried to hurt him. Not yet. Over time, he'd learned bits and pieces. She was some kind of engineer, or maybe a hobbyist genius. Izuku didn't fully understand the scope of her skill, but he knew enough to know she was smart. Dangerous in the right way. When the subject of revenge came up during one of their late-night smoke breaks, she didn't flinch. In fact, she smiled. "I'm good at that sort of thing," she'd said with a casual shrug. "If you ever need anything." Precise. At first, he'd brushed her off. He wasn't looking for revenge. Not anymore. He'd already crossed that line, and it nearly broke him. But now, with her help, a plan had started to take form. One he didn't dare write down. As he climbed the narrow stairs to his apartment, Izuku pulled out the spare key from his pocket and unlocked the door. The apartment smelled faintly of instant noodles and laundry detergent. Familiar. Comforting. He took off his shoes, rubbed the sore spot on the back of his ankle, and wandered to the tiny window by the bed. Yue was still visible from here, albeit faintly. He stared for a long moment, letting the silence wrap around him. "I wonder if you miss me," he whispered, the words dissolving into the dark. Then he turned away, flicked off the light, and let the dark swallow him whole. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon. Clouds pressed heavy against the sky, gray and swollen, casting the city in a soft, moody shadow. Trees rustled as dry red and amber leaves let go of their branches, spiraling down in lazy arcs to the sidewalks below. Inside the UA dorm common room, the TV hummed in the background, mostly ignored. Laughter echoed faintly from the kitchen. A few students lounged on the couches, scrolling through their phones or absent-mindedly chatting. Katsuki sat with his legs slouched out, a bottle of water in one hand and his phone in the other. His thumb scrolled with dull disinterest, mind elsewhere. The weight in his chest had become so familiar lately that it barely registered anymore. Until it did. The news anchor's voice sliced through his mental haze. Midoriya Izuku, age 16, wanted in connection to a suspected murder this past spring. The name hit Katsuki like a blow to the gut. His head snapped up. The screen flashed an image slightly outdated, but unmistakable. Izuku's face. Freckles. Green messy hair. He looked soft in that photo. The anchor continued. Last seen in the Mizudafu area. Public is advised not to engage. Authorities are requesting anyone with information to call the number listed on screen. The image lingered far too long. Katsuki's jaw tightened. His grip on the bottle cracked plastic. From across the room, Kirishima's voice cut in, cautious but urgent. "Bakugo. Maybe don't." Too late. Katsuki was already on his feet. The door slammed behind him. The wind outside bit at his cheeks as he rushed through the gates of UA, his boots striking the pavement with force. The sidewalk was littered with leaves that crunched beneath his weight. He barely noticed. His breath came fast, not from exertion, but from the weight in his chest. His eyes were locked ahead. It was instinctual. He didn't need a plan. His body already knew where to go. The chime above the convenience store door rang as Katsuki shoved it open. The same dull fluorescent lights flickered. The smell of instant noodles and bleach clung to the air. Behind the counter, The old man from before stood blinking slowly under the hum of a bulb. "Where is he?" Katsuki barked, stepping up to the counter. The man blinked. "Pardon? Izuku. Where is he?" Katsuki yells. "Who?" Brown hair, freckles. His tone left no room for bullshit. "Oh," the man said, a slow realization dawning. "Riku. You just missed him. He's in the back. Stockroom." Katsuki didn't reply. He turned, storming down the narrow aisle lined with canned food and bags of chips. His heart thudded in his ears. He reached the worn wooden door at the end of the hallway. His reflection stared back at him in the cloudy glass, storm-tossed blonde hair, tight eyes, clenched jaw. He raised his fist. Knock twice. From the other side came a familiar voice. "Come in." Katsuki exhaled shakily and turned the handle. The stockroom was dim, cramped, boxes stacked high in uneven towers. Izuku stood by one of them, a light bulb casting a dusty halo above his head. He looked up and froze. He dropped the box in his hands with a startled thud. His eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. "Kaken," he whispered. It wasn't a scared whisper. It was reverent, disbelieving. Katsuki stepped inside slowly, shutting the door behind him. His voice was low, gentle. "Izuku." Izuku looked different. His face was a bit leaner, older. His arms stronger from lifting crates. His hair was a soft chocolate brown now, but green roots peeked through like buried secrets. His uniform was a little crooked, sleeves pushed up, a stain on his collar. Katsuki stared for a moment, just breathing him in. Just seeing him again. Izuku's gaze darted toward the exit door behind him. He nodded toward it. "Come on. Let's talk out back." The back of the store was a small concrete alleyway, a forgotten pocket of the city. Rusted railings lined the brick walls, and autumn leaves had gathered in the corners. The air was colder here, heavier. A chain-link fence loomed at the far end, beyond which lay a line of thin, sickly trees. Izuku sat on the crumbling concrete step and pulled a bent cigarette packet from his back pocket. Katsuki followed, sitting beside him but not too close. "You were on the news," Katsuki said, cutting the silence like a knife. Izuku lit his cigarette with shaky hands. The flame flickered under his palm before vanishing with a soft click. Smoke curled upward into the chilled air. "I figured I would be eventually. They said if anyone sees you, they should report it," Katsuki continued, his voice flat but low. Izuku took a drag and held it in for a moment before sighing it out. "And are you?" "No," Katsuki said. "Of course not." Izuku turned to look at him, eyes wide with something unreadable. "Why not?" Katsuki met his gaze. "Because I know the truth. I've read your diary. Every word." The pause. "You actually read it?" Izuku asked, voice cracking slightly. "I mean really read it?" "I memorized half of it," Katsuki muttered, cheeks burning. A crooked smile tugged at Izuku's mouth. "I didn't think you'd care enough. You thought wrong." Silence. Izuku took another drag and looked up at the cloudy sky. "I was gonna leave soon. Aikiko's been helping me figure something out. Said she knows a place I can stay. Safer than this." Katsuki nodded slowly, watching the smoke disappear above them. "You trust her?" "I think I do. She's strange, but I don't know. She's seen parts of me that no one else has. It's easier with her. Like I'm allowed to be broken." Katsuki looked at the concrete between his boots. "You were never broken." Izuku didn't respond right away. Instead, he tapped the ash off the end of the cigarette and stared out toward the fence. "I killed someone, Kaken. That's not something I can just walk away from. You protected yourself. That's not how they'll see it." "Them," Katsuki said, louder than he meant to. "They didn't see what I read. They didn't see what he did to you. I did." Izuku turned to him again, his expression unreadable. "I see you," Katsuki said, quieter now. "For who you really are." That did something. Izuku's hand trembled slightly as he lowered the cigarette to his lap. Katsuki shifted closer, just a little, and placed his pinky finger over Izuku's where it rested against his jeans. The touch was light, hesitant. Izuku looked down, stunned. His breath caught. Then, carefully gently he pulled his hand away. You should go. Katsuki frowned. No. It's not safe. If someone sees you with me, I don't care. I do, Izuku snapped, then softened. I care what happens to you. That shut Katsuki up. They sat in the quiet. A gust of wind rustled the chain-link fence and lifted a cluster of dead leaves from the corner. The cigarette between Izuku's fingers burned low, forgotten. I hope I can see you again, Katsuki said, voice rough with something he couldn't name. Izuku looked up at him, and this one time didn't smile out of politeness. He smiled like he meant it. Me too. Katsuki stood, reluctant. Every part of him screamed to stay, to sit beside Izuku a little longer, memorize every line of his face, every breath, every trace of lingering smoke in the air. But instead he walked away. As he rounded the corner of the building, he glanced back once. Izuku was still sitting on the step, cigarette burning down to his fingers, his silhouette backlit by the flickering light above the back door. The sky above him swirled in shades of ashen gray, like even the clouds were holding their breath. When Katsuki returned to UA that night, the dorm lights glowed against the dusky sky like distant lanterns guiding him home. His legs ached from the walk, and his heart felt like it had been turned inside out. But under it all, under the exhaustion, the fear, the weight of everything still to come, was something else. Something small. Aizawa rubbed his temple with 2 fingers as he listened to the faint hum of the air conditioning overhead, the fluorescent lights above casting a sterile pallor over the pale conference room. A low stack of files sat unopened beside his elbow, though he'd read them all a dozen times. He could recite the statements by memory now, the alleged sightings, the surveillance stills, the time-stamped receipts and grainy street footage. Most of it led nowhere. Across the table, Detective Hakamura leaned back in his chair, a weathered folder open in front of him. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing an old burn scar trailing down one arm. He had the look of a man who had been doing this too long but hadn't yet burned out. Not completely. I'll be honest with you, Eraserhead, the detective muttered, thumbing through the latest batch of reports. We don't know where the boy is. None of these tips have panned out. One lady said she saw him sleeping on a park bench in Nakano. Another swore she watched him shoplift a sandwich in Ikebukuro. None of it adds up. Aizawa didn't look up. He simply sipped his cold coffee, grimaced, and lowered the cup. You said you might know where he's staying, he said. The detective nodded. We've narrowed it down to a cluster of apartment buildings in the lower district, near the edge of the Sujinami ward. A neighborhood known for its, let's say, looseness with lease requirements. No ID, no questions asked. Lots of families down on their luck. People trying to disappear. Aizawa let the words settle in the air like smoke. Then he sat back in his chair and finally made eye contact with the detective. Then we go. Today. Detective Hakamura blinked. All right. But, Aizawa added sharply, voice calm but firm, we handle this with care. Hakamura raised a brow. Meaning? Aizawa folded his arms across his chest. The boy's likely terrified. We're not talking about a seasoned criminal. We're talking about a 16-year-old who was pushed to the edge. Barging in like we're raiding a villain's den is only going to make this worse. He could feel the heaviness in his voice, not just as a hero but as someone who had read those diary entries, who had watched Katsuki Bakugo unravel as he pieced them together. If he runs, Aizawa continued, we follow. But we don't scare him into doing something irreversible. The 2 uniformed officers who had been quiet until now shifted in their seats, glancing at each other. One of them, a younger officer with square glasses and twitchy fingers, cleared his throat. Sir, with all due respect. He did kill someone. Aizawa's expression didn't change. Yes, he said. He did. But he's also quirkless. And according to the very evidence we've gathered, he was attacked. You've seen the photos. The injuries. The psychological profile. You think he planned this? The officer looked down. No, sir. Then we proceed with that in mind. There was a long silence. The kind that spoke volumes, unspoken agreements hanging in the stillness. Detective Hakamura leaned forward, his tone softer now. "We'll be careful." Aizawa stood up, the chair scraping lightly across the tile. "I'll come with you." "Expected nothing less," Hakamura said. Aizawa gathered the case file with his left hand. He didn't bother tucking it into his bag. It was already worn at the corners. His right hand wrapped around his mug, still half full of bitter, cold coffee. He didn't plan to drink it. It was just something to hold. The door to the conference room creaked open as Aizawa pushed through it. The detective followed, straightening his collar. The two officers came last, subdued. The hallway outside was quiet, lined with community flyers and outdated wanted posters. The afternoon sun filtered weakly through frosted glass at the far end. Somewhere in the building, a phone rang, muffled and distant. They walked in silence, the weight of the next few hours sitting heavily on each of their shoulders. Aizawa didn't speak again. He didn't need to. They all understood what this was: an investigation, yes. A search for justice. But not just the kind found in legal codes or prison sentences. This was about a boy. A broken boy who had no one left but a few tattered pages and someone who finally read them. And Aizawa would be dead if they scared him into running any farther. Steam curled into the air as Katsuki stepped out of the bathroom, his body still warm from the shower. A towel hung loosely around his hips, while a second one was draped over his shoulders, catching the droplets that still clung to his damp hair. The dorm hall was quiet. Most of the others were already winding down for the night or asleep. He walked barefoot back into his room, the coolness of the floor shocking against the heat of his skin. With a tired grunt, he tossed the towel from his shoulders onto the back of a chair and peeled open a drawer. He pulled out an oversized t-shirt washed so many times it had lost its shape and a pair of worn pajama bottoms. They smelled like laundry detergent and familiarity. The final night. Tomorrow morning he'd have to hand it over. He moved slowly, deliberately, as if dragging out every second. He slipped on the shirt, the hem brushing just past his hips, and tugged the pajama pants over his legs, the cotton soft against his skin. His blonde hair was still damp, strands curling at the ends. He rubbed at it half-heartedly with the towel before throwing it aside. Then he crouched beside his bed. From beneath his pillow, tucked carefully where he'd hidden it like something sacred, he pulled out the diary. Izuku's diary. His fingertips lingered on the edges of the cover. It was worn now, creased and smudged with the oils from his hands, as if it had aged decades in just a few months. There were coffee stains on a few corners. Pencil scribbles he'd made when trying to keep track of his thoughts. Tear stains, too, though he'd never admit that out loud. Aizawa had given him permission to keep it just a little longer. Just enough time to finish it. To say goodbye. Into bed, sitting upright with his knees drawn up. The diary rested like a weight in his lap. He swallowed hard, then opened to the ribboned bookmark. Entry #Kaken. She's smarter than I thought. She's starting to talk about things that I don't even know how to respond to. Things I don't want to write down. But she understands what's at stake. She's been helping me. I owe her a lot for that. It's almost time. I just have to be patient. You'd hate how vague I'm being, huh? But I can't say more. Not here. I can't wait. Katsuki furrowed his brows. He reread the entry, lips pressed into a thin line. Almost time for what? Plan. What was he not writing down? It made him feel sick, this cryptic tension, the feeling that Izuku was still hiding something even in his most vulnerable place. The silence between the lines said more than the actual words. He ran a hand through his damp hair, frustrated. His pulse was starting to pick up again. He didn't know what it was: fear? Guilt? Anger? Probably all of it. The one constant was the confusion that gnawed at him. He turned the page. Entry #I don't know where my mom is. I thought maybe she'd be at the old house. I even went there before I finished putting the clues together. But it was already abandoned. She left without saying anything. Not even a note. Just like every other time. She always gave up on me. Even when I was a kid, she'd look at me like I was too much, like she didn't know what to do with me. Maybe she never wanted to be a mom. Or maybe she just didn't want to be mine. I hope she's okay. I hope she's not blaming herself. But I doubt it. Katsuki's stomach twisted. He let the diary close for a moment, resting the edge against his chest. He thought of Inko Midoriya, how sweet she always was when he came over as a kid. How she used to ruffle his hair, give him extra snacks. It had been years since he'd seen her. His parents had stopped mentioning her altogether. Was she even still in Mizurufu? His hand trembled slightly as he opened the diary again and turned to the next page. Entry #wait for me, Kaken. Keep waiting. That was it. That was all it said. Katsuki stared at the words, unmoving. At first, he thought maybe it was some kind of code. Maybe there were more pages. But his fingers began flipping, faster and faster, thumbing through the next pages like he was running out of air. Flint, flint, flint. His breathing quickened. Flint, flint. Still blank. No. This couldn't be it. This couldn't be the last thing Izuku had to say. Not this. Wait for me. What did that mean? He reached the final page of the diary, hands desperate now, gripping the corners tightly. He was starting to feel dizzy. And they're stamped faintly at the bottom, like a signature burned into wood. His heart stopped. The number again. The same number that was scrawled on the back of the first diary, the one that had started it all. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew it meant something. And that was somehow worse than nothing. Katsuki pressed the diary to his chest, breath coming out shallow and quick. He wanted to scream. He wanted to hurl it across the room. But instead, he stayed still. Just like Izuku had asked. Keep waiting. Eventually, he set the diary on his lap, opened it again from the beginning, and started reading. From the very first entry. Each word cut him deeper than the last. Each line felt like a thread wrapped around his throat, pulling tighter, binding him to something he could never truly undo. He read until his vision blurred. He read until the sun began to peek through the edge of his curtains. But no matter how many times he read it, it still felt like something was missing. Something that wasn't on the page. Something Izuku had never written down. That night, Katsuki didn't sleep. He sat in silence with a diary and a million unanswered questions pressing against his chest like a weight. He hoped more than anything that wherever Izuku was, he was safe. And that someday he'd come back and explain it all. The apartment was dark even in the afternoon. The thick curtains hung like old stage drapes, stained by time and dust, keeping the sunlight at bay. Not that there was much sunlight to begin with. Clouds had taken permanent residence above the city, and this side of town rarely saw anything but gray. Izuku sat hunched on the edge of the single bed. The mattress had long since lost its give, the springs beneath digging into his lower back and thighs whenever he shifted. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. He was grateful for it, grateful for Aikiko. He'd only been here a few days, and already he felt like a ghost. The apartment was tucked above an old appliance repair shop, the kind that hadn't had a customer in years. The building leaned to one side and smelled faintly of rust and dust and something rotting in the walls, but the windows locked, and no one asked questions. That alone made it priceless. He didn't pay rent. Aikiko wouldn't let him. She owned the place outright, said it used to belong to a relative, but she didn't like talking about that. What she did offer him was one of her old debit cards, connected to an abandoned bank account she barely remembered. He used it sparingly, only for groceries or hair dye, and even then only the cheapest brands. He promised her he'd pay her back. He had no idea how. Sometimes she'd go out for him. Groceries, bandages, soap. He hated it, hated that she had to do that for him, hated that he couldn't walk down the street without fear, hated how every shadow reminded him of a cop's silhouette. But she didn't complain. She never pitied him. Maybe that's why he trusted her. Still, the burden gnawed at him. He skipped breakfast most days, told himself it was to conserve money, conserve food, conserve dignity. He showered every 3 days. Not because he didn't want to, but because water meant bills, and bills meant more debt, and more debt meant more guilt. His skin itched, his hair curled against the nape of his neck, but he endured. He'd stopped turning on the TV. The old thing sat like a corpse in the corner of the room, wrapped in static and shadows. The last time he turned it on, he saw his own face, grainy, colorless, caught mid-blink in a photo someone had pulled from some distant database. Wanted. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Alias, unknown. Quirk. Status, dangerous. He never touched the remote again. Today was like every other. Cold, muted. A pot of instant noodles sat untouched on the counter, cold and swollen, long forgotten. A blanket of quiet hung over the apartment, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional groan of the pipes. He tried to read. A novel Aikiko had brought him from a second-hand bookstore downtown. Something about strangers on a train. It was good. Suspenseful. But his eyes kept dragging over the same lines without absorbing them. His mind was elsewhere. It had been over 8 months now. 8 months of hiding. 8 months of becoming someone else. Of brown hair dye, of fake names, of borrowed lives. 8 months of stuffing a murder into the corners of his memory and pretending like he could live with it. He hadn't written in a diary since giving the last one to Kaken. There didn't seem to be a point anymore. The uniform from the convenience store still hung on a rusted hook by the door, the fabric stiff with salt from sweat and sun. He'd spent months there, lifting boxes, ringing up cigarettes and magazines for regulars who never knew his real name. The old couple who managed the place, sweet but clueless, had probably wondered where he went. They'd called him Riku. He hated how easy it had become to lie. He leaned back on his palms, the springs of the mattress creaking in protest, and let his eyes drift to the ceiling. He thought about his mother. Had she looked for him? Did she believe the news? Did she think he was really gone? He hoped more than anything that she was okay. But he couldn't shake the ache in his chest, the heavy press of abandonment that he hadn't outgrown since he was 6. And then there was him. Kaken. That brief interaction at the convenience store played over and over in his head. The knock on the door. The stunned look. The smile. The words they exchanged. Like no time had passed. Like they'd just picked up where they left off, even if everything between them was cracked and splintered. He missed him. God, he missed him. He missed the boy who used to walk 3 steps ahead of him, who rolled his eyes and barked insults like compliments. He missed his voice. His scowl. The way he always knew what to do. He wanted more. More than that one moment. More than the diary entries. More than the silence. And that desire filled his chest like water, rising steadily, leaving him breathless. He felt guilty. He didn't want to go through with the plan anymore, not really. Not when he had this spark of hope that maybe he could build something again. But it was too late to stop. He'd come too far. He was already buried beneath the rubble. Izuku glanced down at the book in his hands. The pages blurred. He didn't even remember what chapter he was on. With a sigh, he reached for the bedside table to set it down. And that's when he saw it. Blood. His breath hitched. It was on his hands. Thick and red and impossible to ignore. It stained the creases in his knuckles, dripped from his cuticles, pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He blinked. Twice. It didn't go away. His heart began to race. Cold panic spread through his limbs like frostbite. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. He knew it was a hallucination. A trick of the mind. But the horror was no less consuming. He stood abruptly, nearly knocking over the chipped bedside lamp, and rushed to the sink in the kitchenette. He turned on the tap. Cold water sputtered before running clear and began scrubbing. Over and over and over. His skin was already raw from how often he did this. The backs of his hands were cracked and flaking, the flesh around his thumbs peeling. But he scrubbed harder. Fingernails into palms. Soap that burned. Water that ran pink from pressure alone. He needed to be clean. He needed to feel clean. But he never did. As the water ran, his reflection in the streaked mirror above the sink caught his eye. He didn't recognize himself. Hair dyed too dark, eyes too hollow, shoulders hunched forward like the world weighed on them. He looked like someone who had forgotten how to live. He turned off the tap. Silence filled the room again. It was suffocating. Izuku backed away from the sink and sat on the floor. Hugged his knees to his chest. Let the chill seep into his bones. He stared at his hands. Still red, even now. He buried his face in his knees. And waited for the feeling to pass. The morning air in the dorms was thick with the scent of eggs, toast, and something that was either overcooked or overambitious, courtesy of Mina attempting pancakes without a recipe. Class 1A's common room was as chaotic as ever. The long table in the center was covered in mismatched plates, open jam jars, an unguarded bottle of syrup, and one lonely croissant that had been claimed, fought over, and finally abandoned when Ciro dropped it on the floor and declared it dead to him. How did you manage to burn both sides in the middle? Kaminari asked, poking a sad-looking pancake with a fork. That's called innovation, Mina grinned, flipping her pink hair over her shoulder with dramatic flair. A crispy outside and a crispy inside. It's the double crisp method. Yeah, except it tastes like drywall, Jairu said, chewing cautiously. Anyone want miso soup? Todoroki asked calmly, holding out a bowl. Everyone stared at him. Breakfast, Kaminari muttered. I like balance in my meals. Meanwhile, Ida was pacing around with a clipboard, checking off breakfast completion like it was part of the academic curriculum. Everyone, please remember to place your dishes in the sink after eating. Let's keep the common area respectable. Relax, man, Ciro said, lounging back with a toothpick between his teeth. It's like 7:30. That's no excuse for chaos. Ida declared. Katsuki sat near the end of the table, hunched slightly over a plate of rice and eggs. He hadn't said a word. Just shoveled food into his mouth with silent efficiency, eyes unfocused. Occasionally, someone bumped his arm or flung a joke in his direction, but he didn't bite. He just chewed. He looked tired. But not the tired that comes from bad sleep. The kind that lives deep in your bones. He didn't even yell when Kaminari tried to pass him the butter and dropped it directly into his miso soup. Eventually, the chaos began to fade into the usual morning rhythm, students finishing their meals, stuffing books into backpacks, and slowly trickling toward the entrance in loose groups. All right, let's go, people. Ida called, marching toward the door like the world's most punctual train conductor. Mina scooped her pancakes into a napkin with a wink. For the birds, she said. Even pigeons have standards, muttered Jairu. The class began to move toward the school building. The chatter continued, soft and sprawling like a lazy cloud. The day was overcast, the kind of gray that felt like it had weight. Leaves skittered across the pavement in the mid-autumn wind, trees bleeding orange and gold. Kirishima walked quietly beside Katsuki, their pace a few steps behind the rest. Hey, Kirishima said, keeping his voice low. You doing okay? Katsuki gave him a side glance. I'm fine. Kirishima didn't look convinced. I mean with, everything. The investigation. That stuff. Katsuki didn't respond at first. His mouth pressed into a thin line, eyes fixed ahead. I know you don't want to talk about it, Kirishima continued gently, and that's fine. I just want to make sure you're not carrying it all by yourself. Katsuki's jaw clenched. He could hear the sincerity in his voice, and that made it harder to shrug off. It's under control, he muttered eventually. Kirishima nodded, not pushing yet. Just saying. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. They walked in silence for a few moments, the sound of their shoes on the sidewalk and the rustle of distant leaves filling the quiet. You're really not going to tell me anything? Kirishima finally asked, smiling a little, trying to lighten the mood. Not even a hint? Katsuki huffed. Shitty hint, Itasigas. Kirishima chuckled. Fair. They reached the gates of UA just as the bell chimed in the distance. As they neared the entrance, Katsuki slowed his pace just enough to feel Kirishima watching him from the corner of his eye. That look soft, worried, familiar gnawed at him. He couldn't stand the way it made his chest ache. Listen, Katsuki said suddenly, his voice low, I've just been distracted, all right? But it's nothing. I'll deal with it. Kirishima frowned, still not fully buying it, but nodded anyway. Damn it. Just don't shut us out too much. Katsuki didn't reply. Just shoved his hands into his pockets and looked away. They reached the classroom. Katsuki exhaled. All right, let's get this over with, he muttered, already putting on the mask he wore so well. The moment they stepped through the door, Ida was already organizing seats and announcing the schedule, the buzz of another school day swallowing everything else. But Kirishima didn't miss the way Katsuki's eyes lingered on his desk for just a second longer than usual, like he was weighing something unspoken. Kirishima decided he would keep an eye on him. Bang bang bang. Open up. This is the police. The thunderous fists against the apartment door echoed through the hallway like cannon fire. Each pound reverberated off the concrete walls, a violent drumbeat that startled the tenants in the building awake. The sun had barely risen, casting weak beams of morning light through smudged windows. Inside the apartment on the 4th floor, Aikiko's eyes flew open. She sat bolt upright in bed, her dark under-eye circles stark against pale skin. Her body reacted before her mind could catch up. She flung her blanket aside and scrambled to the window. Her hands trembled as she shoved it open, the rusty metal frame groaning under the pressure. F-, she muttered, breath hitching. Her heart thrashed violently against her ribs. She could hear heavy boots pounding up the stairwell too close. The yelling hadn't stopped. This is your final warning. She didn't have time to grab her phone, her backpack, or even her shoes. She threw her leg over the window ledge, gripping the old black metal emergency stairs, her bare feet slapping against the cold rungs. Her breath came out in sharp bursts of fog as she started her descent, skipping steps, nearly slipping. Inside she heard it. Clang. The sound of the front door being cracked open with a breaching tool. They were inside. Aikiko's stomach dropped. She leapt the final few stairs and hit the pavement, stumbling slightly as she tried to catch her balance. Her knees buckled but didn't collapse. She broke into a sprint through the narrow alleyway behind the apartment, heart in her throat. She didn't look back. A voice shouted, "Hey! Stop right there!" She froze. She turned her head and her stomach turned to stone. A police officer at the alley's mouth had his gun raised, the metal glinting in the light. His partner was not far behind. Hands up. Now. Her breath was ragged, sweat beading on her forehead despite the biting autumn air. She raised her hands slowly, fingers trembling. "There's nothing you can do," she said, more to herself than to them. The officer jogged up, his face hard and unreadable as he pressed her hands behind her back and slapped on the cuffs, the metal cutting into her wrists. They were tight. Deliberately so. She winced. "You have the right to remain silent." "Shut up," Aikiko muttered under her breath, too quiet for the officers to hear. They shoved her toward the police car, her legs nearly buckling. She caught herself on the doorframe as they pushed her into the back seat, her shoulder bumping against the plastic divider. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. But her mind was screaming. Everything was unraveling. She could feel it in her bones. The apartment was compromised. They were close. They had to be close to Izuku. The plan. She shut her eyes, her cheek resting against the cold interior of the police car window as it pulled away. "The plan is already in motion," she whispered. Even if they caught her, even if she went down for it all, Izuku still had a chance. She just hoped to God he was ready, and that Katsuki would make the right choice. She rested her head back, swallowing hard. Please, she thought, please let this work. Let him find peace before it's too late. The hum of the teacher's lounge was low, subdued. The air was tinted with the smell of burnt coffee and morning stress papers rustling, keys clacking, soft murmurs from other staff exchanging lesson plans. Aizawa sat in the farthest corner, nursing a mug that had long since gone cold. His eyes were fixed on the screen of his slim black laptop, light from the display painting his tired face in pale blue. The cursor blinked at the top of a newly opened email marked confidential. Case #328M, urgent update. He clicked it open. The message was from the police department's internal case liaison, a terse, clipped tone filling every sentence. Subject apprehended. Akari Aikiko, 22, formerly unregistered tech engineer operating in West Muzutafu sector. Suspected accomplice of fugitive Midoriya Izuku. Apprehension occurred at 6:14 a.m. today. Suspect attempted to flee via external. Emergency stairwell. Captured without injury. Interview conducted by Lieutenant R. Shino. Connection to Midoriya confirmed via witness statement. Prior interactions witnessed at convenience store in sector. Residence searched. No firearms recovered. However, residual gunpowder traces present near workbench and ventilation. Blueprints recovered for unregistered weapon schematics incomplete but suggestive of non-standard firearm assembly. Unclear if built or tested. Engineering records found. Aikiko appears to have freelanced in the underground tech market unlicensed mods, hacking devices and low-tier smuggling tools. Pending further analysis. Request for UA cooperation remains active. Aizawa's finger hovered over the trackpad. His eyes narrowed. He reread the paragraph about the blueprints. Then again. Gunpowder. Weapons schematics. Underground tech market. He exhaled slowly, the breath dry in his throat. His gut twisted with a weight he hadn't felt since that initial phone call months ago when Midoriya's name first came up in connection with the murder case. He closed the laptop with a soft but definitive click. This changed everything. If Aikiko had been building something, if Izuku was part of that plan, the law wouldn't look at him with even a sliver of sympathy anymore. This wasn't about self-defense anymore. Not in their eyes. Not if the story twisted further. Not if public fear caught wind and the media fed it. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Midoriya had always been reckless with his emotions, but he wasn't calculated. Not like this. Was he being pulled deeper into something he didn't fully understand? Or was this a desperate act of control, a boy on the edge, clinging to what little he had left? The police didn't care about nuance. If the next report contained a single actionable threat, one built weapon, one real plan, it wouldn't be Midoriya the frightened boy anymore. It would be Midoriya the criminal. Aizawa stood up sharply. The legs of the chair scraped against the tile, drawing a glance from present Mike across the room. He raised an eyebrow, but Aizawa only shook his head. "I have to get to homeroom," he muttered. He grabbed his laptop, slid it into the worn black satchel by his feet, and slung it over his shoulder. His coffee was abandoned cold, untouched. As he left the lounge, the sound of his boots echoed faintly through the hallway. His thoughts spiraled, fast and frantic beneath his calm exterior. If Izuku did something reckless now, there wouldn't be any leniency left. Not from the law. Not from the school. Not even from Katsuki. He'd trusted Bakugo to handle the diary with care, to navigate the emotional minefield that only someone close to Midoriya could understand. And now, Aikiko was gone. Arrested. Her secrets cracked open like a dropped glass. What if Izuku was next? What if they were already too late? Aizawa's grip tightened on the strap of his bag. He needed answers. And they were running out of time. It's finally time. No more waiting. Aizawa stepped into the room, bleary-eyed as always, coffee in hand. He didn't say a word at first, just dropped his bag by the desk, placed the mug carefully on the podium, and pulled out the attendance sheet. "All right, settle." A moment later, the class went still. The scraping of chairs and the whispers died down. Aizawa began reading names, voice monotone and tired. "Azui. Here. Kaminari. Yup. Kirishima. Here. Bakugo." The lights flickered. It was quick, barely a second, but noticeable. A strange hum filled the room. Aizawa paused, his brow furrowed as he looked up. The lights flickered again, more violently this time, before settling back on. Aizawa squinted at the ceiling, lowering the attendance sheet. "Achim." And then, with a crackle and mechanical buzz, the projector mounted near the ceiling whirred to life. A soft light beamed directly at Aizawa's face. He stepped back instinctively, shielding his eyes. What the? The screen behind him flickered to static, then to video. At first, it was just a shaky shot of a small room. The view wobbled before settling. A figure stepped into the frame, adjusting a camera on a tripod. The class froze. The person turned around and Katsuki felt every muscle in his body seize. Izuku Midoriya. His hair was a deep brown, now longer. A hint of green peeked through at the roots. He looked pale, thinner than he used to, dressed in an oversized hoodie. His fingers twisted around each other nervously. A beat passed before he spoke. "I don't know if you've heard of me or seen my face." "I'm sure you have, considering the news," he began, voice soft but trembling. "My name is Izuku Midoriya." The class stirred. Some exchanged confused glances. Others leaned in, uncertain if this was real or a trick. "I'm the killer." The room seemed to inhale collectively. Aizawa didn't move. He stood just to the side, jaw tense, eyes wide but focused. He didn't know if this was a warning, a confession, or something far worse. Izuku took a breath, closing his eyes. I didn't mean for it to be like this. I just wanted to protect myself. But it's come down to a point where I can't take the hiding anymore. Katsuki stared. His heart thudded in his ears, drowning everything else out. And then, Kaken. Katsuki. Izuku looked up at the camera. Straight at him. It didn't feel like a recording. It felt like Izuku was there. In the room. I just want you to know. It's not your fault. It was never your fault. You get me, you understand me like no one else. Aizawa suddenly moved, snapping into motion. He stepped away from the projector light and walked quickly out of the classroom, grabbing his phone. His voice could be heard down the hallway, low and urgent. Izuku continued. God, I sound insane. And maybe I am. But I had to say this. I had to. His voice cracked slightly. And I'm sorry for what's going to happen. Katsuki didn't breathe. And before anything, I just wanted to say, I love you. There was. That sentence landed with the force of an explosion. Except the room was utterly silent. No one moved. No one laughed. No one even dared look at Katsuki. I don't know if I made that clear in the diary, Izuku said, voice quiet. But either way, I think I've always loved you in a way. No matter how abrasive you were. Katsuki clenched his jaw, eyes burning. Izuku hesitated again. The shadows on his face made him look tired. Guilty. Hollow. I'm in the building right now. The classroom collectively exhaled in shock. Ida stood halfway up from his chair. Uraraka let out a quiet gasp. Shiro looked over at the door. Aizawa walked back in, panting, phone still in his hand. There's a bomb in the building, Izuku said. Aizawa froze. Please evacuate, he continued. Save yourselves. Because no one saved me. The screen went black. A split second passed and then the school's alarm systems erupted in high-pitched shrieks. Red lights blinked around the walls. A robotic voice rang through the halls. Emergency protocol. Immediate evacuation required. The classroom erupted into chaos. Students stood up, chairs scraping across the floor, voices rising in panic. What the hell is going on? Kaminari shouted. There's a bomb? A real bomb, someone cried. Stay calm. Aizawa barked. Everyone line up. We move as a unit. His voice sliced through the panic and the class obeyed, falling into a line by the door. Katsuki, Aizawa said firmly, turning. But Katsuki wasn't in line. He was standing beside his desk, fists clenched at his sides, eyes still locked on the projector that now glowed dimly with nothing but static. Aizawa took a step toward him. Bakugo, you are not going after him. That's an order. But Katsuki turned on his heel and bolted. Bakugo! The door slammed open as Katsuki sprinted out of the room. Aizawa cursed under his breath and pulled out his phone again, alerting the emergency team. But it was too late. Katsuki was gone. He ran through the corridors like a wild animal, boots hitting the floor like gunfire. His brain screamed at him to stop, to think, but he couldn't. All he could see was that flickering screen. All he could hear was that voice. I love you. He tore past classrooms, down stairwells, through empty wings of the building. The halls were flooded with red emergency lights, making everything look like it was bathed in blood. Izuku had to be somewhere nearby. He wouldn't have left after saying all that. Not without meaning to be found. And Katsuki would find him. Even if it killed him. Katsuki's feet slammed against the corridor tiles as he skidded to a halt. His chest heaved with rapid breaths, sweat sticking to the back of his neck. He'd checked nearly every classroom 305, 312, nothing. The building echoed with emptiness, the rush of evacuating students long gone. His footsteps were the only ones left. His pulse pounded in his ears. Where are you? He whispered to no one, hands on his knees, catching his breath. Then it hit him. The number burned in his memory, the final page of the diary, scrawled across the back in crooked ink. It hadn't made sense at the time. But now, he straightened, head whipping toward the east wing. Of course. Room 301, the computer lab. Katsuki was sprinting before he could process it, arms pumping, every instinct screaming that this was it. He reached the door. His breath caught. No time to hesitate. He threw it open. There, in the middle of the room, bathed in the light of the late morning sun filtering through the blinds, stood Izuku. Katsuki's heart stopped. He looked older, taller maybe. A little broader. His mop of hair was a rich chocolate brown now, the dyed strands uneven at the roots, revealing the familiar mossy green beneath. His clothes were wrinkled, white, layered under a worn black vest. And yet, somehow, he looked peaceful, as if he'd been waiting. "Kaken," Izuku said softly, smiling like it was just another afternoon after school. Like this wasn't life or death. Like he hadn't just threatened to bomb the building. Katsuki's throat tightened. "What the f are you doing?" he hissed, slamming the door behind him. "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Izuku looked down. Sadness bloomed behind his eyes, but he didn't flinch. "Let's go to the roof," he said quietly. Katsuki stared at him. "Izuku, I just want to talk. Please." There was something in his tone. Something final. Katsuki said nothing but followed. They walked in silence. Footsteps echoing against the walls. The halls were deserted. Most students had been evacuated by now. Pro-heroes were likely searching the building, and Katsuki should have cared, but he didn't. Not right now. Not when Izuku was here. Alive. The staircase was narrow. They climbed it slowly, the tension weighing down every step. Katsuki noticed the rooftop door was unlocked. That shouldn't have been possible. Izuku must have planned this. The air outside was sharp with the chill of winter coming. Gray clouds rolled overhead, but the sky had not yet opened. From the edge, they could see the school grounds, students huddled together in the far distance, pro-heroes herding them like sheep. Izuku sat down at the edge, legs dangling off the ledge like he wasn't one breath from death. Katsuki joined him, though his hands trembled. The ventilator on the rooftop whirred softly, a white noise between them. "Why are you doing this?" Katsuki asked, voice breaking through the stillness. Izuku swung his legs. "I just wanted to talk to you," he said. "Without being arrested. I missed you." His voice cracked just barely, but enough that it shattered something in Katsuki's chest. He turned his head. "What about the bomb?" he asked cautiously. Izuku chuckled softly. "There is no bomb." Katsuki blinked. "I knew they'd never let me near you. Not with what I've done. Not with what I'm accused of. But if I made it look like a threat, something they'd evacuate for, I could buy myself a few minutes. With you." Katsuki stared at him. He should have been angry. Should have screamed, shoved him, shaken him for scaring everyone like this. But he didn't. Izuku pulled out a crumpled cigarette and tucked it between his lips. His hands formed a makeshift barrier against the wind as he lit it. He took a drag and exhaled slowly, the smoke catching the breeze and vanishing. "Why smoking?" Katsuki asked. Izuku paused. "I'm not sure. Think. It gave me control. The risk of dying slowly from something I chose. It gave me something to hold on to." Katsuki didn't reply. Couldn't. His fists clenched on his lap. Then he asked the question that had burned inside him since the broadcast. "You love me?" Izuku turned to him, eyes wide with surprise, then softened into a teasing grin. "I thought it was obvious." Katsuki let out a sharp breath. "I guess it was." Silence again. And then, "I love you too," Katsuki said, not looking at him. His eyes stayed fixed on the ground far below. Izuku froze. "What?" "I don't know when it happened," Katsuki said. "Maybe it started with the diary. Maybe it was before that. But I fell in love with you. With your words. With your stupid handwriting. With how you see the world. And it's dumb, I know it's dumb, but it's real." Izuku's eyes glistened. He carefully stood up, stretching his arms. "Come here," he said, walking toward the ledge. "The wind feels nice." Katsuki followed. They stood side by side, the breeze tousling their hair. Katsuki closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he saw Izuku looking at him out of the corner of his eye. The kind of look someone gives when they want to remember you forever. Izuku stepped closer, placing a hand on Katsuki's chest. Katsuki stilled. The contact burned. Izuku looked up, cheeks pink. "Can I?" Katsuki flushed but nodded. "Yes." "There on the roof," a voice shouted from below. Katsuki stilled, startled, but before he could react, Izuku leaned in. Their lips met. It wasn't fireworks. It wasn't a fairy tale. It was something better relief. Phoenix. The kind that feels like collapsing into bed after a year away. Katsuki kissed him back, eyes closed tight. Izuku's hand trembled against his shirt. Then he pulled away. The look on his face had changed. It wasn't joy. It wasn't peace. It was goodbye. What are you doing? Katsuki whispered. Izuku didn't answer. Instead, he stepped around him. Katsuki turned, heart plummeting. I'm sorry, Izuku said softly. For what? Izuku pulled a small pistol from behind his back. And somehow Katsuki knew it wasn't for him. No, 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 what are you doing? Katsuki screamed, reaching for him, panic flooding his veins. But Izuku was gentle. Too gentle. He placed both hands on Katsuki's shoulders and pushed. Katsuki screamed. Izuku! He plummeted. Wind rushed past his ears. The world blurred. And then bang! A gunshot. The sound tore through the air. Katsuki didn't register the pro-hero catching him until he hit the ground with a thud and a groan. They rolled together. Katsuki scrambled to his feet. Izuku! F-. He ran toward the building, was almost at the glass door when arms grabbed him from behind. Get the F off me, he thrashed, eyes wide, breath ragged. But he didn't get far. A sharp prick. Darkness. Muffled voices danced at the edges of Katsuki's consciousness. Not supposed to move yet? Can you believe he ran straight into? He looked so pale when they carried him in. They were talking about him. He knew that much, even in the haze, even though everything was black and weightless, like he was floating in a void made of static and salt. His limbs felt cold. His chest felt hollow. The darkness clung to him, dragging him down, but the voices, those FNG voices, they wouldn't stop. Bakugo, someone said, quieter this time. That voice. He knew that voice. The blackness began to lift. Bakugo, Kirishima repeated. Katsuki opened his eyes, slow and raw like peeling open old wounds. The white hospital's ceiling blurred before it sharpened. His vision caught the sterile lights and blinking machinery to his right. He groaned, lifting a hand to his temple, where a throbbing headache pulsed like a second heartbeat. Uraraka's voice followed, soft and cautious. How are you feeling? He didn't answer at first, just blinked at the ceiling. Sheet, he muttered. His voice sounded hoarse, strained. The last few hours, or was it more? Flooded into him with the force of a collapsed dam. The projector. The confession. The roof. The kiss. Izuku. Suddenly he jolted upright, gritting his teeth as pain shot up his spine. Kirishima jumped to his side and firmly pushed him back down by the shoulders. Don't. What happened to Izuku? Katsuki barked before Kirishima could say anything else. Silence. Half the class was in the room. Uraraka, Kirishima, Jair, Shiro, Ida, even Mina and Kaminari lined up against the walls and corners, lingering like shadows. They looked haunted. No one said a word. He looked around, scanning their faces. Nothing. He was about to rip out the 4 in his arm when Jair finally spoke, her voice small. I think it's best if Aizawa tells you. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. But why the F won't any of you tell me? I'll go get him, Todoroki cut in from the doorway, already slipping out. Katsuki collapsed back onto the bed, dragging a forearm over his eyes. His chest burned. His head spun. He didn't want them to see him cry. Not like this. Not when. Get out, came Aizawa's low, gravelly voice from the door. Everyone froze. I said get out, he repeated firmer. There was no protest. One by one, the students filtered out, their footsteps echoing like a quiet storm in the sterile room. Behind Aizawa, a nurse stood, clipboard in hand. Aizawa gave her a nod, and she entered the room as he moved to sit in the chair beside Katsuki's bed. Katsuki slowly dropped his arm from his face and turned to look at him. His voice, when he finally spoke, was a whisper. What happened to him? The beat. I heard the gunshot, he continued, his voice shaking now. Is he alive? Is he in a hospital? Aizawa raised a hand to silence him. Then he answered. He's alive. Katsuki exhaled so hard it sounded like he'd been holding his breath for hours. But the tension didn't fade. But the gunshot? It never went off, Aizawa said carefully. Snipe was there. Before Midoriya could shoot himself, he shot the weapon out of his hand. That's the noise you heard. Katsuki's face contorted. Disbelief washed over him first, then something much worse, relief so sharp it hurt. It felt too fragile to trust. Like the moment he let himself believe it, something would crack again. Where is he now? Katsuki whispered, almost afraid to ask. Aizawa looked at him with an unreadable expression. He's at the police station. It's been about 7 hours. Katsuki's stomach dropped. It felt like a sinkhole had opened inside him. Aizawa stood. I need to make a call, but I'll be right outside if you need me. Katsuki didn't respond. The nurse beside him checked the machines silently, then followed Aizawa out. The door clicked shut behind her. And then, silence. Not literal silence, the machines still beeped, the air vent still hummed, but everything else, every thought, feeling, and fear, coalesced into a kind of numb, screaming quiet inside his chest. He felt trapped. By the beeping. By the white lights. By the antiseptic smell. By the knowledge. The knowledge that Izuku had kissed him like he meant it. Smiled at him with red-rimmed eyes and said, I love you. Then tried to leave him behind. He covered his face again, his fingers digging into his temples. His thoughts came rushing in now, not like waves but like a fang tsunami. Too much. Too loud. Should have stopped him. You should have known. You saw the signs, you read every page, and you still didn't do enough. Katsuki curled his legs slightly in the bed, his whole body folding inward. His chest trembled. It wasn't even sobbing, he hadn't gotten that far yet, it was just pressure. Immense, brutal pressure threatening to crack him open from the inside. 7 hours. Izuku had been in that goddamn police station for 7 hours. Alone. Tired. Probably scared out of his mind. Treated like a criminal. Interrogated. Poked. Prodded. Labeled. Midoriya, the killer. He wanted to scream. But he didn't. He just stared at the ceiling, his eyes wide and unblinking, his fingers clutched in the fabric of the bedsheet like a lifeline. He had to do something. He had to see him. The room was too quiet. Too still. Too clean. Izuku sat in the cold metal chair, hands still cuffed in front of him. The cuffs weren't tight, but they felt like they were slicing his wrists open. His knuckles were red from wringing them together. His lips were cracked, raw from chewing at them without realizing. The fluorescent light above flickered every 21 seconds. He'd been counting. 1, 2, 3. Flicker. Fin. The wall in front of him had a faint crack running diagonally through the paint, a subtle fracture like a wound no one had bothered to fix. He stared at it like it held the answers. The silence was the loudest thing in the room. His mind was foggy, drained. He hadn't slept since the rooftop. They hadn't let him. First the pro heroes, then the transfer to the station. Then the endless waiting. It had all blurred into one long, gray smear. He wasn't even sure if it was still the same day. He couldn't stop thinking about the wind on the roof. The way Katsuki's eyes had widened in disbelief. The kiss. The warmth. How it didn't feel like passion but like mercy. And the second after the gun, Katsuki's scream, the fall, the noise. Snipe's shot. Izuku blinked. He was trembling now, gently, like a leaf in barely their wind. The cold had gotten into his bones. The door creaked. He flinched. A man entered, sharp suit, graying beard, eyes that had long since seen through lies. The detective. His name didn't matter. Not to Izuku. A second man followed and took a seat at the corner of the room, setting down a clipboard and adjusting the small red light blinking on the metal table's corner. The faint hum of the ceiling camera filled the silence. This interrogation is being recorded, the man said flatly, pressing a button that let out a small beep. Interview room, Midoriya Izuku, 16 years old. Present are Detective Hajime Tanaka and Officer Reiji Sato. 4:32 p.m. Izuku didn't flinch. He stared at the crack in the wall again, like it was more important than anything they had to say. Midoriya Izuku, the detective began, dropping a thick folder onto the metal table with a dull thud. Do you know where you are? Izuku didn't respond. The detective leaned forward. I'll repeat the question. Do you know where you are? Yeah? Izuku rasped. His voice was barely audible over the quiet hum of the ventilation and the ever-blinking red light, proof that every word, every silence, every breakdown was being archived forever. The detective opened the folder, flipping through it with sharp, precise movements. Let's start simple. You trespassed on UA grounds yesterday. You initiated a building-wide evacuation using a false bomb threat, interfered with multiple evacuations and pro-hero assignments, and carried an illegal firearm. Are you denying any of these? Izuku's jaw clenched. His eyes were glassy. No. And this was all part of some plan you and a woman named Aikiko were developing? The man leaned forward. We found her. We know about the house. The weapons materials. The tech. Izuku's breath hitched. She's in custody. Want to guess what she told us? He looked up for the first time, his face pale, lips parted slightly. She didn't say anything. The detective didn't miss a beat. Not a word. You must mean a lot to her. That hurt. Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't want her involved. He wanted all the blame. All of it. She didn't know everything, he said. She just helped with the setup. Shelter. Groceries. She just wanted to help me survive. Survive what? The pause. Myself. The room was still. The detective frowned. You think threatening a building full of miners was a survival strategy? I didn't hurt anyone. Izuku said louder this time, his voice cracking. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The man stood, slapping a few photographs on the table. One was of the rooftop. Another, a grainy still of the kiss. The last, the diary page with 301 scribbled in the corner. You wanted someone to stop you. He leaned in close. Or you wanted them to watch. Izuku's face broke. No, that wasn't. His voice splintered, words failing. You manipulated the evacuation to stage a private meeting with Bakugo Katsuki. That was premeditated. You had a gun on school grounds. That's a felony. You staged a public suicide attempt in front of a student body. That's terrorism. No! Izuku yelled. It wasn't like that, I swear. You had intent. I had pain. His scream echoed. I didn't want to hurt anyone else. His voice cracked again, weaker this time. I just wanted it to end. The detective said nothing. The air was heavy. Izuku bent forward, arms clutching his stomach like he was trying to hold himself together. A soft, choked sob left his throat. They don't understand, he whispered. They think I'm some monster. Some killer. But no one was there. No one knows what I had to endure. What they all let happen to me. He pressed his forehead to the cold metal table. I'm so tired. The door creaked open behind the detective. Someone was watching. Izuku didn't look up. He whispered, I didn't want to be a villain. Then louder. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted to disappear. The detective stayed silent. Izuku's voice collapsed into broken sobs, his whole body trembling as he cried against the table, knuckles white, face twisted in desperation and anguish. The overhead light flickered again. Twice. Through the one-way glass, Aizawa stood still. Watching. There was a weight behind his eyes. Not just grief, but failure. Slam. Mitsuki Bakugo's voice sliced through the air like a blade. You little sheet, do you have any idea what you've done? Katsuki didn't look up. She was already pacing, stomping, furious. You got yourself wrapped up in it. Goddamn murder case, Katsuki. You endangered yourself. Do you even care about what that did to us? He winced but didn't speak. His jaw clenched as his mother kept going, voice growing louder with each word. And Izuku Midoriya? That's who the killer is. You knew. You knew, and you didn't say anything to us, nothing. Not a single goddamn word. I didn't have a choice, Katsuki muttered. Don't give me that bullshit. I didn't. Katsuki shot upright in the bed, eyes blazing. I just wanted to save him. The room went silent. Masaru stood behind his wife, arms folded awkwardly, eyes cautious. Mitsuki blinked, stunned, the rage caught in her throat. Why would you want to save a murderer, Katsuki? She asked, her voice trembling with confusion and judgment. Katsuki's voice cracked as he screamed. Because he's not a monster. Silence again. Katsuki's face twisted in pain, eyes shining. His voice lowered to something that hurt more than yelling. Something that pleaded. He was raped. Labeled. Cast out like trash. He had to live through hell, and no one gave a F dash. He tried to kill himself for F's sake. That's the kind of person who needs saving. Mitsuki's eyes welled up but her jaw stayed tight. Masaru sighed quietly and looked at the floor. No matter how much you care about him, Masaru finally spoke, gentle but firm, he made a really big mistake. Katsuki. He's going to be charged with a lot. And no matter what he's been through, he's still a criminal in the eyes of the law. Mitsuki turned her back, her fists clenched. Her shoulders shook once. Katsuki shook his head violently, wiping his face on his sleeve. You don't understand what he went through, he said bitterly. You don't understand him. Not like I do. She turned around in a flash, pointing a trembling finger at him. What is there to understand, Katsuki? He killed someone and threatened to blow up a school. That never went off, he shouted. Who cares? She screamed back, her voice cracking with emotion. What he did put everyone in danger. He's selfish. Katsuki shot back, furious. If you went through what he did, you'd be selfish too, you. His words jammed in his throat, and he let out a strangled, frustrated sound, somewhere between a sob and a growl. His fist slammed against the mattress. Mitsuki gasped and turned, pressing her hand against her mouth. A sob escaped before she could catch it. I don't understand, she said, shaking her head. Why would you go so far to defend him? Why try to save someone who clearly can't be saved? Katsuki opened his mouth to speak, but she kept going, voice rising in desperation. Why is it that your whole life, you've despised villains? You looked down on them, called them cowards, monsters, vermin. But somehow, Izuku is different? Why would? Because I love him. The words exploded from him. And the room went completely still. Mitsuki's eyes widened. Her hand dropped from her mouth, lips parted in disbelief. Masaru's breath caught. The hospital monitor beeped too fast. I love him, Katsuki choked out again, quieter this time. More than anything in this FING world. He couldn't stop it anymore. His throat tightened, his face broke. The tears spilled freely. His hands trembled at his sides, his shoulders hunched. I don't know what to do, he sobbed. I feel so defeated. He looked up at his parents, but he wasn't really seeing them. If only I had been there sooner. Maybe he wouldn't have. His sentence crumbled mid-thought. He brought both hands to his face and sobbed so hard his whole body shook, his legs curling closer to his chest under the blanket. Snot and tears covered his hands and his shirt. His breathing hitched and gasped and caught in his throat. He couldn't stop the voice in his head. Coward. Pathetic. Masaru stepped forward carefully. He kneeled beside the bed and wrapped his arms gently around his son's shivering frame. Katsuki didn't resist. He collapsed into him like a child, forehead on his father's shoulder, fists clinging to his shirt. Mitsuki stood frozen. I can't, she whispered, almost like she was admitting defeat. She turned, lips trembling, and walked out without another word. The door clicked softly shut behind her. Masaru said nothing. He just held Katsuki like that, letting the storm pass, letting the sobs fade into hiccuped breaths. The sterile scent of antiseptic hung in the air. The monitor slowed again to a steadier rhythm. And Katsuki, clutching his father in the aftermath of his breakdown, couldn't stop thinking. I'm so FNG pathetic. Why did I wait this long? Why did I let him rot alone for so long? What if he hates me now? What if I'm too late? But Masaru's arm stayed firm, and for a moment, Katsuki allowed himself that softness. Even if no one else could understand him. Even if the world didn't understand Izuku. This moment, this small, warm moment, was the only thing keeping him from collapsing all over again. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, sharp and sterile, casting pale shadows over the interrogation footage still paused on the screen. Izuku Midoriya sat slumped forward in the metal chair, tear-streaked, small. His hands trembled on the metal table. His face was blotchy and red, eyes swollen, a single tear frozen halfway down his cheek. He looked less like a criminal and more like a child. One who had been breaking for a long time. Aizawa stood stiffly near the wall, arms crossed so tightly across his chest his fingertips were white. He hadn't moved since the footage ended. Across the table, Detective Hajime Tanaka flipped through a well-worn file, the thick stack of paper rustling like dead leaves. His voice, when it finally cut through the silence, was heavy but measured. "That's not nothing," he said, gesturing faintly toward the screen with two fingers. "That wasn't just remorse. That was a collapse. I've seen posturing, fake tears, dramatics. That was real." Aizawa didn't blink. "He did it," he said, voice dry. "We both know that." Tanaka didn't deny it. The evidence lines up. The confession lines up. But so does the trauma. He pulled a new sheet from the folder. Psych eval returned early this morning. Moderate to severe post-traumatic stress. Indicators of SXL trauma, depressive disorder, and chronic guilt responses. The report also notes signs of emotional isolation and identity disturbance, consistent with someone who's experienced intense stigma or betrayal. The report includes dissociation and suicidal ideation. He tapped the bottom corner. It also notes that he has attempted self-harm at least twice in custody. Refused meals. Hasn't slept properly in over 48 hours. Aizawa's jaw clenched. Tanaka continued, almost reluctantly. "The footage from today won't be admissible in court unless he gets a defense willing to make a psychiatric case. And if we're honest, most won't." Aizawa finally moved a small shift of weight, a flicker of movement at the edge of his jaw. "Where is he now?" "Transferred." Tanaka closed the folder gently. "An hour ago. A secure juvenile psychiatric holding facility just outside Mizudafu. Observation status. No visitors yet." Aizawa exhaled, slow and ragged. Some unspoken weight seemed to slide a millimeter off his shoulders. "Good. That's good. The prosecutors are already building a case," Tanaka said quietly. "They'll try for voluntary manslaughter, maybe even second-degree murder if the DA gets pressure from the press. But if we're careful, we can make the argument that he was acting under extreme emotional disturbance." Aizawa shook his head slightly. "He wasn't planning a murder." "No," Tanaka agreed. "But the bomb threat complicates that. Even if there was no bomb, the intent the performance can be construed as terrorism. That's where the court will lean, especially if they want to make an example out of him." Aizawa's voice hardened. "He's not a symbol. He's a 16-year-old who's been failed by every system in this country." There was a silence between them, long, brittle, and exhausted. Tanaka broke it again, his tone less analytical now. "You care about him." Aizawa didn't deny it. "He was never a student at UA, but I remember his name. I read his application. He wanted to be a hero more than any of the kids I've ever met." Tanaka's brows raised. "You read every applicant?" "No," Aizawa admitted. "Just the ones that remind me of myself." There was something bitter in his mouth after he said it, like blood. "He wanted to come here," Aizawa went on, eyes fixed on the paused image of Midoriya. "He had notebooks filled with analysis. Cork theory. Hero studies. You know how hard it is to study for a school you're not welcome at? And he did it anyway." Tanaka leaned forward slightly, voice lower. "What do you want to happen to him?" Aizawa hesitated, then answered. "I want him to live." The detective didn't say anything. Aizawa went on, steadier now. "I want him to receive psychiatric treatment. I want a defense team that actually gives a DMN. I want the court to look at him and see a child who tried everything to survive, not a villain. And I want him to have the chance to become something more than what he's been forced to be." "The courts won't like it," Tanaka said. The press already has their headline. Quirkless killer threatens school. He's guilty until proven broken, and even then, they won't care. Izawa stepped forward, slowly lowering himself into the chair across from Tanaka. Then we don't let them decide the narrative. We write a better one. Tanaka studied him for a long moment. You'd testify for him? I'll do more than that, Izawa said. I'll submit a character statement. I'll reach out to faculty. I'll make sure his psychological profile doesn't get buried under blood and fear. The prosecutor won't go easy. I don't expect them to, Izawa muttered. But if I don't do something, he's going to spend the rest of his life behind a wall, or worse. Tanaka leaned back in his chair. You know, if the court grants a psychiatric diversion, he could avoid prison. If we can prove diminished capacity or mental health crisis during the event, the charges could be reduced or even suspended with a long enough recovery program. But he has to survive that long first, Izawa said. He's still high risk, Tanaka admitted. I made sure the facility has emergency psych staff and trauma counselors on hand. He's sedated right now, and they're rotating nurses every 4 hours. We're doing what we can. Izawa nodded once. I want to see him. You will, Tanaka said. I already filed for visitor clearance. You're on the list. There was a silence again, softer now, but no less heavy. I don't know if we can save him, Tanaka said finally. Izawa looked down at his hands, scarred, dry, worn. I don't either, he said. But he deserves someone trying. The detective stood and gathered the file. They'll want a formal statement soon. Especially if you want to push for psychiatric care. Keep it clinical, but honest. If anyone can make the case, it's you. I'll have it by tomorrow. Tanaka reached for the door and gave a quick nod. When the door shut behind him, the room was quiet again except for the buzz of the overhead light and the low hum of the paused screen. Izuku Midoriya's frozen image stared back at Izawa, face raw and exhausted. The kind of exhaustion you don't come back from. Izawa pressed play again. Not to analyze. Not to pity. But just to listen. And in that dim room, surrounded by silence and law and things too late to undo, Shota Izawa listened to the sound of a boy breaking and didn't look away. The hospital room was dim, lit only by the gray wash of the television screen flickering silently. Katsuki sat slouched in the narrow bed, his back aching, every breath still sore from the fall. He didn't need the sound. He already knew what they were saying. The video showed Izuku being pushed into the back of a police vehicle. His head was bowed, his wrists cuffed tightly in front of him. Cameras flashed like lightning. There was shouting. Journalists trying to get answers. Katsuki just stared, numb, unmoving. The longer he watched, the colder his chest felt, like someone had reached inside and twisted his heart into something unrecognizable. The world didn't know him. Not like he did. He grabbed the remote and shut the TV off in one sharp movement. The silence was deafening. His eyes stared blankly at the darkened screen, his reflection barely visible. He didn't want to think. But the memories were already clawing back: the rooftop, the kiss, the gunshot that never was, the fall, the terror, the sirens. His hand curled into a fist over the scratchy blanket. Then a knock. The door slid open with a soft hiss, and the light from the hallway bled into the room. Hey, Bokugo, Kirishima said, giving him a tentative smile as he stepped in with Mina and Kaminari behind him. Katsuki didn't answer. He didn't look away from the dark screen. Mina stepped closer, her voice soft. How are you feeling? Still no response. Just a deep exhale from Katsuki's nose. Kaminari fiddled with the edge of his sleeve, awkward. We saw the footage. The whole thing. It's everywhere now. Katsuki finally looked up at them, the bags under his eyes deepened by days of emotional chaos and physical exhaustion. Why was I asleep so long? He asked, voice low and flat. Mina winced. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck. You kept waking up in a panic. Screaming for him. They had to sedate you. A couple times. Katsuki dropped his gaze. That tracks. Look, man, Kaminari tried, voice gentler than usual. We're worried about you. Seriously. Talk to us. What happened? When you ran after Midoriya? Katsuki's jaw tightened. I don't want to talk about it right now. Okay, Kaminari said, quickly backpedaling, both hands up. Yeah, that's fair. Another knock. They all turned. When the door slid open again, Katsuki's eyes widened slightly. Inko Midoriya. She stood there, her hands wrung together in front of her, face pale and worn. Hi, she said, barely above a whisper. The room fell into a silence heavy with tension. Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima all turned to Katsuki for a cue. He didn't take his eyes off Inko. Can you give me a moment? He asked. Oh yeah, sure, of course, Mina said, shuffling everyone toward the door. They left without protest. The door clicked shut behind them. Inko stepped closer, but Katsuki immediately lifted a hand to stop her. Talk, he said coldly. Explain how you could give up that easily on finding him. How you didn't notice the signs. How you weren't there for him. His voice was low, shaking with restrained fury. Inko froze mid-step. Her eyes welled. I went to the police station today, she said, trying to keep her voice even. They told me everything. Not about the bomb or the murder. I mean everything. About what he went through. Her voice trembled on the last words. They wouldn't let me see him. I begged. I really begged them. Katsuki said nothing. I tried, she said again. I searched. I asked around. I called everyone I could think of. Nothing. No one had seen him. And then the police said he probably took his own life. Because he was quirkless. Because of the bullying. Because... You clearly didn't try hard enough, Katsuki interrupted. Inko's breath caught in her throat. She looked away, trying to contain the sob threatening to break loose. When she looked back at him, her eyes were soaked with guilt. I didn't know what else to do. Everyone stopped listening. I was alone. I was scared. He's my son, Katsuki, my baby. And I couldn't find him. I didn't know how to hold on anymore. Her voice broke. He was always struggling. His mind. It never felt stable. I thought maybe it was my fault. Maybe I made him too soft. Too kind. Katsuki's hands clenched in his lap. I wish I'd known sooner. I wish, her voice cracked again. I can't believe what he's become. He's a moo. Get out, Katsuki said. Her mouth froze around the word. Katsuki. Get out, he screamed. Inko gasped, stumbling backward, hand covering her mouth. Without another word, she ran from the room, the door clicking shut behind her. Katsuki sat there, trembling. His eyes burned. His chest ached with a pressure so unbearable it felt like it might cave in. He curled over himself, pressing his palms against his forehead, his fingers threading through his hair. What the hell am I doing? He hated himself. For yelling. For being too late. For not seeing the signs. For letting Izuku go all those years ago. And now the world was going to try and tear him apart for something he'd never meant to do. His breath hitched and his shoulders began to shake. The tears fell hot and fast, slipping between his fingers as he covered his face. He didn't care about looking strong anymore. He needed someone to embrace him. Someone who understood. But the only person who ever truly had was the one the world was trying to lock away. Izuku had only been here for 3 days, but the hours stretched and unraveled into something immeasurable. The room was cold, not in temperature, but in spirit. Blank white walls. Stainless steel fixtures. A mattress bolted to the frame, stiff beneath his weight. The lights didn't turn off at night, only dimmed slightly just enough to remind you that you were being watched. The camera in the upper corner blinked red every few seconds. He stared at it sometimes, trying to keep his mind from floating too far. He hadn't slept properly since they brought him in. Each morning was the same. The sound of squeaky cart wheels. Footsteps. A nurse knocking before opening the door. Good morning, Midoriya, she'd say in a neutral, practiced tone, clipboard in hand. Medication time. He'd nod faintly and take the small paper cup. Today it was a pink pill, a white one, and a soft blue capsule. He swallowed them dry, the bitterness clinging to his throat long after. They watched to make sure he didn't pocket them. He never did. They made him attend group therapy once. Just once so far. 7 strangers sat in a circle, voices like whispers in fog. He said nothing. Just stared at his hands in his lap while someone spoke about losing their brother and someone else cried softly about the noise in their head. The therapist didn't pressure him. "You're not ready," she had said kindly. "That's okay." The staff were trained to be patient. Izuku wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. Lunch was served in a pale green tray. Soup and overcooked rice. He didn't touch it. The television in the corner of the common room played local news. Another broadcast about the UA evacuation. He turned his back to it. Later that day, he stood in the facility's shared bathroom, staring at his own face in a distorted, smudged sheet of metal where a mirror should be. No glass. Too dangerous. He leaned forward. Sallow skin. Chapped lips. Eyes too wide and unfocused. He didn't recognize himself. But he wasn't sure he ever had. That afternoon, they brought him into a private consultation room. Soft yellow lighting. 2 chairs. A small table. A bookshelf lined with folders and behavioral manuals. Dr. Hayashi sat across from him. Mid-40s, glasses perched low on her nose, pen in hand. She had a calm but clinical air. Not unfriendly, just measured. "Izuku," she said, folding one leg over the other. "This is our first one-on-one session. You've been here 3 days. I know it may feel longer." He didn't respond. Just stared at her collarbone. She paused, allowing the silence to sit before continuing. "I won't ask you to share anything you're not ready to. But I'd like to understand what brought you here. In your own words." His mouth was dry. The tips of his fingers twitched where they lay on his thighs. "You already know," he murmured. "I know what was reported," she said gently. "I don't know what you feel." He looked away. To the door. To the camera above it. She waited. Izuku's voice was barely a whisper. "It wasn't supposed to happen like that." Dr. Hayashi made a note but didn't interrupt. "I thought, if I could just talk to him. If he could see me, maybe it wouldn't hurt so much." His fingers curled into his sleeves. But then the cops came. And everything broke. "Who are you trying to reach?" she asked, keeping her voice soft but professional. He hesitated. "Kaken," he admitted, barely audible. She wrote it down. "Your childhood friend. Katsuki Bakugo." He nodded once. "You made a public video address to him. You claimed responsibility for a murder and threatened to blow up a building. But there was no bomb." "I never wanted to hurt anyone," he said quickly. His eyes finally met hers. "It wasn't real. The threat. I didn't want anyone to find me until I'd finished saying what I needed to say." "To Katsuki." He nodded again. Dr. Hayashi exhaled slowly. "Izuku, I want to ask you something difficult." "Go ahead." She leaned forward slightly. "When you say it wasn't supposed to happen, do you mean the rooftop? Do you mean the gun?" His face fell. "He caught me," he whispered. "Snipe. Before I could do it." "Do what?" "End it." Her eyes flicked to his trembling hands. "You intended to end your life that day." "Yes. I understand," she said quietly. "But Izuku, you made a choice that changed someone else's life. You took a life. That's part of this too." His jaw clenched. He was going to do it again. "I knew it." He wasn't sorry. "I believe you," she said. "But it doesn't make it less traumatic. For you or for anyone else." Izuku's voice cracked. "I didn't do it because I wanted to. I did it because I had to. I was so scared." His throat closed. He looked away again. "You're not a monster," she said, scribbling something and then pausing. "But your pain doesn't cancel out the consequences. That's what we're here to work through." "I don't want to work through it." "I know. I just wanted someone to see me. I just wanted to be understood." He stared down at the floor. "No one ever really saw me. Until it was too late." There was silence for a long time. "I think that's enough for today," she said. "But thank you for saying that much." Izuku nodded faintly. As she stood, she added gently, "We'll continue tomorrow. You're not alone here." He wanted to believe her. That night, he curled up on the narrow bed, blanket pulled up to his neck. The light outside the door buzzed faintly. Another patient down the hall cried softly into their pillow. A nurse passed by, footsteps muffled. Izuku's hands shook under the covers. His body ached with something that couldn't be medicated. His head pounded with everything he hadn't said. He bit his lip hard, trying to stay quiet. But the tears came anyway. And when they did, they came like a flood. "I didn't mean it," he gasped, voice raw. "I didn't want to kill him, I had to. He clutched his chest, curling in tighter. The door opened. 2 orderlies entered, calm but firm. "Midoriya," one of them said. "It's okay. Try to breathe." But he couldn't. He was sobbing now, ugly, full-body sobs that racked his frame. "I just wanted to die, I didn't want this, I didn't want any of this." They helped him sit up. Spoke gently. One of them held out a syringe. "Just breathe for me, all right? This will help you sleep." Izuku barely registered the needle sliding into his arm. His sobs slowed. The world tilted sideways. "I just wanted someone to see me," he whispered. His eyelids fluttered closed. Darkness took him. And for once, it was quiet. The hum of the car engine had long faded from Katsuki's mind. All he could focus on now was the way the building in front of him loomed clinical, cold, not particularly large, but terrifying in its finality. The psychiatric facility stood nestled between gray concrete and overgrown hedges, like it had been forgotten by the rest of the world. It had been a week since he left the hospital. He was cleared after a day and a half, mostly bruising, minor fractures in his ribs, nothing serious. He told them the soreness in his back was manageable, and it was. What wasn't manageable was the ache in his chest. That part didn't heal. 3 days turned into 5. Then 7. He knew he could visit. But he was scared. The last time he saw Izuku had felt so. Final. Not in a fatal sense anymore, but in a way that made Katsuki feel like Izuku might never return to who he was. Maybe because he'd changed so much. Maybe because Katsuki had too. But after a week of overthinking, he knew the truth. Even if Izuku wasn't who he used to be, Katsuki still loved him. That was the worst part, loving someone who might never be okay again. But he couldn't walk away. Izuku needed support. Katsuki didn't care how broken he was. He'd sit with him in the shards. They got out of the car. Aizawa stepped beside him, his coat flaring with the wind. The silence stretched until Aizawa spoke, eyes unreadable under tired lids. "I already talked to Midoriya," he said. "He's doing a bit better. Calmer. But he still doesn't trust most of the staff, and he won't talk to the psychiatrist unless he's forced. Says there's only one person he trusts." Katsuki glanced at him. "Has Inko been here?" Aizawa's lips thinned. "No. She's been spotted around Mizudafu, but from what I've heard, she hasn't come to visit him." Katsuki clenched his jaw, nodded once. "Okay." The inside of the facility was too white. White walls, white lights, white tile floors that squeaked under his boots. There was security at the entrance, a single officer who asked for their IDs and double-checked the visitation list. Aizawa passed through easily. Katsuki had to sign some paperwork, show identification, hand over his phone, and put his metal accessories in a locked tray. No physical items were allowed during visitation, just words. A nurse guided Katsuki down the hall while Aizawa veered left, likely to speak to Izuku's attending psychiatrist. He was led through another hallway to a visitation room with thick glass in the door. The nurse gave him a quiet nod before walking away. Katsuki looked through the glass. Izuku sat by the window, his silhouette outlined in soft gray morning light. His roots were showing now, his green hair fading into a muddled brown-black. His posture was better than Katsuki expected. He looked okay, fragile but okay. A little sad. A little hopeful. Katsuki opened the door gently. Izuku didn't turn around at first. But then, as if sensing it, he glanced back. His eyes widened when he saw Katsuki. And then he smiled. It was small, almost hesitant, but it was real. Katsuki smiled too. Not the forced kind. The kind that pulled at his cheeks without permission. "Come sit," Izuku said, gesturing to the chair across from him. Katsuki sat, his legs apart and arms loose at his sides, like if he acted too carefully, the moment might dissolve. Izuku turned back toward the window, resting his cheek on his hand. I could smell you when you walked in, he said. Katsuki blinked. The hell does that mean? You're nitroglycerin. It always smells like burnt sugar. Caramel. Katsuki actually laughed. A full-bodied, rough laugh that echoed in the quiet room. Izuku turned to him, eyes brightening. No, I'm serious. You constantly smell like candy explosives. It's disgusting, Katsuki said, still laughing. Izuku chuckled, softer. It's nice, he added after a moment. Katsuki's laugh died down, but the warmth lingered. There was a long, companionable silence. Izuku fiddled with a string on his sleeve. Katsuki watched him, every little motion memorized like a lifeline. You doing okay here? Katsuki asked eventually. Izuku shrugged. As okay as I can be in a place like this. You eating? Yeah. Another shrug. They're forcing me to. Psyche said I dropped weight too fast. Katsuki nodded. Izuku turned his eyes back toward the window. It's not as scary as I thought it'd be, he said. They watch you, but they don't talk to you unless you want them to. Except during the assessments. What do you do all day? Izuku thought. Read. Write sometimes. Sleep. Not much else. They won't let me have anything sharp, obviously. No books with metal bindings. No pencils. Just soft journals and felt-tip pens. The ink smudges a lot. You writing about me? Izuku smirked. Only when I'm feeling dramatic. You're always dramatic. You love it. Katsuki bit back a smile. Yeah. I do. That made Izuku go quiet. He looked away. I didn't think you'd actually visit, he said. I didn't think you'd want me to. I didn't think I deserved it. Katsuki looked at him. You do. Silence again. Izuku reached for the little foam cup on the table and took a sip of water. Do you still hate me for what I did? Katsuki answered without thinking. No. I put a whole school in danger. There was never a bomb. But they didn't know that. You weren't trying to hurt anyone. I scared them. Yeah, Katsuki said. You scared me too. Izuku's throat bobbed. I'm sorry. Katsuki shook his head. You don't have to say sorry to me. Yes, I do. There was a pause, and Katsuki leaned forward, elbows on his knees. You know what's scarier than anything you did? He said. Izuku looked at him. Not knowing where you were. Thinking I might never get to say any of this. That you might die without knowing that someone actually, he swallowed, cares. Izuku's eyes welled, but he blinked quickly, glancing away. I'm trying to get better, he whispered. I know. I don't know if I'll ever be okay. I don't care, Katsuki said. You're still you. You're still mine. That made Izuku cry for real. Quietly. Not sobbing. Just letting them fall. Katsuki let him. He didn't reach for him, he knew that kind of contact wasn't allowed, but his presence was enough. They talked for another hour. About nothing and everything. About the stupid books Izuku hated. About the old lady nurse with a limp who always gave him an extra packet of sugar. About whether Katsuki's back still ached, it did, and if Izuku thought he'd ever be allowed to use a pencil again. By the end, neither of them wanted to say goodbye. But the nurse knocked twice on the glass, and Izuku nodded. I'll come back soon, Katsuki said as he stood. Izuku just nodded again, eyes shining. And for once, even with the ache still pressing in Katsuki's chest, he believed that maybe this wasn't the end. The room was quiet, save for the gentle hum of the ceiling fans spinning slowly above them. The walls were a pale beige, almost too warm for such a sterile setting, and the table they gathered around was cluttered with manila folders, medical reports, and a single half-empty coffee cup. Aizawa sat back in his chair, arms crossed, eyes narrowed but alert. Beside him, Dr. Hayashi adjusted her glasses, flipping through a stack of psychological evaluations with a clinical calm that masked the weight of her words. Across from them sat Detective Tanaka, pen poised over his notepad but unmoving, as if he'd already memorized everything that had been said. We've run every psychological assessment necessary, Dr. Hayashi began, her voice smooth, practiced. He meets the diagnostic criteria for PTSD. Severe. Acute symptoms: flashbacks, emotional numbing, guilt-related delusions, and suicidal ideation. He also shows signs of persistent depressive disorder. On a legal level, this is crucial. Tanaka leaned forward. Crucial in what way? In terms of criminal responsibility, she said, setting down the file. We can argue diminished capacity. Aizawa lifted a brow. Not full insanity? No, she said, shaking her head. He was aware of what he was doing. He shows clear remorse. He knew right from wrong at the time of the incident. But his mental state was compromised to a point that affected his judgment and perception of reality. That gives us a window. Tanaka nodded slowly. Diminished capacity could reduce sentencing. Correct. If the court accepts it, she added. But we'll need a forensic psychiatric evaluation done independently to support the diagnosis. I've requested one already. It's being scheduled. And what about competency to stand trial? Aizawa asked. That's a separate matter, Dr. Hayashi replied. Currently he is competent. He understands the charges, the roles in the courtroom, and can assist in his defense. If that changes, however, if he deteriorates again, we can request a stay on proceedings. Tanaka scratched something into his notebook. You think we can argue self-defense? Aizawa spoke up. That's tricky. The evidence in the case, the weapon, the level of force, the lack of clear immediate threat, they all suggest intent. But if he can explain the buildup, the isolation, the bullying, and the trauma. From that night, what led to the breaking point? Dr. Hayashi nodded. Exactly. For someone with his psychological profile, even prolonged bullying and a single traumatic event can distort one's perception of danger. His action may not have been premeditated in a traditional sense, but reactive, a moment of panic and psychological collapse. Tanaka sighed. So we're not arguing a self-defense claim based on physical danger, but psychological duress. He believed he had no other option. Right? Dr. Hayashi said. And we can support that with his emotional state at the time. The dissociation. The overwhelming guilt afterward. This wasn't someone trying to escape justice, it was someone who collapsed under the weight of his own trauma. Tanaka exhaled. That's a tough sell. But with the right testimony, maybe. They all went quiet. Aizawa finally broke the silence. What kind of sentence are we realistically looking at? Dr. Hayashi frowned slightly. Without a plea or mental health defense. 10 to 15 years, maybe more. Possibly tried as an adult, depending on how the prosecution plays it. But with diminished capacity? If the court agrees with our findings, maybe probation with mandatory psychiatric treatment. Maybe a reduced sentence in a mental health facility. Conditional release, long-term monitoring, Tanaka added. It all depends on how much the court sees him as a threat. Not just to others, but to himself. He's not a threat, Aizawa said quietly. Not anymore. I know that, Dr. Hayashi said, gentler now. But the law isn't about belief. It's about precedent and paperwork. Tanaka closed his notebook. We'll need the diary entries. They're already submitted, Aizawa said. Katsuki gave them to the authorities after the second diary arrived. That'll help, Dr. Hayashi added. His writing shows the deterioration of his mental state over time. Emotional instability. Isolation. That'll play in our favor. If we get him on the stand or even just submit written testimony, we might be able to convince the judge that this was an act of desperation, not malice. Aizawa nodded, his jaw tight. What's next? Interview prep, Tanaka said. I'll handle witness statements. You get him ready, emotionally and mentally. Dr. Hayashi gave a slight nod. I'll continue his sessions. Focus on grounding exercises, trauma reframing, and help him write a full account of what happened. It's more reliable than verbal testimony in his case. We'll submit everything by the hearing, Tanaka said, standing up. If we're lucky, this won't go to trial. Dr. Hayashi stayed seated for a moment longer, her voice quiet as she looked at the closed file in front of her. I don't know if Izuku Midoriya will ever recover from what's happened, she said. But we can give him a chance to live with it. That's all we can do now. Aizawa stood with her, eyes grave. It's more than he's ever had before. They left the room, one by one, leaving behind the folders and the notes and the quiet echo of hope that maybe just maybe the justice system would see the boy behind the headline. The common room of Class 1A was quieter than usual. The television played softly in the background, some old rerun of a hero documentary no one was really watching. A stack of unopened snack bags sat on the low table, and the windows were open just enough to let the late autumn air drift in, brushing against their skin with a coolness that reminded them all the world was still turning even now. They were on an indefinite break from school. The incident, the chaos, the bomb scare, the broadcast had shaken the whole system. There were whispers that UA might be restructured. There were louder whispers about the diary entries that had been leaked. No one had seen the entire thing, but some pages had made their way to news outlets. Some had made it online. Enough for people to talk. And talk they did. He just seemed broken, Ciro said, sitting cross-legged on the couch, his fingers idly playing with the remote. I mean, if even half of those entries are real, it's hard to look at him and only see a criminal. Doesn't excuse anything, Ida replied, stiffly adjusting his glasses. Murder is still murder. What if the bomb had been real? What if people had died? You didn't see his face, Mina said softly. She was curled up in the armchair, hugging a pink throw pillow to her chest. In the video, he looked like he was begging for someone to help him. Even when he said it. Kirishima leaned forward, elbows on knees. It's like watching someone unravel. He didn't look like some evil mastermind, you know? Like a kid who's completely lost. That's dangerous in itself, Momo murmured. Someone that unstable. How do we know he won't do it again? None of us know him. Just stories. And now all we have are leaked diary entries and that video. Maybe we're all projecting, Jiraiya pointed out. Silence fell briefly. Todoroki sat near the window, arms crossed. Doesn't matter if we knew him. What matters is that he's not just a headline anymore. He's real. And this case. It's not black and white. Still, people are scared. My family's terrified, Hagakure said, her voice small. They keep saying this is what happens when you coddle people who are too emotionally unstable. He didn't even have a quirk, Kaminari added. The guy was quirkless. And bullied for it, I think? Maybe that's what tipped him over. I heard his mom abandoned him, someone muttered. That's not confirmed, Mina snapped. We don't know what his life was like. We know what he wrote, Ciro said. And we know what he did. Another silence. The door opened. They all turned. Katsuki stepped inside. He looked the same and not the same. Physically he was fine. A little pale, maybe. A little tired. But his posture was tense, like every muscle was coiled. His eyes darted from face to face as if reading the temperature in the room. Bakugo, Kirishima greeted, standing up slightly. Katsuki gave a curt nod and walked to the counter to grab a bottle of water. The entire room watched him, quiet again, like a collective held breath. You okay? Mina asked, gently. He took a sip, shrugged. A few exchanged glances. Then came the first question. Is it true? Jiraiya asked. Was the bomb fake? Katsuki didn't respond. Did he plan the video just to talk to you? Kaminari asked. Katsuki turned his back to them. Is it true what he wrote? About the assault. He gritted his teeth. Katsuki, Mina said carefully, you were there. We just want to understand. There was a sharpness in the air. Like something about to crack. I don't want to talk about it, Katsuki muttered. But why? Jiraiya pushed. We all saw it. We're all stuck thinking about it too. You think you're the only one affected? Ida said. Katsuki turned, eyes narrow. You don't know a FING thing. The tension spiked. Then tell us, Momo said calmly. Help us understand. Silence. But why'd you run after him? Someone asked. Why didn't you tell the teachers? Why are you defending him? Katsuki's jaw clenched. And then someone asked. Why? He snapped. But why? I'm so effing sick of hearing people ask why. They all froze. You read his words, his pain, and you still ask me why I'd chase after him? His voice shook. Not from fear. From something deeper. He's not some story you gossip about over snacks. He's a person. One who's been through more than any of you could handle in a lifetime. And you want to dissect him like a frog in a lab. Katsuki, Kirishima started. No. You want to know why I ran after him? Why I keep defending him? He laughed bitterly. Because no one else will. Because everyone just wants to crucify him and move on like he never existed. There was a beat. And then, softly, You care about him, Mina said. Katsuki looked down. No response. He didn't need to say it. His silence was enough. His trembling fists. The way his voice had cracked. Momo paused. You're in love with him. He didn't deny it. Another silence. It was Kaminari who spoke next, this time carefully. That doesn't change what he did. No, Katsuki agreed. But it changes what it meant. The group went quiet again. The cold breeze from the window brushed against their skin like a whisper. He didn't stay long after that. But when he left, the room felt heavier. No one knew what the right thing was anymore. Only that Katsuki Bakugo, the one they thought was the strongest among them, was breaking over the memory of someone they barely knew. And that maybe, just maybe, they'd all been too quick to judge a story they never really read. The courthouse was cold. Katsuki sat at the very back, elbows resting on his knees, fists loosely clenched. He'd been here for an hour already. He'd visited Izuku 5 times in the past week and a half. Maybe more. Not that he was counting. He wasn't supposed to care this much. But he did. The heavy doors opened quietly as the judge entered. Everyone rose. Izuku Midoriya was led in handcuffed, his hair darker than before, his roots showing a soft green glow under the fluorescent lights. He looked thinner, pale, but his face was calm. Katsuki didn't miss the way his hands trembled against the metal cuffs. Dr. Hayashi was already seated in the front, her clipboard balanced in her lap, her glasses glinting under the soft lights. Detective Tanaka sat nearby, his expression unreadable. Once the formalities concluded, the judge, a stern-looking woman with gray-streaked hair tied in a bun, called the hearing to order. The prosecution stood first. Your Honor, the lawyer began with careful precision, we understand the complexity of this case. But we cannot ignore the seriousness of the crime. A man was killed. A public building was placed under bomb threat. A city was thrown into panic. These were not the actions of a confused child, but a calculated decision made by someone capable of planning and execution. Katsuki felt his jaw tighten. Regardless of the psychological context, this court must consider the safety of the public, the trauma inflicted on the victim's family, and the precedent we set. Then came the defense. A composed woman in a tailored navy suit stood from the other side. My client, Izuku Midoriya, is not a criminal. He is a mentally unwell teenager who experienced a severe psychological breakdown. He was assaulted. He lived in hiding. He did not threaten the public with actual violence, he cried for help in the only way he knew how. The bomb was never real. What was real, however, was his pain. She continued, her voice steady but not cold. We are not asking for dismissal. We are asking for compassion. The courtroom dimmed slightly as evidence was projected. Images of torn diary entries. Lines of unsteady handwriting. Sentences that bled heartbreak. Wait for me, Kek. Keep waiting. The courtroom was silent. Then came police footage. The officer's report confirming there had never been an explosive device in UA. Only empty wires, harmless and dusty, meant to spark fear, not harm. Finally, Dr. Hayashi's written report, sealed with the official crest of the psychiatric facility. Her observations. Her conclusions. Her warnings and her hope. Dr. Hayashi stood next. She adjusted her glasses once, hands folded over the podium. Izuku Midoriya was experiencing a severe dissociative episode at the time of the incident, she said clearly. This was exacerbated by untreated post-traumatic symptoms following a SXL assault and prolonged isolation. The video confession, though alarming, was not an act of terrorism, it was a symbolic farewell. An emotional cry. He didn't intend to hurt anyone else. And he didn't. The prosecution objected. He killed someone. Dr. Hayashi didn't flinch. In an act of self-defense. The court has that corroborated in witness and physical evidence. Murmurs rippled across the room. Katsuki's eyes remained locked on Izuku, who looked down at the table, not meeting anyone's gaze. Dr. Hayashi's voice softened. He is not a danger. He just a boy. The judge called a recess for 15 minutes. Katsuki exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. His back ached faintly from the impact days ago, but the real pain sat in his chest. When the court resumed, the judge read the charges aloud. Manslaughter is currently on the table in place of murder, given the evidence of psychological distress and corroborated self-defense. The charge of false public threat remains but may be reduced in light of no actual device being planted. Evasion of authorities will be taken into account but mitigated by mental health considerations. The defense requested that, if convicted, Izuku continue psychiatric care under state supervision rather than incarceration. If the court sees fit, she began, Izuku Midoriya may remain in secure psychiatric care, with continuous monitoring, therapy, and limited supervised release in the future. His record may be sealed, pending progress. However, these decisions will follow the final deliberation. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Every word felt like it. Echoed through a tunnel. The judge looked at Izuku. Do you have anything to say? Izuku stood slowly. Hand still cuffed. I'm sorry, he said. His voice was barely above a whisper. To the family of the man I killed. To the people I scared. To everyone who trusted me and got hurt anyway. I know I can't take any of it back. He turned slightly, his eyes catching Katsuki's just for a moment. I just wanted to disappear. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. But they did. Because of me. I'm sorry. Silence. Katsuki didn't know when he stood, but suddenly his hand was raised. The judge narrowed her eyes. Bakugo Katsuki, correct? He nodded. I'd like to testify. A murmur moved through the crowd. The judge nodded once. Katsuki walked slowly to the front. I knew Midoriya when we were kids, he began. And I didn't treat him well. He was quirkless and I was stupid. And cruel. He paused. But a few weeks ago, I received a diary. From him. I read it and I found someone broken. Not evil. Not dangerous. But destroyed. He looked at Izuku again. He didn't kill because he wanted to. He did it to survive. And the bomb? That was never real. What was real was how desperate he was to be heard. His voice cracked. I don't know what justice looks like anymore. But I know that prison won't help him. There was a long silence. The judge folded her hands. We'll resume tomorrow with deliberations. Until then, this court is adjourned. The gavel hit wood. People began to rise. Katsuki didn't move. Not until Izuku looked back at him. Their eyes met again. And for a moment, despite everything, there was only them. The rain had stopped, but the windows were still wet, trails of droplets sliding down the glass like tears that hadn't yet learned where to fall. Izuku sat in the chair by the far wall, the same spot he always chose when he didn't want to be noticed. His fingers toyed with the hem of his sleeve, knuckles raw from how often he rubbed at them, and his legs bounced with restless energy. He wasn't sure why he was anxious today. Maybe it was just the silence. Or maybe he felt something coming. Then a knock at the door. Not loud. Not soft. But uncertain. Izuku looked up slowly, brows furrowed. The door opened and behind it, his stomach twisted. Inko Midoriya stepped into the room like a shadow stepping into light. She looked smaller than he remembered. Not physically, but her face was tight with worry, her eyes glassy, her hands clutching each other like she needed to hold herself together. Behind her stood Dr. Hayashi, her clipboard tucked under one arm, gaze calm but sharp. She gave Izuku a nod she wouldn't leave unless he wanted her to. He didn't say anything. He didn't nod. But he didn't ask her to stay either. She quietly stepped back and closed the door. The room fell into a quiet so thick it felt physical. Inko stood there for a moment, unmoving. Izuku didn't look at her. He turned his face toward the window. Her voice cracked and she cleared her throat. I didn't know if you'd even want to see me. Izuku didn't answer. She stepped further into the room, slowly. Like if she moved too fast, the moment would shatter. "I've been trying to come here for days," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "But I kept turning around. I didn't think I deserved to see you." Izuku's eyes flickered, but they didn't meet hers. More silence. "I read your diary," she said finally. He stiffened. "I cried for hours," she continued. "And I know that doesn't fix anything. It doesn't undo all the times I wasn't there. It doesn't bring back the version of you I should have seen." She took a deep breath, voice trembling. "I thought I was protecting you by pretending everything was okay. I told myself you were strong, you didn't need more fussing. But the truth is, I think I was scared. Scared of what the world was doing to you. And instead of fighting it, I looked away." Izuku's lip quivered, but he still didn't speak. "I stopped being a good mom the day I let the world tell you what you were worth." That broke something in him. His eyes snapped to hers, red-rimmed and wounded. "You weren't supposed to believe them," he said quietly. His voice cracked halfway through the sentence. "You were supposed to tell me they were wrong." "I know," she said. Her voice was barely holding. "And I didn't. I failed you. I see that now." Izuku's fingers were curled into fists in his lap. "I was a kid. I just wanted you to say I still mattered." "You did. You do," she whispered. He looked away again. "Then why did it take a court case and a diary for you to see me?" Inko broke then. Her shoulders shook, her hands over her mouth as tears fell freely. She didn't try to go to him. She just stood there, breaking. "Because I was weak," she said. "Because I couldn't face that I let it get this bad." The silence that followed was suffocating. Izuku stared at the floor. His voice was thin when he spoke. "I needed you." "I know." Another pause. Inko took a slow, careful step forward. Then another. "I'm not asking you to forgive me," she said. I needed you to know I see it now. I see you. And I'm sorry it took me so long." Izuku's breathing was uneven. His shoulders trembled, but he didn't cry. She knelt beside his chair, not too close, just near enough. "I'm going to be here. If you want me." He didn't move. But after a moment, his hand inched just a little toward her on the armrest. Inko reached out slowly, gently. Her fingers brushed his. He didn't pull away. Not a hug. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But maybe. A beginning. The snow fell quietly in thick flakes, muffling the crunch of Katsuki's boots as he walked up the icy path. A chill clung to the air, biting through his gloves and settling in his bones, but he hardly noticed. The looming silhouette of the psychiatric facility stood ahead, gray against a white sky, windows glowing faintly like a tired city. His breath came out in a heavy mist. His hands were clenched in his coat pockets, knuckles white. The second hearing had made everything feel heavier real. The judge had ruled that Izuku would be going to trial. Officially. Publicly. That meant this wasn't just a fluke or a misunderstanding. It meant that everything Izuku feared, every punishment, every label, every chain might come true. Katsuki hated how terrified that made him. He checked in at the front, went through the pat-down, the ID confirmation, the signed waiver. He'd done this 7 times before. Today made 8th. Each time was a little less nerve-wracking, but not this time. Today, the sterile air felt thicker. Like it was preparing for something. A nurse escorted him to the visitor room. Izuku was already inside. He was seated on the cushioned bench by the window, knees tucked to his chest, sweater sleeves pulled halfway over his hands. He looked up, blinking slowly. A small smile tugged at his lips. "Kaken." His voice was soft. Familiar. Katsuki's chest tightened. "Hey, nerd." He sat across from him. The snow outside the window framed Izuku's face in a haze of cold light. His roots had grown out more, the green of his hair now framed by a dark halo at the crown. His eyes were tired but kind. Izuku let out a small breath. "I didn't think you'd come." Katsuki raised a brow. "You've thought that the last few times too. You should know better." Izuku smiled, eyes drifting toward the window again. "I guess I just don't trust myself to be worth showing up for." Katsuki leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Then trust me instead." They talked for a while about nothing and everything. About how cold it was. About how Katsuki slipped on the ice earlier and nearly face-planted into a fence. About how Izuku had started therapy sessions twice a day now and hated the group meetings but liked Dr. Hayashi's honesty. He even joked about learning to knit from one of the older residents. Katsuki laughed, genuinely, which surprised both of them. And then Izuku said, "You shouldn't come to the trial." Katsuki blinked. "What?" Izuku was still looking out the window. "I don't want you there. I don't want you to see what they'll say about me." Katsuki straightened. "I've already seen it. The whole DMN country's seen it." "Not like that," Izuku said, voice quieter. "It's going to be brutal. They're going to talk about what I did. What I didn't do. They're going to tear everything apart. And you don't deserve to sit through that." "So what?" Katsuki snapped. "You want me to just sit home while they drag you in court like a criminal?" "I am a criminal," Izuku shouted suddenly, his voice cracking. "I killed someone, Katsuki." The silence afterward was loud. Izuku's shoulders were tense, his breath sharp. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "I didn't mean to yell." Katsuki leaned in, his jaw tight. "Don't you ever say that again." "What?" "That you're just a criminal. You're not. You're not just what they say you are." Izuku shook his head, frustration building again. "But maybe I am. Maybe that's all I'll ever be. I keep hurting people just by existing. The bomb threat? Even if it was fake, people panicked. And you nearly died because of me." Katsuki stood up, fists clenched. "And I'd do it again. If it meant getting to you before you could." He stopped himself, jaw trembling. "You think I care about all that? About the FING label? I care about you, damn it." Izuku looked up at him, pained. "But why?" "Because Katsuki caught himself again. His voice broke. "Because I'm all in. Whether you like it or not." Izuku stood now too, his own voice rising. "But you shouldn't be. I'm unstable, I'm dangerous, I'm—" "Stop saying that shit," Katsuki shouted. "You want people to think you're irredeemable? Fine. But don't expect me to believe it." Their voices had gotten too loud. A nurse appeared at the door. "Bakugo," she said firmly, stepping in, "that's enough for today." Izuku's expression faltered. "Wait, no." Katsuki looked at her, then back at Izuku. "I'm not done." "I know," Izuku said quietly. "But maybe I am." Katsuki stared at him, stunned. The nurse touched his shoulder. He didn't fight her. But nodded slowly, eyes never leaving Izuku's. As he was led out, Izuku watched from the window again. And Katsuki swore to himself, even if Izuku kept pushing him away, he'd keep coming back. No matter how many times it took. Because Izuku wasn't done, not really. He just didn't believe he was worth saving yet. But Katsuki did. The wind tugged at Katsuki's blazer as he walked toward the courthouse, the chill of spring lingering like a stubborn reminder that winter hadn't quite left him. The air still smelled like cold concrete and the buds of trees trying their best to bloom. His shoes echoed sharply against the stone steps, each step a little heavier than the last. He hadn't seen Izuku in months. The facility had refused every visit, each attempt met with a cold, automated email, visitation request denied. The patient is not accepting visitors at this time. It made Katsuki feel useless. No more than that. Powerless. And now, here he was. Trial day 1. His father, Imasu, sat beside him in silence during the car ride. Neither of them spoke. Katsuki appreciated that. There was nothing left to say that hadn't already been screamed or cried months ago. The courthouse loomed large, pale against the weak sun. As soon as he approached the front, reporters swarmed. "Bakugo Katsuki, is it true you were with Midoriya on the roof? Do you believe he should be imprisoned? Were you in a relationship with the accused?" The flashes of cameras were blinding. He pushed through them violently, yelling, "Get out of my way," before ducking inside through the glass doors. Security guards waved him through the metal detector. A court officer checked his name and handed him a pale green visitor badge. Witness Testimony Session 1, it read. Inside the courtroom, everything was too big. The ceilings, the walls, the long wooden benches. Katsuki sat on the left side, eyes locked forward. He didn't want to look around, didn't want to wonder who from the public might be here to gawk. He sat straight, hands in his lap, biting the inside of his cheek. After what felt like an eternity, the courtroom began to fill. A door creaked open on the right side of the room. Katsuki turned instinctively. And there he was. Izuku. In H&D CFFS. His hair was dull, longer, roots grown out, his face paler than Katsuki remembered. He looked small in the oversized beige jumpsuit. His eyes didn't scan the room. They stared down at the floor, a dead kind of focus. No awareness. No life. Katsuki felt like the air had been knocked out of him. He hadn't realized just how much he missed him. He wasn't sure which hurt more, seeing Izuku this broken, or realizing he still loved him anyway. The judge entered and everyone stood. A heavy silence settled as the opening statements began. The prosecutor stood, an older man with squared glasses and gray at his temples. His voice was firm. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here today because a young man is dead, and another made a bomb threat to a public institution, UA High School, causing widespread panic. We will present evidence that the defendant, Izuku Midoriya, not only killed a classmate, but used that event to manipulate public fear. We do not question his pain. But pain is not an excuse for terror." He gestured firmly to the jury. "We ask that you hold the defendant accountable." Defense opening statement. Then Izuku's defense attorney stood, a younger woman in a dark blue suit with a calm voice. "My client, Izuku Midoriya, is not a terrorist. He is a traumatized teenager who experienced a mental health crisis and who acted out of fear, not malice. The court will see diary entries that reveal suicidal ideation, disassociation, and signs of severe PTSD. Dr. Hayashi, a licensed psychiatrist, will testify to his current condition and his cooperation with authorities." She looked to the jury. "We're not saying no crime occurred. We're asking you to understand why it happened." Evidence review and witnesses. Over the next few hours, the courtroom listened to pages of Izuku's diary read aloud by the defense. Police confirmation that no actual explosive was found. Footage of the rooftop incident, cut before the push. A recorded expert statement from Dr. Hayashi. Then came the in-person testimony. Aizawa sat at the witness stand, his posture firm but weary, dark hair tied loosely back, eyes heavy with the weight of the last few months. He spoke clearly, but with quiet gravity. "I never met Midoriya before this case began. But I've read every one of his diary entries. I've sat through hours of video footage, transcripts, interviews. I've spoken to the people who knew him and the people who failed him." He paused, letting the silence settle. "What became clear," he continued, "was that this was a kid in crisis. Not a criminal mastermind. He was quirkless in a world that made that a death sentence for self-worth. He was bullied, humiliated, isolated. And no one ever helped him, not friends, not teachers, not the system." The prosecutor raised an eyebrow. "You're speaking with a lot of certainty for someone who didn't know him." Aizawa looked directly at the jury. "You don't have to know someone personally to recognize a cry for help. Then how do you explain the rooftop video? It wasn't a threat. It was a goodbye." A few jurors shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Aizawa's voice softened but did not waver. This wasn't a calculated act of violence. It was the culmination of years of pain collapsing in on itself. He's not a monster. He's a boy who was trying to survive something most of us never had to endure. "No further questions," said the defense. "Katsuki Bakugo, please take the stand." He stood slowly, fists clenched at his sides to stop the tremble in his fingers. His footsteps echoed through the courtroom, deliberate, heavy. Izuku didn't look up as he passed. But Katsuki felt him anyway, like gravity in reverse. The defense attorney straightened her papers. "Mr. Bakugo, you've known the defendant for a long time?" "Since we were 4. "And you were not close?" Katsuki hesitated. "It's complicated." A murmur rippled through the court. "What do you mean by that?" "We grew up together. We fought a lot. We stopped talking. Then we talked again. The attorney let that settle, then asked, "What was Midoriya's mental state in your opinion leading up to the incident?" Katsuki swallowed. He wasn't okay. He was terrified all the time. Paranoid. Isolated. He'd been running for months. I think he forgot what safety felt like. Did he express violent intent toward others? No. Katsuki's voice cracked slightly. Only himself. A quiet pause followed. Would you say he's dangerous? Katsuki finally looked over. Izuku was staring at him, now pale, hands cuffed, eyes dull but focused. For a moment, time folded in on itself. There was no courtroom. No judge. Just them. I think, Katsuki said, the only person he's ever wanted to hurt is himself. The prosecutor stood for cross-examination, voice clipped. You're very passionate in his defense. Katsuki didn't answer. You visited him. Multiple times. Do you believe your personal feelings have affected your judgment? Katsuki bristled. I don't think wanting someone to live makes me biased. No one's questioning your empathy, the prosecutor said. But you've also admitted to deep emotional attachment. Some might say it clouds objectivity. Katsuki's jaw tightened. Would you have gone to these lengths if it had been anyone else? That one landed like a punch to the ribs. He didn't answer. Izuku blinked slowly. They looked at each other again. The tension in the room shifted, something unspoken flickering between them. I just know, Katsuki finally said, that he was asking for help in the only way he knew how. And we all failed to hear him. The prosecutor clicked her pen. No further questions. Katsuki stepped down, but not before glancing back one last time. Izuku hadn't looked away. 2 months had passed since that day in court, 2 months that somehow felt both like a blink and a lifetime. Katsuki had graduated his first year at UA, top of his class in combat and near the top in academics. People congratulated him. His mother got misty-eyed when she saw his report. Teachers nodded with approval. Even Principal Nizu sent a generic but polite message of praise. It should have meant something. But to Katsuki, it all felt like noise, distant, hollow. He didn't even bother opening the final grade breakdown until days later. It sat in his inbox unread because it didn't matter. Nothing really had, not since the trial. Everything just felt quiet. Uncomfortably quiet. He went through the motions, training, eating, studying, but it all blurred together like static. The last time he saw Izuku had left him with a noise he couldn't silence, and the absence afterward only made it louder. They hadn't spoken since the first trial date. Not a single word. Katsuki had tried. Every week, without fail. Emails. Calls. Requests. Every time, the answer was no. Midoriya has declined your visitation. Midoriya is not accepting visitors at this time. We thank you for your concern, but the patient's current treatment requires minimal external contact. Eventually, Katsuki stopped sending requests. 2 weeks went by. It wasn't because he stopped caring. God no. It was because the rejection hurt too much. But even more than that, he was scared. Scared he'd become another person Izuku had to protect himself from. Scared he'd make things worse. Scared that seeing him would undo whatever fragile healing Izuku had been building for himself. And still, the silence gnawed at him like a sore tooth. That night, after another quiet dinner with his parents, Katsuki sat on his bed, staring at his laptop screen. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for what felt like hours. No message this time. Just a request. One more time, he thought. One more time, and I'll never bother you again. He hit send, and closed the laptop, heart pounding, already preparing himself for the ache of rejection. He tried to distract himself, opening a textbook, flipping through pages without seeing any of the words. Even explosions didn't feel like a release anymore. They just sounded like echoes. It was around 9:17 p.m. when he checked his phone and saw the email. Subject: Visitation approval for Midoriya, Izuku. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat. His thumb trembled slightly as he tapped the screen. Dear Mr. Bakugo, your request to visit Midoriya, Izuku has been approved for tomorrow at 11 a.m. Please arrive 15 minutes early for check-in and security screening. Midoriya has expressed conditional willingness for the visit. We thank you for your patience. Mizudafu's psychiatric recovery unit. His stomach turned not with anxiety, but with something else. Something sharp and dizzying and overwhelming. He felt it in his chest, in his hands, in his spine. Relief. But fear. All tangled into one. Katsuki had been burned, beaten, broken, but nothing had ever made him feel like this. He didn't sleep much that night. Instead, he lay awake with his arm over his face, heart still racing, the glow of the phone screen burned into his mind. Tomorrow. And he couldn't help it, the memory of the kiss came back. The rooftop wind. The warmth of Izuku's hand on his chest. The way their lips had touched, hesitant, unsure but real. He shoved his face into his pillow and groaned. Don't think about that now, he told himself. Because wanting more? Wanting him? That was dangerous. And yet, he still wanted it. Wanted him. Izuku sat by the window, his cheek resting in his palm, the edge of a green crayon between his fingers. The sketchbook on his lap was slightly bent at the corners, worn from overuse. He had drawn Katsuki again, third time this week. This version had softer eyes. The light from the window hit the page just right, and for a second, Izuku let himself believe the boy in the drawing was really there. I'm out of my mind, he thought. Not that I didn't think that before, but this is different. The crayons were dull from pressure, the tips rubbed flat. He had started using his fingers to blend reds into burnt orange, charcoal outlines softened into warmth. It surprised him how easily he could bring Katsuki's face to life. How well he remembered every shape. He never thought he'd say yes again. Not after last time. Not after the fight. But when the email came in, "You have a new visitation request," he didn't hesitate. He told himself he'd ignore it. But he didn't. The door clicked open. Izuku turned slowly, trying to soften the too eager smile forming on his face. He failed. There he was. Katsuki. Standing awkwardly in the doorway, in a dark hoodie and clean jeans, holding his breath like he was afraid of being turned away. Katsuki was standing in the doorway like a kid who wasn't sure if he belonged there. His hoodie was a little too clean. His hands were jammed into his pockets. But his eyes, those stupid, earnest, furious eyes, softened the moment they locked with Izuku's. "Hi," Katsuki said, his voice hoarse, like it hadn't been used all day. "Hey," Izuku replied, a quiet smile on his lips. Katsuki crossed the room slowly, hesitantly, like if he walked too fast Izuku might vanish. He sat down across from him. Their chairs were awkwardly far apart, but neither made a move to fix it. "You smell the same," Izuku said, tilting his head. Katsuki blinked. "Huh. Burnt sugar. Like caramelized explosives." Izuku chuckled to himself. "It's comforting in a weird way." Katsuki let out a surprised laugh, sudden and warm. "You're still a DMN nerd." "You laughed," Izuku pointed out, teasing. "You're getting soft." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "You bring it out of me." That hung in the air a little longer than either of them expected. Izuku leaned back slightly. "I didn't think you'd come." "I didn't think you'd let me in," Katsuki admitted. "I almost didn't." "Why?" Izuku hesitated. Then, "Because I thought if I saw you again, I wouldn't be able to let go." Katsuki's face softened. "I know we argued. And I know I was the one who said we needed space, but..." Izuku looked down at his hands. "I missed you. So much it made my chest hurt." Katsuki nodded. "Same." Silence again. But not an awkward one. It felt like a quiet place they were building together, breath by breath. "I've been drawing you," Izuku admitted. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. "From memory," Izuku said quickly. "Your face helps me remember I'm not alone. Helps me breathe sometimes." He didn't add, "You're the reason I'm still here." But it hung there anyway. Katsuki didn't respond right away. He stared at the sketchbook. Then at Izuku. "I think about the rooftop a lot," Katsuki said finally. "The kiss. The way it felt like the world stopped." Izuku's breath hitched slightly, his eyes searching Katsuki's. "Me too." Katsuki shifted forward in his seat. His voice dropped. "Can I?" Izuku blinked. Katsuki was leaning closer now, hesitating just inches away, his eyes never leaving Izuku's. "Can I kiss you?" he asked, voice low. barely audible. Just like Izuku had once whispered it to him. Izuku stared for a long, fragile second, then gave the softest nod. Katsuki stood slowly and stepped around the table. Izuku stood too, facing him now. Closer. They didn't touch yet. Just stood, watching each other, daring the moment to break. Then Katsuki raised a hand and rested it against Izuku's cheek. Izuku's breath stilled. Their foreheads touched, soft and warm, and then Katsuki closed the gap. The kiss was gentle, reverent, like a promise spoken without words. A reunion in the quietest form. Izuku sighed into it, eyes fluttering shut. When they pulled away, Katsuki rested his forehead against Izuku's and whispered, "I'm not going anywhere." Izuku swallowed, blinking back sudden tears. "Even if I do?" he asked. "I'll find you," Katsuki murmured. The courtroom was silent. Unnaturally so. A heavy stillness hung over the gallery like smoke from a fire long extinguished, but not forgotten. Katsuki's palms were clammy against the polished wood of the bench in front of him. His uniform collar itched. He tugged it, then stopped, afraid any motion might break him open. The judge hadn't even spoken yet, and he felt like he was already splitting at the seams. 5 months. 5 FING months of watching Izuku be dissected mentally, emotionally, legally. Katsuki had come to every session, sat through every recorded playback, every exhibit, every sigh, every lie. And now, it was the final day. He glanced to the side, expecting to catch a glimpse of green. But of course, Izuku wouldn't come through the same entrance. Security said it was too risky. Too many people. Too many cameras. Too many threats. But then there he was. 2 guards flanked him as he entered. His wrists were cuffed, but he walked with his head held steady. Not high. Not proud. But steady. His skin was pale. His eyes sunken. But to Katsuki he was still the same boy who'd whispered, "Can I?" on the rooftop. Katsuki swallowed a lump forming in his throat. The judge entered. The jury filed in. The chatter died like a smothered flame. "All rise." Katsuki stood, knees trembling. His hands balled into fists at his sides. They read the charges again. Formal, cold, rehearsed. Words Katsuki had memorized months ago, but each time they echoed in the courtroom, they struck like a blow to the ribs. And then, the pause. A breath. A verdict. On the count of voluntary manslaughter. We find the defendant, Izuku Midoriya, guilty. Katsuki's breath left him. His legs buckled slightly. Guilty. The word rattled through his skull. Guilty. He stared at the judge. A buzz filled his ears. Guilty. It was real. Izuku's head bowed. Shoulders shook. But he didn't cry out. He didn't scream. He just trembled. Katsuki's hands flew to his mouth, barely muffling the sob that broke free. The judge continued. In light of the defendant's age and psychiatric condition, this court sentences Izuku Midoriya to remain in juvenile correctional custody until his 18th birthday. He will undergo mandatory psychiatric treatment throughout the duration of this sentence. Upon reaching legal adulthood, the state will reassess his condition and determine his future placement. Katsuki felt the world tilt. He wanted to be angry. He wanted to scream at the judge, at the jury, at the system. But all he could do was hurt. Tears streamed down his face as he slowly shook his head, burying it in his hands. This wasn't right. Not after everything Izuku had survived. Not after the diaries. Not after the truth. He heard the shuffle of guards moving. He looked up. Izuku was being pulled away. No. Katsuki stood. No, wait. Please. He shoved past the row, ignoring the stares, the gasps. Please, just one moment. Please. The judge banged the gavel. Order in the court. Izuku. He sprinted down the aisle. Izuku turned, eyes wide, red-rimmed. He stopped walking. The guards pulled, but he resisted for just a second, just enough for their eyes to meet. Kaken. Don't take him, please. Katsuki tried to run to him, but a pair of arms held him back. Kirishima. Katsuki, stop. Let me go. Katsuki screamed, voice raw and broken. I need to see him, I need. Izuku was nearly at the exit now. Izuku! He reached out. Desperately. Pathetically. But it wasn't enough. The doors closed behind him. Silence slammed into the courtroom like a tidal wave. Katsuki collapsed into Kirishima's arms, sobbing so hard his ribs ached. His hands trembled. His teeth grit together in a futile attempt to not fall apart completely. Around him, voices whispered. Pity. Confusion. Regret. But none of it mattered. Not when he couldn't hold him. Not when he couldn't save him. Not when the only boy he'd ever truly loved was being taken away. 1 year. It had been 1 full year since the courtroom walls swallowed Katsuki whole. Since the verdict that tore something out of him, something he hadn't been able to get back until now. 12 months of weekend visits, of scheduled hours and monitored rooms, of quiet conversations that always carried a hint of sadness underneath their softness. Katsuki had made it through the rest of his 2nd year at UA and graduated early, a small mercy carved from dedication and the dull ache of missing Izuku. He'd made it out somehow. But Izuku hadn't. Until today. The red of his brand new car gleamed against the dusky orange of the sky, as if it were dipped in the very blood of the sunset. Katsuki sat on its hood, legs crossed, staring at the gates of the juvenile facility. His fingers twitched against his pants, gripping and releasing. The wind played gently with his hair, shorter now, cleaner, but his chest was a storm. It always was when it came to Izuku. He heard the gate creak open before he saw him. And there he was. Izuku. His hair had grown past his shoulders, an unruly wave of green and brown, curling just enough to catch the wind. It moved like grass in summer. His body was a little broader, now stronger. His steps, hesitant at first, turned into a full-on sprint. Katsuki muttered under his breath, blinking quickly. I'm gonna cry. Izuku crashed into him like a wave, arms tight around his back, burying his face in Katsuki's neck. He was warm. Present. I missed this, Izuku whispered, breathless. God. Me too, Katsuki choked, arms locking around Izuku with more desperation than he cared to admit. They stood like that for what felt like forever. And maybe it was. Maybe time was finally kind to them. When they finally pulled apart, Katsuki opened the car door with a small smirk. Come on. Let's get you out of here. Izuku grinned, brushing his hair back behind his ear. The cars. Very you. Flashy and borderline obnoxious? Red, Izuku teased. Like your temper. The drive to Katsuki's apartment was full of Izuku's voice. He talked about the few friends he made in the facility, about the books he read, the drawings he'd done, and the food he never quite got used to. Katsuki let him ramble, one hand on the steering wheel, the other resting near Izuku's knee, brushing against it occasionally just to remind himself this was real. The city lights blinked to life as the sky shifted from gold to indigo. They parked, climbed the steps, and entered Katsuki's apartment together. It was neat, cleaner than expected thanks to Mitsuki's random inspections, and filled with a few framed photos. One of them was a drawing Izuku had given him months ago. They shared a couple glasses of wine, Izuku scrunching his nose after the first sip. I don't get the appeal, he mumbled. Katsuki snorted. You'll learn. Or you won't. They talked until the wine ran low. At some point, Izuku leaned against the kitchen counter, rubbing the ends of his hair between his fingers. I didn't cut it, he said. No sheet, Katsuki said, amused. No, I didn't cut it because I wanted you to. I don't know why. I saved it for you. Katsuki blinked. That's kinda weird. Shut up. Katsuki smirked, pushed off his chair, and dragged Izuku into the bathroom. He grabbed the scissors from the drawer, and Izuku sat on the closed toilet seat. The room filled with soft snips and the sound of quiet breathing. Katsuki trimmed carefully, shaping the hair to what it used to be, something reminiscent of middle school, of the boy Izuku used to be, with flashes of the man he was becoming. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror, running fingers through the shorter strands. It's perfect, he whispered. He turned suddenly and kissed Katsuki. It was quick, instinctual, and then Izuku froze, eyes wide. Sorry, he mumbled. I didn't mean to, I should have asked. Katsuki tilted his head, placing the scissors down on the counter. Then he stepped closer, looking at Izuku with an expression so warm it melted the guilt instantly. "Can I?" he whispered. Izuku's brows furrowed, lips twitching into a smile, then a grin, then quiet laughter. "Hey, come on nerd, I'm being serious." "Okay," Izuku murmured, breath hitching. Katsuki leaned in again. This time, slower. And when their lips touched, it wasn't with fire or desperation. It was with quiet reverence, like they'd both waited a lifetime for this calm. But eventually, it deepened. Katsuki's hands found Izuku's waist. Izuku gripped Katsuki's biceps, sighing into his mouth. The kiss turned passionate, a little more urgent. Izuku gasped as Katsuki gently pressed him back against the wall. They both stilled. Maybe we should wait," Izuku said, breathless. Katsuki nodded, forehead against Izuku's. "Yeah. We wait." They ended up on the couch, legs tangled, a blanket pulled over them. The television was on, low and unimportant. The silence between them wasn't awkward, it was full. "I've been thinking," Izuku said softly, "about the future. Yeah. I don't know what I want to do. I love drawing. I think I'm good at it. I'm good with quirks. I used to be. Bit rusty now." Katsuki slung an arm around Izuku and pulled him closer. "You'll figure it out." Izuku rested his head on Katsuki's chest, eyelids fluttering. "Thanks." A few minutes passed in near silence. Katsuki looked down and saw Izuku's eyes were closed. "I love you," Katsuki whispered. Izuku's eyes cracked open. "Don't think you're slick whispering while my eyes are closed." Katsuki barked a laugh, shaking his head. Izuku smiled again and pressed his face into Katsuki's chest. "I love you too," he whispered. Outside the window, the stars peeked through the sky. A rare gift in Mizutofu. Maybe it was an exception. Just like them.